Can anyone hear me? Oh, the camera's on. Oh, the camera's been on the whole time. Oh, good evening. I am Alan. Sorry. Good evening. I am the armchair detective. How'd you like them apples? How'd you like them apples? Right, let's get the show started. Hang on. Steve! Steve, you cunt! Steve, I'm going to kick your fucking head off if you don't get on the internet. Get on the internet and watch the Armchair Detective and put me a £50 in, Steve. You can't. Sorry, just Steve, she's trying to escape out the back window. Give her a fucking smack in the back of the head. She's got another client in 50 minutes. Right, sorry. Let's get the show started. Let's get the show started here. Let's just get the show started. How do I... Kaka! Hang on. Kaka! Oh, that's got... Oh, phew. That was close, wasn't it? I'll have to go back and edit that later now. This couldn't wait for Halloween. You know, I was going to do this for Halloween, but this couldn't wait for Halloween. Steve, I'm on the internet. Get off the toilet. Don't even wipe your ass. Leave your ass alone. That Nichol Kessinger's a right bit of sauce, isn't she? That Nichol Kessinger. Whoa, hey. That Nichol Kessinger, hey. Would you like to buy one of my paintings? Where's that alien gone? Where's the alien gone? Where's the alien gone? Hey, that Nichol Kessinger though, wouldn't you like to put your cock right up in her tits? Big ups Cheeky Chops, thank you for the super chat there. If I was doing an Alan, I'd just say that's it. Big ups Cheeky, just thank you. £5, well, could have been 10. So, Nichol Kessinger. Steve! I've got all the chicken I can eat. I ain't give a fuck about YouTube. I've got all the chicken I can eat. Fucking get those fucking Arabs bombed. Get those Arabs bombed. Get them bombed. They're all 10, 16, 16. He put his willy in my mouth. 16 immigrants put their willy in my mouth and they all raped my dodo. All right, I've got a show to do. Listen. I'm just getting into it. I've got a show to do. Tonight we're going to be talking about how fucking horny Nichol Kessinger is and how she takes it up the poo-poo bumhole. She killed those kids with her poo-poo bumhole. Thank you, Robert, for the 99p super chat. Thank you. Thank you, Robert, my Nancy. Thank you, Thank you, Robert. That fucking shows those trolls. That fucking shows those trolls. They don't like it when Robert tips. Yeah, fuck you, the trolls. Would you like to buy my paintings? And before we get started, you're going to have to sign up to Facebook. Listen, we can't do the show yet. You haven't signed up to Facebook. And Kaka, could you tell them about the locals and the Patreon and the Rumble? You need to sign up to all of those. They're all financial incentives for you to. And at some point, lovely coffee, gin, coffee, gin, coffee, coffee, gin, coffee. That Nichol Kessinger though, she's fucking horny, isn't she? Oh, I'd love to put my fucking tiny little penis in her chocolate starfish. Oh. Shall I do a regardation, please? My bum bum. My bum bum. So anyway, tonight, Shannon, what's her name and why she's such a cunt? Big ups, Gail. Thank you for the 199 super chat. I have to, tonight I actually have got a show lined up. Tonight I actually have got a normal show lined up. We can go back to that. That's there now. We can go back to that anytime we want. That's one of my pictures now. This is one of my set design. Look, I can do this. Yeah. I can do this. Yeah. I can still do this, yeah, but now I can also do this. This was supposed to be my Halloween costume. I couldn't let it wait. For Halloween, I've got a change of costume, which is I've got the other glasses as well. I've got those as well. They came as a 2-pack. This is where your tippies go. This wasn't cheap. Well, it was actually quite cheap for a cap. And this was also quite cheap. I didn't get the official Adidas one. I got an Under Armour because it was cheap. So this is where your tippies go. £16 on a cap, I think it was the main. And then I think these were £2, £3 or something like that. Pack of 2. So, you look like Rolf Harris. I don't know like Rolf Harris. I look like Alan Vinicum.
It's raining again. I
couldn't be happier. Swish and then whoosh.
Aspo Casbo, aka Caroline Burns, sent tippies.
I need to get the headphones on.
Welcome
to run the
back,
stream
Anal.
freshly.
Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Who's this bad man on the internet doing this? Who's this bad man? This bad man on the internet. The bad man. So you can point your fingers and you can say, there's the bad man. Who's that bad man? You can point your fingers and say, there's a bad man. You want to point your fingers? Say hello to the bad man. Say hello to the bad guy. My sister said my hair was a problem, so I tucked it up. Say hello to the bad man. Say hello to my little friend. Alan's not Scarface, but there's drugs involved. Kirsty! Where's my Sarah Lee? I now know. I want to look at myself all the time, so I know why he's always doing that with his eyes now. Because I keep looking over to my monitor window. Nichol Kessinger. Kids on snow. Once I was 7 years old. He put his willy in my mouth. Martin Dean, sex mad Val. This one's for you, sex mad Val. I've seen you on your holiday on the beach with the sexy men walking past eyeing you up, sex mad Val. I've seen you on your holidays catching the eye of the saucy men on the beach. Sex mad you are on the beach without your top on, with your straps off. Sex mad. There's tits down there. I know there are. Tits. You sex mad Val. You. And as for you, cartoon lady. As for you, cartoon lady. How dare you just enjoy living your life without talking about Alan Vinicum all the time? How dare you go on YouTube and just start enjoying your life? Had a nice time at your family wedding? They won't let me go to my family's event. If they do, I have to stay away from the kids. They keep an army now. Sex mad Val and cartoon lady. You. Fuck you, sex mad Val. Martin Dean, you! Martin Dean! Who else? Can you put in chat their names so that I can shout them out? Does anyone want a shout out from Angry Alan? Who should I shout out next? Did you just tune in, Trisha? Have you not seen this? Sorry. I just need a refill on my drinky drink. Sex mad you. Sex mad Val. They're me off YouTube. I was the best one on YouTube. I was the tallest poppy on YouTube. They used to want to get rid of me. Got to drive up to Vinny's bar later. Sell a few bags. Sex mad Val. Colette, you, Colette, you. Sex mad Colette. Baby mad Colette. I'll help you with the baby. Show us your desktop on the glasses. I did consider, Bizzle, if I'd have got a bit more time, I would have cut out a photograph of my desktop and stuck it to the glasses. That was a consideration. Nosy Nana, what were you doing in there, chat, Nana? I was telling you what to say and you weren't listening. Nana, can't you fucking read my fucking instructions and say them? Nana, grumpy grannies. Don't even start about grumpy grannies. That grumpy grannies. Eddie doesn't exist. I just use his content, not his content, his ideas. Not his ideas, his look. But as for you, son, Mr. Chufferman, I'm from Birmingham, so Alan, listen, I'm from Birmingham, so Alan's going to be from Birmingham today. Mr. Chufferman. And no, how does he do his voice? Alan, he's sort of Bristol, isn't he? So like Alan, Bristol, Mr. Vinicum, you Mr. Chufferman, Mr. Chufferman, you think you're so fucking good in that, don't you, Mr. Chufferman? You think you're fucking good in that? Well, you're not fucking good, are you? You're fucking stupid, you are, Mr. Chufferman. I don't even want to be on YouTube. You just want to be on YouTube and you think you're good on YouTube. I don't even want to be on YouTube. I prefer it over here on Small with the Kids. Get me on TikTok, I'll fucking nonce them off. Okay, calm down. Look, everyone calm down. Look. This is getting out of hand. I mean, for me, it's getting out of hand in my brain. Everyone calm down. I'm saying to everyone, I really mean me. I'm talking really loud. My microphone is peaking. I'm getting too excited. Ooh. Let me just get that off the... Whoa! Whoa! Do some painting and calm me down. Look, I'll do some painting there. Where's the alien gone? I couldn't be happier. Swish! And then whoosh!
Worth a tenner all day long. This is hilarious. Super Chuffer owes 10 hugs.
Thank you. I hope Alan gets to see it. Hey, I hope Alan gets to see it. We're going to watch Alan. He did a patron pity party yesterday. A lot of you have just watched the video that preceded this live stream. I want to give you a little bit of housekeeping before we start, but it's too late for that now. I tried today to do a bit of Super Chuffer and then a bit of this. And to be honest, I found myself feeling pressured, rushed for time. I didn't do a good job as well as I'd hoped. I did do a reasonable job. We did an hour of body language and we caught some really interesting points. But I feel like when I get into my flow, I need to stay in the flow 3 hours. It's just how I roll. So I probably won't do that in the future. It was an experiment today. Oh, I've got a gobble around my face. But yeah. So we did a Super Chuffer broadcast earlier. It did go quite well. Bit of body language there on the old potential Chris Watts part 2. Like that guy, fucking hell. And that's interesting body language reaction. Derek Johnson, who I feel is potentially Chris Watts part 2, take 2, like, yeah, interesting. And then I jumped over here. We put a video on that we'd watched last night on Twitch. There's so many platforms. I broadcast on Twitch sometimes because it's laid back. I don't have any pressure. I just do whatever. And, you know, sometimes Alan comes up and we react to it. And then I can cut it, drop it on YouTube. You can all see it. So it's all good. And I play games there and do all sorts of stuff. It's chill. It's chill time. Oh, that's better. Look, that's better. That's better. Look, it's me again. It's me again. For anyone that just joins in, I'll put that back on in a minute. It's the new outfit from IKEA. No. And the Under Armour makes me feel like I'm in the like I've been, like it's a symbol that you've been. It's a symbol that you've been done by the Masons, isn't it? Like Emma White was wearing the Under Armour one, wasn't she? So I'll get rid of that. Okay, it's me again. Now I'm in Alan's house. What am I doing in Alan's house? Fuck you, Alan. Alan, you're coming back to your own stream on YouTube or whatever, because I'm here now running it. Alan. Alan? Alan. There he is. Oh, Chris has just joined, and he hasn't... Oh, okay. Right, in that case. Sorry, no, yeah. Yeah. I'll just... Quickly, just for Chris... I am Alan, I am the armchair detective. Gin. Snorting cocaine. Alan. Yeah, it's all there recorded at the start of the episode, and we might do a bit later. You can just skip back quickly and have a little look and then jump in back here. Yeah, so yeah, that's the introduction, and so you've already, a lot of you have already seen the first 10 minutes of this. We put it as a video earlier. Alan is doing he's at his relative's house. That's a good point, actually. I could have done a bit of quick. I should have done this behind the scenes, actually. Now, I don't know which relative it was, but somebody had a birthday party. One of his... Okay, so I do know which relative it was. Listen, I'm looking in a different window, and I do know which relative it was. And somebody had a birthday party, and a certain Grandad Vinicum went down to attend. I don't know how... I see. I'm looking at pictures of. I'm not going to tell you what I'm looking at pictures of, but I'm not seeing a certain angry granddad in the. Whoa! In the pictures. So my guess is that some strange business is going on. There's been different birthdays, but there's no. That's really weird. There's no Alan in any of the... Maybe he just doesn't want to be pictured in the pictures. I'm not going to talk too much about that. But Alan says he's at his relative's house for this... Oh, did he specify why? I don't think he specified why, did he? but he appears to be in a child's bedroom, we'll say that. And I would accept that he's at his family's house, relative's house. What am I looking for now? My Firefox. In one aspect, but another part of me says that that the lady of the family won't want him around the kids. So my guess is like he's not got like total free run around all the kids and stuff. Yeah, so this is where we find Alan. He's having a pity party. There's a bit of if you want to see what happened at the very start of the pity party, video before obviously, and everyone's happy to get into it. Big ups, Big Chris. Thank you for the pound super chat. I'll put that into my. I'll pay for the Under Armour cap with that. Let's join. Oh yeah, and also Alan says that he's going to make. Or he didn't say he's going to make up some lies, but he's going to make up some lies. We're going to go in. It's going to be Chris Watts stuff. So anyone who doesn't like that sort of stuff, you know, you're forewarned. He said he's going to make up some lies, and someone said he was there. Jessica says that in chat. So that's fine then. Maybe he was there, but he's gone to a family event. He's stopping in a children's bedroom. We'll say that then, yeah.
And they never give me any credit for anything, right?
And he's having a full-on pity party.
Even after all this time.
Let's get into it.
They still won't say nobody died in the house, right? They can't bring themselves to say it. But I knew I changed the case.
I knew I changed the case. I knew I did it. No one admitted that you did it, Alan, because you didn't.
I knew when...
I knew.
Cheryl and Cadell, come on.
And if we were watching the body language earlier, we wouldn't remember that we don't really hold much stock with neurolinguistic programming these days, as I repeatedly say when I immediately then use it. But he was looking up into visual constructed.
On my program, I got a lot of people hate her, right? I liked her, Cheryl Cadell.
So now he's going to talk about this woman called Cheryl Cadell. And from what I understand, Cheryl Cadell, right? Big up Sandra Stars a Wolf. You need to become a member. You thought you were. Maybe you're getting confused with Twitch. Maybe so. Twitch is subscription based. This is memberships. It's lovely if you choose to. Thank you. They're on because you people request it. So yeah, if you want to, please do. Thank you, Big Chris, for the super chat. Thanks for the boring stream last night. I can't remember what happened last night. Boring? I don't know. I can't remember.
I got on well with her, and she was honest with me. And I asked her to ask Chris questions. I've never talked about this until Tuesday night.
Or was it the interview? Was it that difficult interview?
I've never talked about my private conversation with Sharon Cadell because at the time she had a book coming out, and I didn't want to cause her any crap.
Yeah, and we said last night, of course, like, you don't do anything for other people, Alan. So the reason that I believe you're about to make up lies is because if you had things to say that this woman who wrote a book, apparently this woman wrote a letter to Chris Watts and he wrote a letter back, and then, in my opinion, she's like stretched it out to a fucking stupid like career. Chris Watts letter book. Letters from Christopher, the Tragic Confessions, is it? Sherilyn Cadell. So I'm not going to like poo-poo her too much. I don't know much about it, but it seems a bit like, you know, you've written a couple of letters back and forth and you've managed to spin it out into a financial lucrative boon for yourself insofar as you've made a book. Not necessarily, I don't know anything about the woman, so I'm not dissing her off and saying she's not like an author or a criminologist or anything, but by merit of having a letter equals you can do a book, doesn't it? So like, I don't personally hold like much I don't think if I was to be looking into the case and, you know, whatever, I'd see this more as a sort of personal cash grab for this lady. I think it's more of a cash grab for the lady than it is an insight into the mind of the killer necessarily, because he's written a bit of a letter to this one woman. Okay, and that's where all this that we're now going to get has come from. But in my opinion, she will try and big herself up a bit to other people. Oh, me and Chris, you know, I talk and I get the inside scoop. And Alan is going to, what he's going to do is he's going to use her now. So she's the one that's going to have made up the lies.
I couldn't be happier.
Big ups.
Sharon
Thank you.
Wilkinson sent tippies.
I should get on that as well.
Chuffer back on form. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
This is the coffee.com tippies link. Thank you very much for the tippies, and certainly back on form. Yeah, we'll do a bit more pretending to be Alan in today's episode, I think, towards the end or a bit way through, as I feel like it. we've got that now in our locker. And I also want to just quickly change the Tippy's link, I think. Not the link, the button. Let's see if I can't change the stream alert button to something a bit more, because we had it like that for the art competition, didn't we? And I don't know if they have they don't have an Alan one, do they? I quite like this one, this detective one. This is one of my favourite ones. So I put a detective one on there now, so we've got a different one of those. Hooray! And yeah, Alan, in my opinion, what he's going to do, right? What he's going to do is he's going to pin all his lies on this woman. So he's going to say, listen, I never told you this, but she told me, and then he's going to make up a lie. And it's just for the purposes of being the big one. He's at pity party stakes. He's down, down, down. He's obviously been to this family party, tried to swing his dick around, and everyone said, fucking shut up, Alan, keep away from the kids, giving him funny looks. And like, he's got the vibe, he knows what's going down. He's not the big I am at the family party, and he's decided, he switched this on. He even said to them, if you check yesterday's video, or today's video, sorry, he even said to them, talk to me. Why is no one talking to me? Hang on, we're at 13 minutes 32. When does he say that about talking to me? Why is no one talking to me? He gets on his phone here.
My spanners wanted me to have a life. So I tried. Twice I've tried it. Once for 6 months and once for 4 months. And it didn't make any difference at all. None. Nobody's talking. Nobody's talking to me. Somebody talk to me.
You know, he's behaving like a child. Nobody's talking to me. Can someone talk to me?
None. Nobody's talking. Nobody's talking to me. Somebody talk to me.
Oh, that's childish behaviour, yeah. That's pretending to be a child. And he's been around children all day, and he's had an opportunity to re-ingratiate himself with the mannerisms and behaviours. And his mummy isn't there. Big ups, Jigsy.
Love the glasses, Scott. They suit you.
They suit me.
Hoped you might get some bottle bottoms like AD. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
I had a look at different glasses. You know, you're on the internet, you're on Amazon, so like, I'm not going to be expending expensive monies, but I did consider some big chunkers. But like, I got the ones that just, you know, within the price range and the best value for the monies. It's only a bit of a Halloween costume, and it's only useful for you chuffers, and I've blown the load now too early before Halloween. But yeah, so he's being a big child. He's been around the children. His mummy isn't there. Other people's mummies are there. Other people are getting the attention today. Children are literally getting attention from their mummies, and he's been around it. And Alan wants all the attention. And so what he's decided to do is he's decided to come on his Rumble. He's in a children's bedroom, apparently, theoretically, and he's decided to come on his Rumble and on his Patreon, this is, to the exclusive group, and he's going to hard grift them, pity party them, manipulate them into... Big up Sandra Strauser Wolf, welcome to member. He's going to pity party them into like giving him more money and like all this business, but really it's about narcissistic supply as well. He wants his mummy to give him a kiss on his bottom, and why aren't you all talking to me? And so part of this is he's going to, like, it is partly an act, and part of it is just like an emotion. Like, he wants the emotional response, and he does this to get it. So it's not an act; it's for how he really behaves. But part of it is you know, he starts into it and he acts. I was discussing it yesterday. So this is like heavy narcissism, pity party stuff, but he's also going to use it to go over the reason that they're there. And this was highlighted to me by, I think Trisha and Val both spoke on this sort of topic in their recent videos. The reason that he's going to do this. Big ups.
Someone sent tippies.
Someone.
I stay in the background quiet, but you have kept me sane for months, thank you. Super Chuffer owes 10 hugs.
Bless, thank you. It's you that's keeping yourself sane through your own strength and will to hold on and push forward. And I'm here to be, you know, an ally and a guy, like, you know, to help you along. But it's you that's doing the hard work in your life. So like, big yourself up for that. Give yourself 10 hugs for that. I appreciate that. Like, it's nice to have the, you know, like Alan would say, oh, I've kept you alive, I'm the big one, I'm the special one. But I want you to remember that when you've found things tough, deep down, the will that says to them, hold on, has come from within you. So next time it's tough, you know that we remember this, on 10 more minutes, I'm going to fucking hold on. And yeah, brighter days are coming. Although it's going to be dark throughout the winter, so we're going to get, we're all going to have to huddle together through the winter, but brighter days are coming, of course, yes. So yeah, Alan is going to use a narcissistic technique where he reminds you of why he's important. And it's exactly that, Tippy, exactly that point. Alan tells people, you know, in COVID, I helped you and I was special and I'm important and you still need me and I've still got a worth and a value. And narcissists will say, no, I'm doing this for your own good. And do you remember how good I was to you? I bought you that. I did that for you. Obviously, I'm treating you like shit now. But like, let's go back over why I'm important and good for a bit, can we? And cement in your mind how important it is that you remember that I'm important and good. So like, narcissists do that, don't they? So this is part of it. And that's why he's taking us all the way back to make up some lies about Nichol Kessinger at random, because he knows there's a real interesting critical point, which is that he knows that the core group that are, what are they, Liz, somebody, Sam, I am, whatever, you know, these core group, they are really eggy about Nichol Kessinger still, because he's kept them eggy about it. He's stoked that fire. I'm the man that's going to fight the crusade for Nichol Kessinger to get interrogated. Obviously, there are better people on YouTube doing it now with millions of views, doing better videos, but I'm the one that you need to support. And because of that, you need to stay here, and we're going to, like, even if we're off YouTube, the crusade continues, but quietly behind closed doors in Patreon, because I need to change tack. I'm no longer the armchair detective, although today we're going to be going over why I'm such a special armchair detective. But really, to those ladies, to those small group, I have to, it's like a double life he has to live now. He has to pretend to them that we're still the Nichol Kessinger crew and that I am the armchair detective. But in reality, he needs to be a chameleon and change so that he can adapt to his new surroundings and make money from a slightly different group. He's not able to do that. He's not bringing in any new people. He's not bringing any more monies. So that's a problem. And he's like caught between the two minds. You know, on Rumble, his existence is, I always go through Adam Criglet when I go to Rumble. His existence is, it's interesting when you quickly go onto Rumble, look at what's getting big, you know, look what goes big on Rumble and look at what Alan is, you know. So he's nowhere near it. He can't compete with it. But on Rumble, his content is about World War III. He did a Chris Watts one for them, but illegal immigrants, there's a Chris Watts one for them. There's a Chris Watts one, but Fox, Dando, Royal Family, crime cover-ups are smeared. Chris Watts, yeah, Delphi murders, invaded by a plainclothes army, and you know, like Russell Brand was his big topic, wasn't it? So Alan is trying to tread two paths of media whistleblower, like he's trying to be like Russell Brand, but also he's trying to use the mainstream media to prop up his pursuit of justice for these crimes. You can't live in both worlds, and it doesn't work, and no one really cares about either, to be honest, in Alan's stuff. Big ups, Big Chris, another 199 super chat. Thank you very much for that. Big ups. Thank you. So you see what's happening with Alan. He's caught between these two identities, and he's trying to live this, you know, trying to create this new thing, but at the same time trying to hold on to this old thing. And so that's what's happening here. It's heavy manipulation. You can't trust his vulnerability here. At the same time, he really does feel sorry for himself, but he's using it as a lever to try and get more, you know, money and sympathy out of them. So I don't know how sorry he feels for himself, having spent all day drinking and eating someone else's food and telling them all how special he is, and, you know, doing his pity party in real life to real people, or maybe being kept away from the kids because he's a scary nonce. I don't know. And maybe he's not even allowed, you know, I don't know. But here he is. He's got the elephant. The elephant in the room is he's a cock. Let's go.
Please. Somebody talk to me. I feel so lonely. I feel so lonely.
And see how he checked the screen then? After he said he feel lonely, he checked them, look at them. He knows what he's doing. You know, part of this is his manipulation, like I said, but part of this is truly he knows what he's doing.
I mean, and I didn't want to cause you any crap.
So this lady, this book lady, he doesn't want to cause any problems for the book lady.
What she said, but it doesn't matter anymore, does it?
Trigger warning.
She spoke to Chris about me.
She spoke to Chris.
Now, I know we've been in
about Alan.
Contact with Cindy and Ronnie over the years through my people. And I know that. Big
ups, chat. Yeah, I know. Where's Steve? Which Steve? His Steve? We don't know. Probably back at his house going through his stuff. And my Steve of the Dead, still in hospital, had a second operation, and that second operation seems to have been a success, because the first operation to put the screws in the back and to fuse the two vertebrae was successful, but the screw was loose, lots of pain, so he had a second operation. It seems to be better, recovering, going to wait till that has recovered and felt better so he can confirm that he feels better, and then eventually he'll get out of hospital and start his proper recovery. Yeah.
Secretive Dave now is in contact with them now. What she said, but it doesn't matter anymore, does it? She spoke to Chris about me. Now, I know we've been in contact with Cindy and Ronnie over the years through my people.
Who's that? Her parents? Shannon's parents?
And I know that
who's Cindy and Ronnie?
Dave now is in contact with them now. And I can...
He obviously talks to this secrets with Dave behind the scenes a lot because he brings him up a lot and he can tell you that he knows something. He talks to this Dave a lot. So the information he's going to be delivering now is a combination of lies and things that Dave has told him.
I'll tell you this. Chris Watts told more to Sharon and Kendall than he's ever told his mum and dad. Miles more. And
did he? Or did she say that? How does she know what he told his mum and dad?
Unless he's lying to me 100%.
Unless she's lying to you. So again, we can pin all the problems in this, whatever he says here, pin it on the woman.
And I think she's a Christian woman. I don't think she lies on purpose.
It's weird, isn't it? I don't think she lies on purpose. It's almost like he listened to the Nosy Nana interview and was wanting to talk about how Nosy Nana said that she lied and didn't lie. It's almost like we're following on from that conversation in a way. Cindy and Ronnie Watts. So we're talking about, Chris Watts' parents. Okay. So you're saying that you've got a friend who was talking to Chris Watts' parents, and all the way up to this point, you've kept it secret because, you're a good guy. But the truth is, Alan, that this is just made up bollocks, yeah?
He said to me that Chris's sister told him that there's a guy called Armchair Detective and he's got video proof of the girls being alive the next day. And he wanted to know all about it, but he can't get the internet. He could never watch the shadows, right? So he would get information from his sister about it. And another woman, who I'm not going to name because she's a lovely woman, who was his best friend at the time. Some of you go back 5 years with me.
So it's possible that because Chris is, in trouble, I don't know what point they're talking to him, but, he's in trouble. It might be a court case impending, or he might have had the court case. We don't know. But this might even fall into the line of appeal. He might be part of, so his family may have got hold of this information that was going around the internet, and Alan wasn't the first person or the biggest. If you ask, if you take a straw poll of anybody who understands, big ups Big Chris. Nice, another 199. Big Chris pumping the super chats today. Thank you. If you go back and ask people who are connected with this case, who know the Shadows video, understand that existed, where they saw it on the internet, they won't say Alan. 99 out of 100 will say something else, because if you look for Chris Watts Shadows, right? Obviously Alan's deleted off the internet now, but even before then you had other people that have uploaded raw footage 3 years ago. Callum Weir, okay, not the first one, but sharpened quality timestamps. People go elsewhere, they don't find Alan first. This is a 470,000 views 3 years ago. Okay, Alan might have been around early days, and when he put his video up, there were already 2 other videos that were more popular than his. But no, Alan is not in the main. When people discover this case, talk about it, experience it. Oh look, there's still a bit of AD on a channel there. That's interesting. I'm going to put that on my add to watch later. Save to watch later. The Stealing of the Shadows by AD. Oh, The Stealing of the Shadows. So the only time he's going to come up now is everyone pointing out that he's a thief. And anyway, as I say, there'll be far, far more people in the YouTube world that will have been introduced to the Chris Watts case, first of all by Netflix, second of all through the YouTube searches, the more established and better channels than Alan, and then finally, at some point, maybe on the fringes, they'd fall into Alan's dross. But at no point is Alan by anybody else, and it's not because they don't give me the credit. It's because he doesn't deserve the credit, because he never had the credit. It's just ridiculous. So Shadows, no, ridiculous. So the idea that they would be in the prison and saying, hey, have you heard about this armchair detective man in England? He's done the Shadows. They don't even care. Big ups Armchair Detractor. Unite the opening, yeah? We can go back there. I don't want to dress like Alan for the entire show, to be honest, but I've got the facilities now. Unlike Alan, I reinvest some of the money that comes my way through the tippies into directly the show. I mean, obviously I save some of it up to make better show as well, but little things like this make a make a bit of a laugh, don't they? We all had fun. Unlike Alan, who can't seem to handle, any sort of improvement in his life whatsoever, is where probably got this, you're saying, this elephant, he probably won it at a carnival, although it might just be existing in the child's room. I don't want to see what that's got rubbed up against it later, but anyway, look.
You know that lady, the blonde-haired lady, lovely lady, come on my show a lot. She was in direct contact with Chris, speak to him every week.
But why do you think she would talk about Chris? So, like, Alan's got this weird sense of himself where he thinks that, so the sister would say, Chris, there's this video going around on the internet of some shadows under the truck. Like, it's off the CCTV. People have seen some shadows. We think it, like, X, Y, Z. At no point does Alan come up in that conversation. Not even if she watched it on Alan's channel, it doesn't. It's irrelevant who Alan is. And do you think that this woman's going in there, she's going to write a book and she's getting her own scoop and all that. And along the way, she thinks, let's bring up Alan. Big ups Freudian slip. £20 super chat. Look at that. £20 on the super chats. Wow. That's loads. Thank you. It comes in a bright colour as well. If you prefer super chats, that's fine. I've also got the coffee.com/Ganji if you want it to be read up on the screen. It's all good in the hood. Thank you very much. Did someone rub Alan's head with a balloon? I'll read it out if you do a soup. What has happened to his hat? Where is his hat for today's episode? And why does his hair look so strange? Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? It looks like it's been smeared on. It's a bit weird.
I'm not talking about Heather. Heather was a trickster who pretended to speak to Chris, but never did. She totally tricked me, Bubbles, all of us were totally taken in by Heather.
Well, that doesn't look good for you and your channel then, does it? I wouldn't bring that up again. Jumping to the wrong conclusions, failing to vet your guests properly, failing to ascertain validity of what you're about to broadcast. In the bin for me. That would have been, back in the day, if he did that, from then on, I'd have been on him, he's an idiot. He's in the bin. That's why I don't like Jizzy True Crime, is because she put up that weird fucking CCTV from the Nicola Bully stuff. Like, you got to be careful about, anyway.
She gave me letters that Chris wrote to me, and they were all false. She actually wrote them.
Oh man, I wish I could have been there for that.
But that's all water under the bridge now.
Super troll.
But the lady before that, the blonde-haired one, I'm not going to name, she knew Chris very well and knew Chris's sister very well. And I believe she told me the truth.
But you just said that you're just an idiot who believes any old thing. So, like, how do I know that what you're saying now is worth the paper it's not printed on?
So I had Sharon and Cadell and this, let's call her Sharon, concurring that Chris knew about me.
Big ups Big Chris, he's a nonce and you want to meet him. He is, isn't he, though?
And
like, he just is.
Worried.
And, like, how does he not... I was saying this on the video that we put up earlier that, precedes this live stream. This use of this elephant as a prop in today's episode, where are we at? 15:38. Like, when he starts the episode, look. When he starts the episode... And bear in mind, it seems all Alan needs is a laptop to be able to stream. Because he's gone to this, different location, different setup entirely. All he needs is his laptop and everything's the same. So a bit weird, but yeah. Because he's coming on as a guest on someone else's stream. It says AD in the bottom left corner. He's a guest on someone else's stream that they stream to the channel.
Hello. Hope you can hear me and see me.
I can hear you and see you, yes.
Hope you can. First person to say hello.
So what happened there was he turned up the gain on the microphone really loud, and then whatever settings he's got on the computer automatically adjusted it down.
Will win a special prize. An elephant.
So this is fucking weird. To see the elephant, he just thought, right, it's there in my eye line, I'll grab that. Like, he hasn't set up and thought, I'm ready with the elephant, let's go live. He's seen it and thought, right, I'll grab that. And it's a pure defense mechanism because I told the story yesterday about cushions, crotches, erections. But it is, isn't it? He's like, let's get this in front of me. Let's put it, my neck is vulnerability. Let's cover up my neck. And then he starts putting it on his chin, near his mouth. He's just such a fucking creepy weirdo with this. And the choice to use it and make a little joke, but then to go into like full, like, contrived, aggressive, pity party, whatever, with the elephant under the arm the whole time. Like, tonight we're going to talk about Nichol Kessinger and some lies I've made up about this horrible child murder, and I'm going to be holding this elephant the whole time. Like, it's just like pure security, defense, vulnerability. So I'm saying he is a vulnerable person. Like, he does feel like a scared little boy, but at the same time he's like, right, if I feel like a scared little boy and I accidentally show it, then I look stupid. So instead I'm going to play up the scared little boy even more. So yes, there is scared little boy, but layered on top there is the layering up and the using it as a lever. So now this becomes like a prop that he's using to make himself look like a good guy or a scared little, it's a prop still, isn't it? Like, but what the fuck is he doing?
It's about me. Now, I know we've been in contact with Cindy and Ronnie over the years, Chris, and he wanted to know all about it, but he can't get the internet. He could never watch the shadows, right? So he would get information.
Is this right though? I'm not sure if I'm telling the truth here or not, but can't you get to see things in, like, if it's pertaining to your legal case, can't your lawyer just bring you in the video? Like, let's say like you're in a prison and you've done a bad crime and some evidence comes out that's important pertaining to your case, can't you get to see it?
From his sister about it. And another woman, who I'm not going to name because she's a lovely woman, who was his best friend at the time. Some of you that go back 5 years with me, you know that lady, the blonde-haired lady, lovely lady, come on my show a lot. She was in direct contact with Chris, speak to him every week. I'm not talking about Heather. Heather was a trickster who pretended to speak to Chris.
Okay, we heard this bit.
I told him to tell Chris that I found NK reflection on, the reflection on the door.
He's confused.
I've lost all the videos. It's very sad, but if you've seen it,
He used to call it the shadow on the truck, didn't he? He meant the reflection. I corrected him on that, and now he's using the word reflection. But the reflection on the truck is not. Anyway.
NK. So Chris was worried about the shadows because the shadows means that NK was there because she also was a shadow.
No, it doesn't.
And when I told him to tell Chris that I found NK reflection on, the reflection on the door, I've lost all the videos. And it's very sad, but if you've seen it, you've seen.
The videos are out there. Like, there's millions and millions of copies of the video. So there's nothing changed in the video, is there? Like, you could make your own video again overnight if you knew what the fuck you were doing. Like, and it doesn't matter. That's the point. Is it doesn't matter, does it, Alan? I've lost which video I want. Which window? I've got too many windows. More windows than Buckingham Palace, mate. Right, there we go. And also, I was doing that shouting earlier about Steve. My sister is using my laptop to play Fortnite in the other room, and we're both using the internet right at the same time. But everything's okay on my stream. I don't have to yell at my sister. I told her I was going to be yelling about Steve and to not worry about the yelling about Steve. Okay, I told her about that, so she knew. But she's been playing Fortnite the whole time and everything's fine here. So
in the reflection on his door, that's her. And I told him to tell him. And he crapped himself.
And he crapped himself?
She has a deal. He has gone along with the deal. Me coming along has put the deal in jeopardy beyond belief.
Well, it's not you though, is it, Alan? Because without you, there's fucking loads of this stuff on the internet, and loads of people say that you didn't even discover it. So let's say you didn't exist, Alan, then that lady had discovered it and put it, and then there was like 4 or 5 different videos out all at about the same time of lots of people looking at these shadows, and it would have just, life would have gone on. Like, you wouldn't have been necessary. Big ups, Big Chris, another 149 super chat. Big ups, just like popping up with the repeated super chats now, Big Chris. Thank you. Yeah, like there's no like necessity for Alan to be part of this, and it's weird the way he says, right, because of me changing Chris Watts. You see what I'm saying about these lies? So now we're in a world where Alan is being discussed in private meetings with Chris Watts in prison, and Chris Watts is getting all worked up about Alan. Like, what kind of fucking narcissistic delusion is this? I know it's manipulation for these women. I know that the few that he's got left that he has to keep tight grip on need this special status. Like, Nosy Nana on that interview, she's sucking this up, isn't she? And like, wow, did he? Was she? He needs to have that for them. But at the same time, in order to conjure up, like, imagine you, okay, I said to you, what I want you to do is I want you to come up with a good story that's going to get their attention and, you know, make them believe in you. And it can be anything. You can make it up. Like, first of all, you have to sit there and work out, well, what am I going to make up? What am I going to say? Maybe this, maybe that. You know, you think about it. With Alan, it's not that. It's that he's already got this delusion in his head. Like, he's already in this fantasy dream world. Like, to him, this isn't completely a lie. It is a complete lie, a fabrication, a fantasy. But that's my point, is it's a fantasy. Like, this is something he dreams about in the same way as he dreams about licking Nichol Kessinger's bumhole.
They've all shit themselves. All of them. Rourke, Shanann's parents, all of them. Chris, all of them are crapping themselves because I've said the truth.
So why don't they just shut you down? Like, he's going to then say, well, they did. But it took 5 years and it required Super Chuffer to come on the scene and all of our friends to report you for the actual terms of service violations that you committed. But all the other stuff that they were shutting you down on, you're still able to do and you're still doing now. Like, honestly, if it was that big and that serious, wouldn't they have just reported all your violations over the years and got you done off YouTube a lot sooner? Like, they don't care what you say, Alan. Like, they care to a point where they think, who's this prick talking shit? And they say that. And that's it. Like, you're honestly talking such a load of wank. I've never heard anything like it. I feel like I've got to dress up as you again now.
Battery 60%.
Battery 60%. Thanks very much, miss. Who said that? Where did you say that from? Battery 60%. You've made me cross now, Alan. Saying that everyone was crapping themselves because of you. No one's crapping themselves because of you. No one has ever crapped themselves because of you. You are the crap, Alan. You are both the self and the crap. But no one is crapping themselves over you. Where's my fucking glasses gone? Where's the other glasses? No, I feel like Alan, but Alan does this all the time. Where's my glasses? Where's my... Steve! Steve, where's my other glasses? Right, we'll have to wear these ones. I've lost the black pen already. No one's ever been crapping themselves over it. Or I suppose children have been, and victims. The sex victims. Would you like me to paint you? If you could send me a picture of your daughter, my daughter, send me a picture of your daughter and I'll paint her on the old internet. I'll paint her naked on the internet. Send me a picture of your daughter. Can I come and bath your daughter? Nana, nosy Nana in chat. Ask Kaka if I can bath their daughter. See, we can have that whenever we want it now. Now you are mine, Alan. That's trademarkable, that is, the cap and glasses. That's trademarkable, that's my look. Now your look is mine.
So what did they have to do? They had to distort my truth. And how did you do that? Destroy the messenger. You've heard the expression, haven't you?
Oh, so they did shut you down, in a way, but they didn't.
Even my mate has heard the expression, don't shoot the messenger.
That's
Well, they machine gun this messenger.
Well, that's got nothing.
They machine gun my life.
Don't shoot the messenger is when somebody reports bad news to you, but they themselves are not the person that is responsible for the news. So, you know, don't be mean at them, but deal with the bad news. Whereas in this situation, Alan is the source of the bad news. He is creating the conspiracies and the lies, and even if he spotted something and it were true, the rest of the internet's got a hold of it. So it's not that like Alan is the sole messenger. Like, this is about, you're saying shut down the whistleblower, so to speak, but it doesn't matter because other people said this. They weren't, like, you're not the only one that's, like, it's a really confusing mishmash of two ideas, is that Alan's the only one that knows the truth and is the one that's out there shouting about it in the special one, and no one else is worth listening to, and he's the main one. And also that like, you have to then ignore that everyone else is popular on YouTube, but he uses the other people's popularity on YouTube when he needs to. Like, Dave's been talking about it, this other channel's got 1 million views, and everyone was saying about it. Well, if you can't have both, can you?
Life. There was machine gun my real life, machine gun my spanners. They tried to get every spanner to leave me by telling them lies.
And this is bollocks. And what it is Alan understands how to manipulate people because he's looked into it over his life. He revealed it the other day on one of the streams. He said about the MI5 have techniques to shit you up and put you off. Like one of them is you smear the name, and like there's like a list of them. Alan's looked into bad ways to manipulate and abuse people, and then he uses them for himself.
And any spanners that are here today that go back, like Nosy Nana, she could tell you some stories how people used to try to infiltrate our group of spanners and turn them against me one by one, or turn them against.
No, people would try and enlighten them to your bad behaviour. They would try and save them from the torment of being in your group.
Against each other, telltales. So they fall out. They try to get the spanners to fall out with each other, or.
So you know what he's doing? Manipulation. You small group in here, remember that people try and make you angry at each other. So if you are angry at each other, don't you ever dare, like, it's, you know, he's preloading the idea that you would fall out with each other. And this doesn't follow the Nosy Nana interview, does it? This is before the Nosy Nana interview, I think, when this was done. October the 15th, 3:47, EDT, whatever EDT is. October the 15th, though, this was. And the interview, was this before or after the interview? Was this before or after the interview, everyone in the brain department? So I uploaded the interview a day ago, which was the 16th. It was the same day as the interview. So had he watched the interview before he's gone on Rumble here to do this? Possible.
Desert me by lying about me. Now, that was going on for 3 years. We had one massive row where we lost about 6 spanners in a week, remember? That's all because of misinformation and lies. And these infiltrators, you know. But the point is, and this is what I need you to understand,
And this is what I need you to understand. Like, it's worrying, isn't it, when someone is making sure there are critical points that you are needing to understand. Like, this is what I need you to understand so that I can manipulate you. Yeah, go on.
To be destroyed.
You had to be destroyed, yeah.
I had to be destroyed.
What's that got to do with today?
And a month ago, they got their wish. They destroyed me.
Oh, I see that happened a month ago. But it's really got not much to do with that, although you're going to tie the two things together. And then what? Do I just get written out of history again? Do all of our subscribers and viewers and reporters and what have you get, you know, do all the people that reported you for the different things like the homophobia, the sexism, the ageism, the disability slurs, do they all get, just ignore that then? Same with what that other group did in their in the interview with Nosy Nana as well. It's all a bit weird, that, to me, but yeah.
As far as my ability to speak to the masses.
Well, you're speaking to people now. Oh, I remind you again, at the start of this one, he did say that if he might have to start coming on just the phone and using the phone. It was very funny. He said if he got binned off Rumble and binned off Patreon, then he'd have to just start coming on the phone. I think the court case is coming, and he's worried that he's going to be severely taken down a peg or two. And he was talking about maybe getting a job at one point.
And it has upset me that my 100,000 supporters, so few have followed to Rumble.
True, but that's because they don't exist. You can't work that out. Of course he can work it out. He knows they don't exist, right? But it's the people in his chat. He's talking to Nosy Nana here, and Nosy Nana will listen to this and go, yeah, where are they? I can't understand it. It's strange, isn't it? Maybe they got lost in the ether. Like, how can you not nobody should believe this charade. Nobody should believe that.
And it has upset me that my 100,000 supporters, so few have followed to Rumble. I can't work it out. Maybe it's too much trouble to find me.
Obviously, they don't exist.
Maybe it is too much trouble.
You paid for them. They're just numbers.
Maybe
they
don't care anymore.
No, they're just numbers that you paid for.
Maybe they all think it's a worthless cause.
And if you didn't pay for them, then they got involved at one point when your thing was trending on YouTube about the fucking, crimes that you used to leech off, and then they realised you were a shitbag and they just fucked off. They forgot to unsubscribe.
It is too much trouble.
There's Pikachu! That's nicer. Big up Susie Jew.
Susie Jew sent tippies. Big ups, Scott Mimps. AD looks ill and worn out. Has lost everything and has hanging on with his fingertips. I think he needs a bigger poke from you. But with your finger nothing else, lol. Great stream has always XX.
Agree.
Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
I think it's twofold though. I think I agree in that, in principle, he does look tired and worn out. He has been through a lot and he is hanging on with his fingertips. I agree that I want to give him a few more pokes. We've got a few more ideas. But I also think he's tired because he's been at a children's birthday party all day and like literally is tired. And I think he's still got an appetite for this, like as we're seeing there by manipulating that chosen group, the core group, and as we see by his use of Tiki-Toki and Patron as well. On his Patron, oh, that's my Patron, that's the wrong one. What am I doing? I have not looked at that for fucking ages. I need to get back on that maybe and have a look at it. Armchair Detective, the Patron, he puts these posts up on Patron, right? And this one says, AD back, TikTok will get more views than toxic YouTube, it says. Will get more views than toxic YouTube. Why is it not right on my screen? There you go. AD back, TikTok will get more views than that toxic YouTube. What? And this one before it, AD on TikTok, we are reformed, bigger and better. I'm not joining, fuck off. So he's trying to convince them that bigger, better, things are going well, we're going to be a big group. It's a really important part of his grift to them, I think, that they think that they're in this important group and they are the inner circle that are making the content that thousands of people watch. But the truth is no one watches. They're in the circle and they give him money. Like, he pays for the viewers with that money and then they think they're in a big group. But the truth is it's not. So he's trying to promote that. We'll get big. More views. Toxic YouTube. TikTok's good. You know, he's trying to promote to them the idea of his own success. And TikTok, for Alan, is shit and is in the pure doldrums. Like, just pure shit. So, like, he's, you see what I'm saying? He's hyping it to them. So, whilst I agree, Alan is pretty fucking beat down. He's feeling pretty shit about it all. And things are shit. And he's, you know, at a thin end of a shitty wedge. On the same token, his narcissism won't let him see the truth. You know, he lives in the delusion instead. At that point is where he goes to the delusion more, harder, more cocaine, more gambling, more pretending I'm a big special chuffer, more manipulation of this core group. Like, if I don't have the money, I've still got their fucking attention and Nosy Nana still thinks I'm good. Like, you know, this is more and more important to him in a way, which is why he's like, the strange thing about it is, like, for example, when he stopped being a restaurateur and started being a TV detective, he didn't try and take all the staff from the restaurant with him. They just got fucked off. Yeah. Like, I feel really guilty when I'd stopped my hairdressing business. The couple of people that were working with me didn't have a job then. Like, I felt bad about that. Like, really bad about it, actually. But with Alan, like, I don't think he cared, yeah. But with this, he doesn't want to discard these people. No, I'm not doing Chris Watson stuff anymore. I'm on Rumble now. I'm doing all this other stuff. He doesn't want to do that because they give him the money. They're the core group. They're all he's got left. Rumble didn't work. So, like, he's caught between this weird rock and a hard place. So, like, because narcissists discard when something is used up, they discard, including humans. They discard them. So Alan is in a position where these people are very close to being discarded, or he is being close to being discarded by them. It's such a fucking weird position to be in for him. I think he was hoping to get better, more like when that Red Pill was in his chat, you know, Dr. Red Pill, whoever. He was like, oh, you've got loads of subscribers. Oh, you're going to be great. Oh, you're my new friend. Like, at that moment, Kakao didn't exist. Like, none of those idiot chuffers off these YouTube, like these idiot women that go on about Kessinger that he can easily manipulate. Like, to him, they're not that important. They're a resource of money. They're a resource of attention and affection, but they're not really important as a resource in terms of, like, they're not that smart, so they can't create content for him. They can't edit well. They haven't got good ideas. Like, they're easy to manipulate because of that. But, you know, he's also using them as a resource. So he's in this funny position. Like, it's really weird. And it's horrible, and it's funny to see it.
Or maybe they don't care anymore. Maybe they all think it's a worthless cause.
you think out of the 100,000, like let's say for example, let's take it as like it wasn't 100,000, it was 80,000. So there's one thing. You never got the play button. It wasn't 100,000, it was 80,000. Even if they're real, right? Channels with 80,000 subscribers but not many viewers, yeah? Even if they're real, does it matter? Like, you've been doing it 5 years, right? 5 years. So we watch Dark Side Phil. I detract Dark Side Phil. Here's King Jad doing the bingo now, watching Dark Side Phil, yeah? If I go to Dark Side Phil, DSP Gaming. DSP Gaming's been on the internet a bit longer than Alan. He's got 200,000 subscribers. 207k. Yeah? He's live now. And live now he's got 400 watching. 400 watching. Sorry, you can't see the number. It's down there in the bottom left. He's got 400 watching. He's live now on a 200,000 subscriber channel with 400 people. And a lot of those are people that don't like him. Trust me. So, you see the parallel there. A lot of those people for Dark Side Phil that he accumulated over time, do they not care? Do they not watch? Have they gone somewhere? Does it matter? It's called churn. Like, you can't think over 5 years and a group of people that are big enough to fill a football stadium, why are they all doing it? It's different for everyone, isn't it? And it doesn't really, well, it does matter because it's your content and it's your future. But if you've not got a grip on what's going on, then it doesn't really matter, does it? They've gone, they are gone. And the real truth is you paid for a lot of them so that you'd look big. So,
but it's not. Because without me, people would still have the assumption that everyone died in the house.
No, because other people would bring the shadows to attention. So without you, people would have still, like, there would have been a different person like you saying it on the internet, probably in a much nicer way. Finish him, Scott. Thank you, Big Chris. Finish him. I'll finish him. And then later, deal with the matter, deal with the haters. Can't touch me, I make waves. Meanwhile, they're just butt surfers. Butt hurt because I called your name out. Cry wolf and I'd shame your name out. Witch hunt, but you picked the wrong cunt to play because I won't lay down. Right here, just keep getting up. Back with the breaks, back with the uppercut. Back with the Zulus, come to fuck you up.
That's why Chris's confession was so short. Shanann killed the kids, I killed Shanann. That's what you were supposed to know. That's what you were supposed to know, as far as Chris is concerned.
That was his defence, wasn't it? So he could get away with some of the murdering.
That protects his mistress, doesn't it? If he
him.
says Shanann kills the kids, NK's got a home run.
I told you this was going to get dark, but here we go. You know, it's the Nichol playing to the audience, yeah? Like, if you could reach in over the screen and just give them a little rub on them, on their heads like that, give them a little pat on their heads, it'd probably be easier, wouldn't it? But this is the virtual equivalent for these ladies.
That's why he said Shanann did it, not to get himself off. He knows he's going down forever. He doesn't give a damn.
The
if he
chuffer
could
man
get
don't
you,
give a damn.
the public, to listen to a confession saying Shanann did it, he's there.
It wasn't for the public.
Not as in he's there. It takes out who killed who at the oil field, doesn't it?
Yep, you've been saying this for a while now.
The narrative you were supposed to swallow was contrived, and I ruined it. I ruined it for him. And from this...
Well, no, like, even, okay, let's say, for example, Nichol Kessinger was definitely there, and, like, she definitely did everything, and then they did take a deal and everything, yeah? Like, even if, because there's so many holes in that story, like, I'm not even going to get into it. Is it pointless? Like, but, like, let's say that all happened, and then this man in England did a YouTube channel and got, like, 200,000 views on a video. Like, so what? Like, it doesn't change anything in America. Like, do you know that, for example, like, I don't want to say these things because YouTube would, like, give me one of these warnings, but, you know, for example, when they flew those planes into those buildings and there was, like, you know, in New York and the buildings collapsed, and then afterwards people said all sorts of weird shit and they're still saying it to this day, and like things happened and they just carried on, didn't they? It's not like, oh, it took down the system when everyone, like, there's all sorts of crimes where people talk about things on the internet and it didn't change the facts of the crime. Like, what do you want about? It didn't change anything for them, really, did it?
Span of 5 years, I can see why they were so scared.
5 years.
You've got the DA doing a deal day one with one of the people that is involved. And you've got Chris fully on her side and willing to take the rap for all of it. He admitted that himself, didn't he?
And here we go.
I'm
So
going to take the blame for everyone.
I told you he was going to do
that.
this. Listen, I told you he was going to do this tonight, and we're going to have to put up with it. But this is the point where I sort of mentally check out of giving a fuck about what he says about this. But the people that are in his Patreon, this is for them. You know, this is for them. This isn't for you. This isn't for me. This is for them. They want to hear it again. They want their favourite bedtime story, so we'll hear it again.
Listen to what they say. He said, I don't care. It's my fault. I'm going to take the blame for everyone. That's what he said. People don't know where to find me on Rumble, I suppose. Maybe a lot of people are quite old and it's not, I mean, it's technically difficult, isn't it? So anyway, what I did is took up TikTok and thought if I open up on...
Mr. Wrong, slightly controversial in that your message sounds a bit like, I'll leave it, but like, you know, I'm not digging into all that, but like, slightly controversial there what you've written in the context of today's what's going on, but we'll just leave it.
TikTok, I can go on TikTok and say, come and join us on Rumble. So I've been doing that. And they're trying to ruin me on. They're trying to ruin me on TikTok. They report me on TikTok. Doesn't matter.
TikTok. They've reported you on TikTok. Now this is beautiful because okay, I'll slow down a bit again. I just sped up through what I thought was a load of crap. Now it's Alan's pity party again. You see how we flip between the two subjects there? Give them their little massage. Let's get back to me. So they've reported you on TikTok, but I haven't done that. And it's interesting because I'm surprised. Oh, I know what it was. He put a TikTok up and it was of that awful video of that girl being abducted in the recent war. And it said it was labelled as like dangerous content, you know, sensitive content or something. So I don't think we've reported him. I think he's been reported by people on TikTok, just strangers who have come into his TikTok and seen what they've seen randomly and thought, fuck me, this shouldn't be on TikTok.
Rumble. So I've been doing that. And they're trying to ruin me on. They're trying to ruin me on TikTok. They report me on TikTok. Doesn't matter. TikTok don't care. But
and like, if you're not an idiot, you would realise that if you did a TikTok which was pointedly barbed at the barbarism of the Palestinians and then put it on TikTok, that a lot of people would support it if they're on that side, and then a lot of people would be angry about it if they're on the other side. So you might get some reports from a lot of people who are angry about it because it's quite a controversial thing. But Alan revels in controversy because he thinks that's what gets you views.
It's just annoying, isn't it? It's just annoying. I see them all come on my TikTok. I won't bother saying the names. You know the names. If they hate...
Now, I went on his TikTok and left him a polite smiley face with a heart, like all the other ladies did. I also left one message saying he was a nonce, but...
care, but it's just annoying, isn't it? It's just annoying. I see them all come on my TikTok. I won't bother saying the names. You know the names. If they hate me so much, why follow me to TikTok and Rumble?
Because we hate you so much. No, Alan. You know, game on. Do you not understand the rules of this game? Like, game on. We're on the internet, and you were insulting and rude to me, and you've never apologised, and like, it's kind of fun. Lots of people are watching. We're having a lot of fun. I don't know if you noticed, I dressed up as you earlier. It was loads of fun. So having fun is my top one. Secondly, I'll tell you what. Oh, don't they like tipping me? Oh, they give me the tippies. Financial boon. Lucrative financial boon. That's not a problem, is it? That's not a negative to me. When people tipped me, I didn't say, oh, you stop doing that. I'm on my moral high horse here. No, thanks very much for the money. I'm grateful for that as well. That's good. So we have a lot of fun. People tipping me, creating content. Oh, exposing a narcissist. That's quite high on the list. A lot of people who have met narcissists in their lives or have dealt with them are like, oh, fuck these bad narcissists. And then here is one being a bad chuffer and getting his pants pulled down on the internet, having a bam bum smack, bim bins bum smack. And then, you know, everyone likes that. No, there's loads of good reasons for this, isn't there? It's lots of fun. So, also, Alan, you're a massive shitbag who needs to be drawn to account for like further crimes that we discover along the way. The worst one, of course, the noncing, the kids. I don't know why no one else wants to talk about it, like, but you know, once I was 7 years old, I waved at that man. Oh, I shouldn't have been on that smule that night. You know, not good, is it? Not good. Come on.
The battle is won. I'm not on YouTube. To follow me into Rumble and TikTok and patron.
Hello.
They come here. One of them records this tonight. I'll tell you what happens here. This is another thing I don't talk about normally. One of them records this,
Right.
and later on their WhatsApp group, they all watch it.
Do they? They might do. I don't. I broadcast it on YouTube.
So one of them pays for it. Later on, they all watch it and they all pick it to bits. Still, now, today, this show.
Yes.
We're picked to bits by the same people that have been following me, hating me for 5 years.
No, maybe so, but what about the super chuffer? I don't know. I'm saying it a bit too many times this last couple of days. I'm being written out of the fucking story a little bit over here. Getting my egg on now. Getting a bit eggis. Hang on. Getting a bit eggis now. Don't write me out the story, you chuffers. I'm the main one. I'm not the main one, but yeah, like, surprised that I just, you obviously mean me and what we do, you're obviously eggy about that, but you're now just like, yeah, they're still, there's like 2 or 3 people who are still angry about this thing from like ages ago, and they're watching it in a private WhatsApp, so that's what I'm angry about, yeah.
And I don't believe they hate me. I don't think it's possible.
I don't even hate you that much,
to
Alan.
spend your life.
I mean, hate is a strong word that I would say is too much for you. Like, obviously the things you did to my like when you touched over the line and brought my family out into, like, doxed my dad, like when you and your people went like over the line into these places, that to me was a step too far. Yeah, so like quite cross about that, I think. But hate is like a strong word for such a worm of a man. Like, I don't need to hate you because you're too pathetic, but ultimately the thing that I'm most frustrated by Alan, I suppose, which I will never do this now because it frustrates him, but you know what I mean, like, frustrated is a funny word, annoyed by or whatever, is that why don't you just come on a fucking stream? Well, you can't now because you're banned off YouTube, you fucking idiot. But before, we could have made bonds of bucks. Oh, Scotty's just in it for the bucks. No, it would have been good. I'd have given more money to charities than like I'd have given like more money to charities. I'd have had, like, the more I get, the more I'm able to help other people to make our content better and to go, doing things nice for other people. So I'm really lucky that I get to do that. Let's just get that off the screen because I'm not putting my fucking details up on screen. I'm really lucky that I get to do that. There you go. And we could have done something. I'm really cross that we could have done something, Alan. But instead you've shit it all up and ruined it because you're shit. And that's the same with your own. That's the same with your own. Actually, I usually put my. Okay, I got it. Yeah. Please enter address manually. No. It's in. I've done it. Continue. Yes, I'd like the gift aid. PayPal. Boom. Okay. It's really annoying to me that we could have done something a lot better and a lot bigger. Like, I'm looking forward in the future to having more guests on, doing more stuff. Alan won't play ball. Like, he's such an arsehole. Like, it's all so, like, fucking, like, he's such an arsehole that he couldn't even, and a coward, even more than that, a coward, right? He couldn't even, thank you very much, your donation is on its way. Whee! Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone who tippies me. Obviously I use tippies to do things, and that's one of the things I want to do. So, like, thank you. Like, Alan is such an arsehole that we couldn't have an interaction even. Like, he wouldn't face his own deeds on a stream or a panel. He's never, like, he's done panels before, hasn't he? He's been on other people's panels, but in this world, talking about him and his the fucking thing, a thing that he fucking loves to talk about all the time, won't even come on a one-on-one show, just chat about it. Like, such a coward. So that annoys me, because I think we could have done something more than just me talking about you on the internet like this, Alan, and piece by piece picking apart the bollocks that you say and exposing your bullshit. And the thing with Alan as well, right, with some things, like, you can watch and react, and I can play a video and we can do like 10-15 minutes and there's not much for me to say maybe. With Alan, every second word is a lie or a manipulation or a con or like every fucking thing. And people say, well, stop pausing it. You know, stop pausing it. You all right, Andy? You all right? Big ups. People say stop pausing it, stop pausing it. But like with Alan, the problem is that you have to pause it so often because he talks so much shit.
On me. Some bloke in England, they're spending their life on me. They know the ins and outs of my life.
That's not me then, I'm assuming. Maybe he's talking about Martin there, because I do not spend the ins and outs of his life to spend my life on him.
From what?
Obviously, my content on Battery Exhausted, someone said today, in one of the comments, they say, is this all you do? And like, obviously not. Like, look at the channel, there are other people on there, and look at the other channels, and there's more on there. And then don't look at the other stuff I do in the rest of my life, because it's my fucking private life. But you know what I mean? Like, I've got an entire day's worth of stuff that I do, and this stream is only a part of it. So, thank you, Nikki, for the £2 super chat. Big ups. That's your first super chat on this stream. Thank you for taking the extra step and sharing a little bit of something with me. Thank you. Thank you for the £2 super chat. And yeah, like, every time I get one, it throws me off what I'm fucking saying. But yeah, like, there's a whole big world out there. It's not all Alan, so you can't mean me here.
I've said, everything I've said has been recorded. Every little nuance is
Nuance.
chatted on. They talk about if I've got flabby arms or muscles. They talk about my teeth. They talk about my hair. They talk about my glasses. They talk about my eyes.
But Alan, that's because you do that. Pity party, though. Pity party. Now it's poor Alan. Big ups Red Fan for gifting the 5 memberships. Who's going to pick up those gifted memberships? Julia, welcome to member. Jersey Gal, welcome to member. Lady Lucan, not living with Lord Lucan, are you? Welcome to member. Regardation Police, big name in the community. Welcome to member. Check your bum into the membership aisle. Ellie Wood, she's a member. Big ups, welcome to member.
They talk about my pronunciation.
Thank you, Red Fan. We talk about your pronunciation, Alan, because you pronounce all words stupid. Like, you're a massive narcissist who's made yourself into this big special, I'm the big special one, and you're not very special, and you're an arsehole. You've been really rude and mean to people over the years, and then when you do stupid things, people laugh at you because you're actually a fucking clown. Get it right. Pity party.
My family. Talk about you.
Pity party.
Talk about everything but their own life.
Talk about my life all the
must
time.
Be that bad. That bad to obsess about a stranger. And you know what? This is the joke. Like, I'll always be a stranger because they don't know anything about me.
Boom. Boom. What are we missing then, Alan? What is it we're not seeing? They don't know anything about. We know a fucking fair bit, don't we?
They only know what I've told you.
No. We know a lot of things you didn't tell us.
What else can they know?
Stuff other people told us, you fucking idiot. Like, why do people in Western Supermare tell this story about Alan Vinicum being a club DJ, wearing a leotard and the electricity going off, so the music stopping, and him crying? Why do people... Did you tell me that? I don't think you told me that.
Nothing. And I'm lucky to have some good supporters.
You are fucking more than lucky. You fucking turned the screw. You've manipulated them and chained them up mentally. Lucky. You've worked hard on that. If you worked hard on anything, you've worked hard on being an evil bastard manipulating people. There is that.
Still here with me, which is good. And I'm figuring a way. I don't know how we're going to get this justice. The only way, I think, is if finally they drag me to the court, then I can have my say in court. And then
No, you idiot. He thinks the only way you can have justice, meaning get Nichol Kessinger questioned, is if the Americans, I'm assuming, drag him to American court for defamation. He's going to British court for defamation. And when he gets in court, he can say, Your Honour, I draw to the stand one Nichol Kessinger. I called to the stand, Your Honour, one Nichol Kessinger. Nichol, I put it to you that on the night of the 14th, you did murder those children. Like, you know, there will be no talk of Nichol Kessinger and you being able to run the system in court. You're not Ali McBeal. It's not LA Law. You're not on the tellis. Like, you're going to go to court. They're going to process you effectively, and then give you your punishment. Like, you won't be able to effect justice for Nichol Kessinger.
Be reported in the newspapers. Can you imagine if the newspapers got it out of me and then actually publicised the shadow under the truck?
Would they presumably have had the opportunity over the last 5 years? Do you think the newspapers, Mr. Rumble, Mr. Anti-Mainstream Media, do you think the newspapers are going to watch Alan? They're going to see Alan Vinicum in Exeter Crown Court was done for defamation. Oh, little funny story I've picked up on excuse me. Wait, we're going to have to do a phone conversation. What do you mean a phone conversation? What do you mean? I mean, ring ring, hello news desk. Yeah, this isn't just a random stranger. This is actually Scotty Hottie from the crime correspondence department. All right. Well, you sounded really cross. We're all really cross in the news desk, don't you know? I do know, actually. Fair play. I sent you some muffins the other day. Did you get them? No. So anyway, there's a little story in Exeter Crown Court. It's come across my desk. Look, we're at the news desk. We're crossing. We're pretty fucking busy, even if it is one of our own correspondents. So there's this story that's come across my desk from Exeter Crown Court. And there's a man who's up. Are you going to fucking tell us or what? You're getting on like that fucking Lizzie now. Listen, you. Be nicer to Lizzie. Everyone likes her. I know. I was only criticising the interview technique. Listen, you. Get back on track. Right. So there's this news story about this man in Exeter. He lives in Exmouth. It's irrelevant where he lives. He's been defaming the family of a murdered. It's kind of it sounds too convoluted for a headline. This, I know, but do you think this man who found these shadows that might have influenced, probably didn't influence a? Can you just hurry up? When you get hold of this story, you're going to fucking run with this. Just give me a minute. Think of a headline for this. So when the newspaper, he's been done for defamation, and during the court case, he went a bit nuts in the court. He got restrained. He had to be taken out, and he was done for, order in the court. You should know, you're the crime correspondent. He got done for causing a fuss in the court, and where do we hire these people? You don't hire me, I'm a freelancer. All right, get on with it. So he kicked up a big fuss in the court, right? Big ups. I'll take this one. I'll take this. Big ups. Big ups. Jay Muller. Not being rude, all you do is slaughter this guy. That's not true. That's not true. Big ups, Jay Muller. Right. I'll take this forever because a few comments come in like this and I'm not eggy about it at all. I see the perception of it. So you're on this channel that's battery exhausted and there's a lot of Alan all the time. A lot of live streams about him. He said there's a lot to cover and we cover it. In the videos, there are other people that we consider to be interesting characters, other stories, other lolcows. There are other people, okay? There are other people on here. But mainly, more importantly, this is my B-side channel. I do spend quite an extraordinary amount of time on my B-side channel. But I am also the Super Chuffer. And on the main channel, we did a live today, in fact, body language analysis of this guy called Derek Johnson, who might or might not, or probably did, done a murder. And it's slightly more serious stuff. We've sort of moved the more fun and wacky stuff over to this channel, and we've left the slightly more serious stuff that kind of deserves a bit of respect in a way. But we also have an irreverent look at some quite interesting stuff. There's a podcast, there's all this true crime stuff in a way, more sort of body language analysis and psychology. There was while we were covering the Nichol Bully stuff, there's other streams on there as well. So there's a whole body of work over there. And if you've got any mental health issues, I did a channel called Mental Health Monday for a year. So there's a load of content on there as well. I've got all these other channels. So there's quite a lot of other work that I do. True Binaural and ASMR, not updated very much, but an ASMR channel. And that's my first got going on the internet. And I was lucky enough to be part of a documentary project that went onto Netflix where we followed some strongmen around. And I've made 3 documentaries, one of which is available on that channel. Another one is on the Super Chuffer channel. And one of which went on Netflix. And we're looking forward to making more in the future. So as my co-host on Super Chuffer. He's in the hospital at the moment with a back operation. But when he gets a bit better, I'm hoping to use all the tippies that we got and saved up. And a lot of them come through this. Like, a lot of people on the internet seem to enjoy me holding this narcissist to account. I'll tell you about him in just a second. So I'm going to use that. I'm going to push forward, and the content's going well. We're having a great time, and this is one facet of it. So I appreciate that if you jump into this channel, you might think, what's going on? This is what's going on. Big ups, Big Chris. Thanks for the $1.99. Something worth noting about Alan Vinicum, which is the man we're talking about, is that he's a bit of an idiot on the internet. He's a true crime idiot. And like, we're having a laugh, and he's a lolcow, we call them, a lolcow. But on top of that, he's a narcissist and a bully and a very mean and evil person who's done lots of nasty things to lots of different people on the internet and in his personal life and wide life over the years. He's got a big track record of it. One of the worst things for me is when I found him singing with these kids on Smule. They're waving at him. Look, he's smiling at them. And he's singing with kids on Smule. Yeah, keep making his private room. We caught that, and like we called that Nonce-gate. So that was pretty bad. And some of the other bad things that he's done include he set up an agency where he advertised the services of men, women, boys and girls. So if you want to book a boy or a girl as part of your escort agency package, you could have contacted him, which is a bit fucking sinister. That's another. I go with the sex crimey ones at the top of the list, but everyone's got their own sort of list, which includes loads of other stuff. Lots of plagiarism. People on the internet don't like plagiarism, especially when you steal your content from other channels and then pretend it's yours. That's a really bad one. You got other channels strikes taken out. He's been a bit of a fucker. So there's a long story to that, and that's why now I can't explain it all in one, and that's why there's fucking loads of videos. And if Alan wasn't such a fucking weird chuffer, bear in mind this includes being on the telly playing poker. It includes interrogating his daughter-in-law at a stage event. It includes strange discoveries about him having a black room with a black bed and black walls. He grifts and grinds his audience, not in a nice way. Like, you know, he tells lies and makes up weird shit to get this strange group of confused ladies to give him money. There's a lot of begging involved. There's the racism as well, that goes on the list for me. He did a load of songs on Smule, not just with kids, but being a fucking weirdo as well. Like, there's a huge list of like strange and weird things that he's done. So yeah, get on it. Like, learn the history, enjoy the show. If you don't, you can go to one of my other channels, enjoy something completely different if you want. So that's all good in as well. So welcome. Now I've given you a rough and quick overview. Let's get into giving Alan a rough and long and hard going over, which is what we like to do.
Oh, look.
Oh, yeah, and anyone in chat, they can tell you things that Alan's done bad. If you want in chat now, they're all above my head as well, recorded. So if you want to in chat say bad things that Alan's done, then write them down, please. Let anyone new know, you know, the things that he's done that, like, you know, mean that he's right up at top of the list for tearing down a peg or two and being exposed on YouTube for being a narcissist and a grifter and a liar and a scammer and a cheat and a fraud and potentially a sex offender.
Look at this shadow under the truck. Not one TV company has ever showed the shadow that I discovered under the truck. And it wasn't discovered by anybody else. They say that to make me look stupid. January the 10th, 2018, I put it on YouTube. Before that date, there was nothing. On Reddit, there was...
Well, you got no evidence or proof of that. So it seems like that's a lie as well, because the people who hold you to account for not discovering the shadows have got a different set of screenshots that show that it was on the internet before that.
Hundreds of people talking about the shadow of NK coming out the door with a baby and all that. That's what they were talking about, not the shadow under the truck. But anyway, imagine if I got
lying
that
about the
into
past.
The newspapers.
Oh, imagine that, yeah.
Imagine if they dragged me to court and I demanded the right of reply, and I stood up there and said,
what is the right of reply? What are you talking about? The right of reply is to be made public through the same medium in which it was presented. The law caters for several mediums through which you can publish the right of reply. This includes, but not limited to, newspapers. So, What? So if you get... He's confused because he's the one being sued for defamation. So if he's sued for defamation, the right to reply law will mean that he has to publish his retraction on the same platform. Sadly for Alan, he's banned off YouTube, so that's going to be really difficult. But like, it would mean that if the paper had printed some lies about me, my right to reply, proven by the court, would mean that I could say what I want, and they have to print it in their paper in the same medium to which it was presented. Okay, that's what the right to reply is. So Alan doesn't understand it.
I saw Nichol Kessinger walk out the drive. I saw her reflection in the truck. I saw a shadow under the truck of babies. I know that her phone pinged in Frederick at 6 something. Imagine if I could get that out there.
It is out there.
It'd probably be worth going to court, wouldn't it?
You're going to court anyway.
Alan Vinicum, you have been accused of saying that Junior has a police record.
So here we go now. When I'm on the show, I'm doing this. I put it to you, Mr. Vinicum, that you did say on the 14th that Mr. Rusick did have a criminal record. No, sir. No, I didn't, Your Honour. And anyway, they said I was they said I'm a nonce. I put it to you, Mr. Vinicum. So I do that, but in his own head, he is living that fantasy. In the lead up to a court case, that's a very serious thing. That's not going to be like that, Alan. They're not going to be wearing all the wigs and have the hammers and have all the papers. And I put it to you, Mr. Vinicum, it's not going to be like that. It's going to be a much more normal looking room. Yes, there'll be a desk at the front that's elevated that will have the, High Court stuff on it, and the emblem will be on the wall behind. But it might not all be ornate carved wood everywhere. It'll just be a normal sort of room, and you'll get ushered in. You'll sit behind a desk with your lawyer. We won't have one because you're self nutting, and then the other people will turn up on their side. Some legal stuff will happen that you don't understand. They will stand up and say some stuff that you don't really understand either. It will come to your turn, you won't realise because you don't know what's going on, and then you'll say, oh, it's my turn, right, well, and you'll start off with your bollocks, and then immediately you'll be stopped. You will try again, you'll think this isn't fair, and you'll kick up a fuss, and they will tell you that if you continue to kick up a fuss, you'll be holding contempt of court, and you'll understand that bit, and you'll sit down and shut up while they read you what's the result. And the result is going to be, you are bad, you are, bad, and you won't understand it again. So you'll come out confused and angry, and you won't understand it. And that's how that's going to happen. It won't be like your fantasy world.
I say, yeah, he has. And they say, how do you know that? I say, well, read this, look, and I'll read it out in court. Does he want that?
No, again, even if, okay, so this is a problem for Alan. Right, this is a huge problem for Alan, isn't it? That even if you have evidence to prove your side of the case, you cannot simply produce it from inside your jacket and read it out in court. Don't you have to submit it as evidence? Isn't this why you have a lawyer? Maybe someone in chat can help me out with this. I'm going to make chat a bit bigger on my head so I can read it a bit better on the big screen. Can somebody, tell me if I'm right or wrong in this? Can you, in court, just pull out evidence and say, well, good point, here's this? Or is it important that you have to have submitted it in advance? Do the other side need to see it, or will the judge admit it? Seems like a very fast and loose way of approaching your court case, Alan, which is impending.
Does he want Duty Ron and all his lovely supporters to hear those words of what he did? Is that really what he wants? You've got to be careful what you wish for when you're taking someone to court. Well,
I don't think any of them will hear what's said in court, will they? Because I don't think they'll be there. I'm pretty certain the Rusicks won't be flying over from fucking America to appear in court. I think their lawyer will just do it for them. And whatever you say will be what you said. And that's why you're in court, for the defamation. So whilst they might not want to hear it, they've already heard it, and you're in court for it. So you're reading it out and upsetting them. It will almost be like, they'll be shocked and surprised that you did it because it'll be such a foolish move. Yeah, they'll be like, I can't believe he's reading out the defamation as his defence in the defamation trial. Although the defamation is that the defence would be that it's true. So that's fair enough in some ways. If you could prove it's true and whatever, I don't know what they're taking you to court for, but you seem to think it's this thing. If you could prove its validity, that would be a valid defence. And I'm a bit worried for Frankie in that aspect, because if he, I don't know the ins and outs, but what Alan showed seemed to look like criminal thing. I don't know. I just make sure that I'm sure that Frankie knows why he's suing him and that he's going to win. Otherwise, he wouldn't be suing him. Hey, and I'm sure Alan's confused. So there's that. But like the other side are not going to be like, oh my god, I'm learning this for the first time ever, and now Frankie is changed in my eyes. Like, actually, what's going to happen, Alan, is they've heard you say this before. It's one of the reasons you're in court.
Because I will tell them why I said it.
I will tell them why.
Because it's true.
I have got £1 million in the bank. I am a big chuffer. All the chicken I can eat. I will tell them why.
You cannot sue somebody for slander for telling the truth.
You can't
Not
do
even
that.
in this country.
You can't.
So do they really want the newspapers to know what they've done? Probably not. Does Rourke want to know the mistakes he's made broadcasting to the world?
No Cadillac, no perms you can see. I ain't no mother effing P.I.P. I don't know what you heard about me, but no bitch can get $1 out of me. No Cadillac, no perms you can see. I'm mother P.I.P. No shorty down the cup, she says. She's dancing for the dollars. She gets things for that. She gets Gucci, the Fernandi, the Prada, the BCGBG, the Blueberry, the Dolce Gabbana. She feeds the foolish fantasies. They pay her because they want her. I stick a little man G. And my game got an hour later, I have that. Up in the Ramadan.
Ramadan.
Is in her ears. I've got the bitch by the bar trying to get a drink out of me. She likes my style, she likes my smile, she likes the way I talk.
She likes the way I talk.
Country. I'm from New York.
I am from... She like the way I talk. She from the country, so she like me cause I'm from New York. I ain't that trying to holler cause I want some head. I'm not trying to holler cause I want some bread. Like, don't you know?
I get no Holocaust. I just want to get, I can't use these swear words. How could I couldn't let her? She performs when she's in the bed. Bitch, hit a track, catch a date, come and pay me, kid. Look, baby, this is simple, can you see? You go, I mean, no effing with me. You're messing with a P.I.M.P. I don't know what you heard about me, but no bitch can get $1 out of me. No Cadillac, no perms you can't see. I'm just a mother M.I.M.P. I don't know what you heard about me.
That's the one.
Me. No Cadillac, no perms you can't see. I'm just a mother M.I.M.P. But no bitch can get $1 out of me. No Cadillac, no perms you can't see. I'm just a mother M.I.M.P.
He's such a bellend, isn't he? Like, he's such a fucking bellend. I mean, now I think he was high on coke when he did that. Sweating on the sofa, high on coke. Someone told me these are for the committed subs, these videos. That they're for the ones that love him behind the scenes. But, you know, he wasn't doing that with children for them, was he? So, you don't know. This is for Alan.
I don't know what you heard about me. You ain't gonna get no dollars out of me. P.I.M.P. I don't know what you heard about me, but no bitch can get $1 out of me. No Cadillac, no perms you can't see. I'm just a mother M.I.M.P. I don't know what you heard about me.
Okay. Ed, I'm starting to feel a bit bad for him now. He's had enough for a battering. No, that's being ageist as well. What's happening is you are a good person, so you have sympathy and feelings. I get it. But this is a narcissist. And what he will do is he will use that and see you as a weak person and twist it against you. At any opportunity throughout any of this, whenever anyone's offered him a bit of an olive branch or anything like that, especially the kindness of people like Tosha, He's twisted it and used it against them. He's a narcissist. Don't ever feel sorry for the narcissist. Never. It's like feeling sorry for a wasp or a snake that's biting you. Remove the snake. Keep your eye on the snake. The snake is the snake. Oh, poor snakey. I mean, I'm vegan, so okay, poor snakey. But like, wasp is a wasp. Worst one, the wasps. No one likes wasps. They don't even make treacle. Bees make honey. You couldn't even make treacle. Listen, he's like a wasp, man. Don't feel sorry for him. Please, can we have some Kirsty in a bit? We'll see how cross Alan gets, I suppose. I'll put it on the pin board. Thank you, Cheeky Chops, for the £2 super chat. Kirsty? What? Kirsty, you're dressed like... Don't you're dressed like him, me. I'm dressed like him because he's my dad. Hang on. Where's my glasses? Let's see if I can do this quick enough. You're dressed like him. I won't be. I'll stab myself in the eye. Hang on, I'll fold them over like that. Right. You're dressed like him. I'm not... You're dressed like him. I'm just ready to go out for a run, Mom. You're dressed like him. I'm wearing those sport glasses he got me. You're dressed like him. Well, I suppose I do look a bit like him. No, but you're dressed like him, Kirsty. Well, but... Kirsty, take off that cap. Take off that cap, Kirsty. I'm not having it in this house. There you go. You've had a bit of that now. What's happening to me?
You ain't gonna get no dollars out of me. Pimp my ride. Well, ride my Cadillac, baby.
Ride my pimp, baby. Pimp my ride. Ride my pimp. Get my mimp and chimp the dimples. And then I'll pop your pimples. I'll fill your glass till the rim falls. I'll lick your bum till the rim falls. Anyway, we'll just stop doing that rap right there. Let's go back to real world. Alan's fantasy
Does
world.
he?
Pimp my
Where he
ride.
stopped the defence going to the autopsy. Where he sealed all the records. Where he gave up the crime scene before we found the bodies. What country, which newspaper would think that was right to give up a crime scene where 4 people were supposedly murdered before they found the bodies?
What?
Is that not criminal?
No, I think you'll find that it's not a crime scene until the guy... It wasn't a crime scene because there was no evidence of the crime being committed, was it, initially? But they did lock down the house. I mean, again, I don't want to do the pedantics of it, but they did lock down the house and do extensive searches with dogs and forensics. So
That's the thing, 6 and 1. They give up the crime scene before they found the bodies. And worse than that, they didn't do a crime scene.
You didn't do a conspiracy.
Wouldn't that be seen as really bad if I got that out there in the press?
Alan,
Do they really want this stuff in the press?
what are you talking
If
about?
they want it to go away, they should leave me alone, right?
What?
But they want me to go away.
You have gone away.
They want to close me down.
Everyone wants to close you down.
Because if I go, everything goes.
It's gone.
Other channels don't talk
But
about what I've discovered.
what are you talking about? They have all. You've said it yourself. They all talk about the same stuff as you, but they don't get shut down. So why are they picking on me? But now, all of a sudden, no one else talks about what you talk about. You're the only one. And if that's the case, it's because it's lies and nonsense that they've managed to debunk. So there's no point in talking about it. What has happened?
They talk about trivial stuff.
We're mimps because Alan said mimp in that song. That's why we're the mimp squad.
They don't talk about the cadaver dogs not alerting to anybody dying in the
You said
house.
cadaver dogs correctly
They
there.
don't talk about the fact that her truck and his truck was not properly searched for DNA and fingerprints.
But you've talked about it an awful lot.
They don't talk about the serious things.
For 5 years.
They
and
talk about the drama.
for 5 years, it didn't get you taken off YouTube. The Chuffer Man comes along for 6 months. And I'm not saying I'm some special Chuffer Man, but I just want to make the point clear to people that Alan's making up this weird lie that he's been removed by the deep state because he's called out D.A. Rourke. But the truth is, he's been removed off YouTube because he broke their terms of service, because he's an arsehole.
Things. And because I home in on the facts, which they call
Oh,
conspiracy.
good point, Karen. Good point. Very good point, Karen. Sorry, I didn't. You're right. That's a very good point. I didn't have this lined up. That's a very good point. I don't want to watch the news, but I'll just put This will get me done on the internet. I will get done for restreaming. You watch. But right, here's the video for today's episode. Thank God, House is in recess, so I can't get done for this. This is a video of the news, effectively. So I'm off. Where's my banknote? I need to snort some cocaine. Very good call. Very good shout.
That's why I hurt them the most. That's where the DA's office gets a lot of emails about the stuff I say. He admitted himself, he says 6,000 emails asking him to arrest NK. Where do you think that's come from?
Well, then there's 6,000 emails. So it's not all come from you, has it? Because there's not even 6,000 people who watch your fucking show.
I haven't got like 6,000 emails asking him to question that Shanann did it, are they? No. Because you know I'm right. And a lot of people know I'm right now.
Who's saying, Scott, stop? Manuela, stop what? Do you like me in Alan? Do you like me dressed as Alan? Do you like me as Alan? Am I not? Am I a good Alan? What am I to stop? I'll carry on.
And I noticed...
Maybe it's because I was putting the news on. She just didn't want me to get binned off for the news.
The Watts case is getting talked about even more than it was a couple of years ago.
So that contradicts everything you've just said.
In nature, because if you're not happy with something, you're going to ask questions.
And it's not.
You know what?
He's wrong about that. We did it the other day. We looked at Google Trends. The Watts case is not being talked about more than ever. It's being talked about less than ever. In fact, less than ever.
What? It's not illegal.
The only person who's still doing it is him and a handful of people on YouTube who can pull 300,000 to 1 million views on a well-researched video about true crime that slots nicely into their repertoire of videos. But other than that...
It's illegal to ask questions. It's not. I will reproduce the... I'm waiting to get a better... I think I can get a clearer camera these days because things are moving on.
Right, but the cameras that were around back then were the cameras that were around back then. So you won't get a clearer camera, like, unless you go and drive by the house and photograph it in today. You know, unless you literally go and take modern photographs and videos of it, which is possible. But I think you might be breaking the law because you'd be videoing people's private property because they don't own that house anymore. So you could go and video around someone's house. I guess that's possible. You won't be doing it because you live in England and you're not going to America to take videos of Chris Watts' house. So I don't know what you're talking about here.
And I'm trying to afford to buy as a what do you call it, an app that will make pictures clearer.
Oh, I'm trying to afford to buy. Give me money. It's a beg. It's a beg. But there are things that do that. Artificial intelligence. And you don't have to buy it. Like, you know, it'll be like $1.99. Hang on. That was me. Sorry. I'm trying to get Firefox so you can see it. AI sharpening pictures. Not Ecosia. Oh, Ecosia will do it. Look, there's one. Free download. So I don't think you need to pay for this, Alan. Like, I don't want to fucking download it though, so I want it to go online. I'll do it for online. Free AI sharpening pictures online. I don't want to have to register either though, but free online image sharpener for free instantly. So sign in with your Google account. I don't want to. I just want to do it. Sharpen image now. Will it just let me do one? Yes. Okay. Try it for free. Start free trial. I don't want to do a free trial. No. I just want to see it work once. So there is, you might have to pay for some of these. You know, obviously this one's free for a bit. But I just want to see it with, for example, I've got pictures that I can use for this that aren't very sharp. For example, Scotty Hottie, working quick. Thumbnails here. The ones that I make are my thumbnails, and they are of that man, and mainly they are of that man. There you go. Look, I'm doing it for free on the internet now. That's sharp. That's as it was. That's sharper. And that's as it was. And sharper. They just put black lines around stuff. And as it was. And sharper. And as it was. Do you prefer option A or option B? Is it better with option A or with option B? So shut up, Alan. Shut up. I'm working to be able to afford artificial intelligence that will make the videos better. Like, you're working, you can afford it now because they've given you hundreds of thousands of pounds over the years. Like, you're just begging the people who have given you loads of money for a bit more money. Like,
you know, like you see things from the 1920s and they colorize them, you know? Well,
well, you're a metadata expert who can do this on your computer, aren't you? You certainly managed to Photoshop up the colour for the fucking Nichol bully. You were like, oh, look at this with the colour changed on the photo. And now, look, if I change the colour, you can see a tennis ball. You were just doing that on your phone, weren't you? With the different fucking templates, with the, what you call them, the filters. You were just using filters on your phone, weren't you? You stupid. Like, what a dafty.
There's apps now that will get rid of the distortions better. And I'm hoping to come up with a clearer picture of NK on the drive, a clearer picture of her in the reflection of the truck. So I'm working on that now.
So you think that something that you've put through filters and used artificial intelligence to manipulate will be admissible as evidence?
It's the two important things. I think if I could get a clear footage of NK, and it is rumoured you can get a clear picture now of NK walking out the house. If Armchair Detective had a clear picture of NK walking out the house, and AD had a clear picture of NK's reflection in Chris's truck's door, what do you think they'd have to do?
Nothing. Like, if you had that, nothing. If Chris Watts' legal team used it as part of an appeal, something. And you don't have that, and you can't have that. Like, it doesn't exist.
They'd have to arrest her, right? So my future...
And like, again, as well, I'm not even... I know we get into the pedantics of this bollocks, but I'm not even on Team Kessinger or not on Team Kessinger or anything. I don't care. She could have been there. She could have done it. She couldn't have been, whatever. Like it doesn't really matter to me. Like, I don't have to defend her. Like, I don't care. Okay, so she was there then. She did it. So what? You're still a narcissistic, evil grifter. Like, you are not on some special crusade for justice here. We've seen it because on the day you got kicked off YouTube, all you were concerned about is how much money you were going to get that day. Like, we've covered it on the show. We've seen it. We've called it out for what it is. All of the crusade for justice, that all went away for about a week and a half, while the crusade for making sure Alan's got enough money was the most important thing. And then the crusade for justice has sort of raised its little head here in Patreon only, just for these special people who need to hear this again and again. It's fucking ridiculous.
That's what I want to do. That's what I'm working on. That's what I want to get. Clearer reproductions of those. Now, I guarantee you that the FBI got a beautifully clear picture of NK walking out that morning.
You guarantee
if you
that.
Remember when Netflix did their series, did their film on it? Remember NK being questioned? My God, how much clearer was it for Netflix?
That's because Netflix, they're a media producer. So in the same way as I just tidied up your photo, when I use your shit quality image for my thumbnails, I can do things to them to make them look better. In the editing suite, I will be able to adapt the color balance, the green, the reds, all the difference on all the different levels of mid-tone, highlight and shadow. I'll be able to adjust the gamma. I'll be able, do you know what you're doing, Alan? Do you understand? Why is Netflix picture sharper than the one I saw on the internet?
Because the family that were helping the Netflix, I've got to be careful what I say. Well County gave Netflix a much clearer picture of NK.
I nearly spilled my tea then.
I've got to be careful what I say. Weld County gave Netflix a much clearer picture.
He's such an arse, isn't he? He's such an arse.
Of NK being interviewed. And damn me, you could see the lumps missing from her hair in the Netflix movie like we never saw before.
Chris could have pulled them. Chris could have pulled them out when he was doing her in the bumhole.
That's a fact. That's not me conspiring. Netflix were given a clearer image than we were given.
Maybe Netflix would have had the wherewithal to request or, you know, get access to the original from the owners, which are not the family, you know, are not even the police. I know it's evidence, but surely the man who owns the footage is the man who owned the footage, the next door neighbour. And I'm pretty sure he would have sat on that and said, I'm keeping that, that's important. And then when Netflix came calling and offered him lots of monies, he might have said, yeah, absolutely. I don't know about the legalities of a piece of media like that that's using evidence after the court case is finished and over. But my guess is that they just probably went straight to source of ownership of media and did not get fed like secret. This is this fucking delusion. He feeds it to his spanners, but he talks about it all the time in his own stuff as well. In the same way, you know, Martin Dean is feeding me delusions, and the same way that Genetic Toad and that lady that we watched Snood on, you know, thought that I was being fed stuff from the other side. Like, they're all fucking confused and paranoid about people feeding people information. Like, more likely than not, a great big media company like Netflix would go direct to, like, legally to the owner of the media, because they have to if they're going to broadcast it.
Couldn't be happier. Swish and then whoosh.
Big ups,
Andy
Andy.
Claire sent tippies for the Under Armour hat lols. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thank you very much. Yes, Tippies did buy this Under Armour hat. I will be wearing it backwards for the majority of its life, but it is the symbol of the Masonic oppression. We saw it on top of Emma White's head, and Alan wears it a lot. So sadly, I've got one now, but I'm not being oppressed by the Masons. I'm wearing it to take the piss.
When we bought ours from Weld County, much clearer. So if we accept that as a fact, and it is a fact, you don't think they've got a clearer picture of Nate's CCTV?
No, I think they've got the original CCTV.
We didn't get the clear picture of Nate's CCTV.
No, we
got 12, I don't know, it was like what Nate gave them, right? And then it went through another machine, and then we got that, you know?
Sort of, he's nearly right. I mean, it doesn't really go through machines in the same way. It's digital footage, so but we do get, you know, we don't get Nate's CCTV uploaded direct to YouTube. I don't think. However, what I would say is that when Netflix utilised the original footage, it was in the corner. It was like a small corner, so that's not 720p or 1080p up there in that small corner. The whole screen might be 720p, or in the case of this footage, even lower quality, who knows. But so the whole screen might be. But that corner, when you take it and make it fit the full screen, it ends up being at like 380, 360, you know, something silly resolution. And that's why it looked so bad. And that's why the shadows are hard, and it's why it's all a mess, and it's why you can't draw anything from it, Alan, and there's nothing really there for you to see, and it's why it's like pareidolia, seeing things in clouds and whatever you want, Alan. But like for Netflix and stuff like that, they would just like have sophisticated editing techniques to clean it up, sharpen up the resolution, put on a couple of filters, things like that. So maybe you saw a sharper image on Netflix, and then because the other thing that Alan will notice or not notice or understand is that he's watching this through his devices. He's got the shit internet. Remember, we see his internet when he's broadcasting it shit. This is shit now because of his shit internet. I'm a lot crispier and sharper than Alan is because of his shit internet. So when he's watching things on the YouTubes, they probably don't look as good as when he's watching them on his big telly that he's paid a lot more money for the screen and the colours and all that. The telly's probably a lot better than his shit monitor that he's watching it on. So that's probably a big difference as well. Oh, the Netflix documentary looked a lot better than YouTube. That's because you're watching it on a great big telly and it's been produced with Netflix level of media production. You fucking idiot.
Imagine if you had the CCTV directly from Nate's telly. If you looked on Nate's television when they're doing the body cam, it's miles clearer. It's miles clearer on his TV than we were given. So why is that?
How can you possibly see it was clearer? You're watching it through the body cam. Like, that's a pure assumption. Unless the body cam footage was clearer than the CCTV you watched, in which case, watch it off the body cam. That was clearer. I don't know what you fucking mean.
Because they wanted to distort it so we didn't see NK's car coming that night. And it's so obvious.
No, the full unadulterated footage has been released and poured over by many.
Isn't it?
Many millions.
If Netflix got clearer pictures of NK's head and Nate's got clearer pictures on his telly than was released to us, the public, then what does that tell you?
Mods, come on. Adult chat's got to go. Yes, thank you. I was watching. I was going to do it myself. I was just like, the mods will get that. Well done. You're first. Dover and Dolly's one first. Well done.
It tells you that they're deliberately giving us pictures we can't see. Deliberately, mind.
Giving you pictures you can't see.
And I'm not like making that up or a conspiracy.
Oh,
that
good.
Is a fact.
I'm glad that you made sure to tell us that you're not making something up or conspiracying. Yeah, that proves it then. I remember Alan saying he's not making that up, so that was a fact. Often when people tell you the truth, they make sure to say, listen, I'm going to tell you the truth now, and I'm not making this up, but that always goes well.
Because I've just proved it to you.
Proved it.
Clearer pictures on Nate's TV, clearer pictures on Netflix.
Ooh.
How much more are they hiding?
Except what you just said didn't make any sense, but carry on.
How much more are they hiding, right? How do we know there's no clumps of NK's hair in the house, the crime scene, that next morning?
How much more were they hiding? So you're now to run a true crime episode, and your premise is, how do we know that they didn't have, when Lady Diana died, how do we know that they didn't have a shovel in the back of the car that they found that someone had hit her in the head with? Huh? How do you know another car didn't pull up next to it and smash her in the head with a shovel? All this and more will be made up by Alan in the next hour. How do they know? How do you know? You don't know. If you make something up that there's no factual evidence for it, then you can say anything. Like, how do you know that they didn't have that exact elephant doll in their house, but it got taken out and hidden before the police arrived? How do you know that Hulk Hogan didn't go over the night before, but didn't get caught on the CCTV because he went in through the roof? Unless he was definitely wrestling somewhere, there's no way to guarantee he didn't. So that's next week's episode sorted.
How do we know?
Big ups Val. Everyone loves Val here, including me. Including me. If you just arrived, I'll do it. You'll like this. You'll like this. Alan obviously is a total bastard, and he is doing his hard grift manipulation. This is his Patreon, so it's just for those really confused few who need their bedtime stories read by this disgusting narcissist. But for the rest of us, it is just a horror show, isn't it? So I try and lighten it up. I do try and create a bit of a fun, lighten it up. I do try and lighten it up a bit. Sex mad Val, you're on the holidays. Oh, how was your holidays, you sex mad Val? You and the cartoon lady. How do you know that fucking Nichol Kessinger didn't come round my house and fucking give me a massage? I saw Nichol Kessinger was hiding in the cereal cupboard. Hey? 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 Sorry. I don't know. Maybe not everyone likes that. I think it's funny. That's my new thing now. So I hope he likes it. I hope Alan likes it. Because for Halloween, I'm going to be dressing as Alan and hiding in a local children's play area.
There's no clumps of hair in her truck. We don't know where the clumps of hair happened, do we?
We don't know where the clumps of your hair went, Alan, to be fair, either, do we? But, you know, we're not here to speculate.
If Shanann wasn't killed in the house, where was she killed?
Oh, my God!
The dogs said nobody died in the house.
The dogs didn't say anything, they're dogs.
God knows what happened. I
God
don't
knows.
know because I wasn't there.
Yeah, exactly. That's the best thing you've said all evening. You don't know because you wasn't there. But for 30 minutes, you've managed to fill time.
But it's not what Chris told you.
No, probably not. He's a murderer.
Is
He did a load of lies. Do you remember? Do you remember that they recorded him on they did a lie detector and he took all the lie detector? Do you remember this? It's in the case.
Chris hasn't. Chris has only gave you a scenario that gets NK off the hook. That's all he gave.
He loves it. I know, listen, don't get cross about him doing it over and over again. He's done it over and over again. He's still doing it. But now he's doing it in a child's bedroom when he's supposed to have enjoyed a nice evening with family and friends. He's turning to this small group of ladies who are still, for some reason, and I say ladies, it's not sexist, they are ladies, aren't they? For some reason, they're still glommed onto him. And there's only like 4 or 5 of them now. Like literally, like there'd be about 20 that watch this and about 4 or 5 committed ones. And like he's got to really work them hard. And it's fucking sad. Like, it's really fucking sad. Like, he's not on YouTube anymore. He's on his Rumble. And he's got no friends. And he's talking to no one. And he's just having to hard manipulate Melissa Marvelous and Liz, whatever her name is, so that they will give him a bit of money at the end of the month, which isn't enough money for him to do his horrible dealings with. So they need a bit more money, please. And it might be enough money, just enough money. So on top of my on top of the pension, on top of the PayPal, on top of the Rumble monies, on top of the locals, it might just be enough monies because it's more monies than none, isn't it? Which is what you would have. But yeah.
But he did tell Sherilyn Cadell a lot more.
He told this woman a lot more
about the dark people that were at the sand dunes with guns.
What?
That frightened him. The same dark people used to visit NK's flats occasionally, where they talked about dark things.
Oh, he's talking about the sex cult. We were going to do an episode on that, but I decided to not really cover the Nichol Kessinger stuff. The sex cult people, you mean? The sex cult, the dark people. They were shagging her then in the sex cult room round her house. Oh, I bet you fucking love that, Alan. Why don't you join this? Maybe he's in the sex cult. Maybe he does this. Well, they won't have him. No. Could you imagine you turn up to the sex cult and you'd be like, yes, right then. Saturday night sex cult, get me down there. And you get down, sex cult. I bet Val, sorry Val, I have to call you Sex Mad Val because Alan does, and it's because it's funny. Sex Mad Val and me, we're off down the sex cult. You come in, Alan, and you get there, and they're like, you two can come in, but he's not, sorry. And he's like, yeah, but I washed it. And they're like, sorry mate, no. Sorry, your name's not down. He's like, what? Joe Lawson? Let me check. No. What? What was the name of that thing? John Bray? No. Your name's not down, you're not coming. If he did sneak in, they'd spot him, they'd get him out. You're not going to you'd be like, right, let's get some sex cult on the go. Sex cult, sex cult, sex cult. Wait. And then Alan's like, yeah. And you're like, oh. He's put everyone off. She was all ready then to go and roll around on. I was all ready then with my strappings on, but you've put everyone off, Alan. Does anyone fancy a game of cards instead? Should we go down the pub and just have a game of cards? We're all going down the pub to play pool instead, Alan. You can do the sex cult tonight on your own, eh? You do the sex cult on your own, eh? You do the sex cult on your own. It's off tonight. Sorry, sex cult's off tonight. Oh. Like someone's done a poo in the fucking foyer. Oh. Alan.
And give out dark drinks. and had a
Sex cult. Go on.
leather-clad book.
Leather-clad book. Sex
Certain
cult.
person.
Sex cult. You love
She
Nichol.
was friends with druids.
She was friends with
Wicca.
Wicca.
All that's been swept under the carpet, isn't it?
Has it?
The only way they just give you the simple stuff. Oh yes, you like yoga. Oh yeah.
Yeah, sexy yoga. Sexy, dark, satanic yoga with sex in the bumhole. That's what he's thinking, isn't
She
it?
liked
Come
yoga
on.
so much she went to Peru.
For sex.
She goes to Peru for yoga.
No one. They go there
She
for
went to-
sex and cocaine, don't they, Alan? Oh, God. Are you getting hard? You're in a child's bedroom. So if you're going to masturbate tonight, you're going to leave your stains in this child's bedroom. It's probably not... I wouldn't... But then...
Peru for more than just yoga.
Yeah. These women enjoying their fucking lives.
It's raining again. I couldn't
Shut-
be happier. Swish, and then whoosh.
Flamete Thuminant
Big up.
numbers sent tippies. What happened to the 8k in poker winnings in February of last year? What about all the inheritance money when his mum passed away?
He murdered her.
What drugs is he spending it on? Super Chuffer owes 4 hugs.
We did some cards. You'll see them in a bit. Yeah, I think he flushed the money all down the toilet by making increasingly bigger gambles and by having increasingly extravagant lifestyle, and to the point where he's now just dependent on 3-4 things that he's addicted to, like gin, narcissistic attention. He needs that. He needs that that fix. He's also addicted to gambling, and he's addicted, I think, to cocaine as well. I'm pretty confident now we've been seeing the signs when you look back over it of his sometimes more heavy and sometimes less heavy cocaine use, and then there's the noncing as well, which seems like it has a sort of addictive quality to him, like living on the edge of dangerous sex with children.
My channel down without warning. Taking all my videos speaks to a desperate attempt to hide the truth. Thank you.
He's got a message. You'll like that.
The news media won't give you any of the stuff I've just said.
Because they have to validate it and verify it, and if it turns out to be unproven bollocks, they won't. But some of them did. That's where you got it from, you fucking nutter. Like, how did you find out about Nichol Kessinger's sex cult? Hang on. Nichol Kessinger sex cult. It'll be in the Daily Mail. Watch. It will be in the Daily Mail. Give me the Firefox. Boom. And let's just have a look at news for this. Esquire, The Mirror. There's all sorts of horrible things here. There's OK Magazine talking about it. So it seems like there's not loads that are saying sex cult. But maybe that's because I'm using the word sex cult and they wouldn't say that. What's it called? It's called the... Oh no, this one calls it the sex cult. NXIVM. NXIVM, is it? Actually, surprisingly, there are fewer mainstream media outlets talking about this than I thought there would be. But there are mainstream media outlets that do report on it and talk about it. Yeah, because certainly I was able to find out all about it, and we were lining up a bit of a fun frolic through the world of Nichol Kessinger's sex cult as an episode. But yeah,
How can they not report the shadow
maybe I don't want to do that as content.
under the truck? Come on, in all those documentaries, how can they not go? Well, Chris Watts said that Shanann killed the girls that night, but it was proven the next day because one of the girls walked out and we were seeing her under the truck shadow. How can they not? How can that not be brought up?
I haven't seen these documentaries, so I don't know.
There has to be a reason, right? And the reason is
Conspiracy, lies.
the media have to stick to the narrative they're given, or else.
It's funny, isn't it, the way that his current position on Rumble folds really neatly into that. Yesterday I was saying that this is an exercise, because bear in mind, we're doing this to the people that are in his Patreon. He's doing this to a small group of people. It was quite necessary for him to get on and do this in his mind. And he's giving them what they want. They want Nichol Kessinger, the same way as we do all Alan all the time. They want Nichol Kessinger all the time. They want Alan to be pop in that Kessinger butthole all the time, don't they? So that's what they're paying him for. That's why they've supported him over these years. And right now, Alan's on Rumble, and Rumble doesn't give a fuck about that. Rumble's talking about all sorts of other stuff. Like, Rumble is literally like American politics 101. Like, you've got to be on Biden or Trump or some of this bollocks, haven't you? Like, that's what it's for. Like, there's also some big gamers that have gone over there to try and take the younger generation and help them to be indoctrinated by accident through monies. They got paid big monies to go over there, some of them. And other people just want to get views and attention on a different platform. But mainly it's this. So Alan's in that mix, and Nichol Kessinger and anything like that, and 5 years ago there was a murder, it just doesn't cut it. No one gives too much of a fuck about true crime on Rumble. If you want to watch that, go over to the mainstream media, you fucking idiots. Go and watch the mainstream media, because we're Rumble. Like, we don't watch the mainstream media, we critique it. And Alan uses the mainstream media in the vast volume of his content. It's all underpinned by Sky News, by Fox News, by, you know, all these media outlets that are completely the antithesis of the ethics of the Rumble viewer. So Alan's in like a wilderness now, and he doesn't understand it. So he's going to try and he's a chameleon. He's a liar and a caricature of a parrot. Like, he's not really a detective, is he? He doesn't really do any detectiving. He doesn't know anything about it. But he saw a picture of somebody on telly talking about a crime. Probably he watched Richard D. Hall talking about Madeleine McCann, and he thought, I can do that. If that man can do it, all it is talking. I can get an armchair, and I can get some books, and I can put on a hat, and I can wear glasses and a pipe, and I can be a detective. And now I'm Sherlock Holmes, and I look the part. Ergo, I am selling it to the audience. I don't have to have I've got the gift of the gab, thinks Alan. I can just, like, you know, I can fly by my team. I've done that when I was a restaurateur. I didn't know anything about restaurants, but I got one, and now I am one. And I don't know anything about poker, really, but I've sat there and, like, you know, I know that an ace is good, so I'll go all in when I get that one, and then like, I'm good. You know, like, and he's been shit at everything and failed because he is a dilettante, because he's not a real grafter, hard worker, learner. Val knows, like, big ups Val in chat for this. Being a hairdresser, this is something we've got in common. You can't just walk in. You can. There are some people who are quite talented, but even that needs honing. You can't just walk in and say, I don't know what I'm doing, let's cut you a bob. Like, let's start just by hacking in at this bit. Like, you can't do it. You just can't. Like, you need to understand the geometry and the way the head shape works, and the way the fall of the hair, the way the elasticity of the hair. You know, you have to understand what you're doing. Otherwise, you can dress up like a hairdresser and you can have a snazzy haircut. And a lot of hairdressers fall into this category, as Val will probably agree with me, maybe, that there's quite a lot that look the part. But I don't want to have my hair cut by someone who looks fantastic like they're Russell Brand, but thinks more about that than my own fucking haircut. Like, it's about the skill. It's about, like, all the glamour and facade doesn't matter. It's about the skill behind the wheel. So, like, behind the scissors. So same with this, same with anything. Alan can do it to the point where he gets found out. He can dress up and pretend until he's right there. Alan could be a racing car driver, because he can get himself behind the wheel of a race car and he can blag his way there, and then the lights go green, and he's like, fuck, and he has to press the pedal, and the car starts to fly about, and he's crashed it into the bush, and then, like, they're like, that guy was never a good racing. He's awful. He's terrible. And he'll say, well, the suspension was off and the wheels weren't pointing in the right direction, and then I'm fucking, like, you know, I'm doing my best here, but you didn't support me in the right way, and it's not my fault. And now I'm not going to be a racing driver anymore. I'm going to go and work in the circus, because I've always had a passion for juggling. Like, it just, what? Like, you were a skilled jewelry manufacturer at one point, apparently. You're a DJ. You've, like, you know, what are you? But so the point is, I'm trying to roll myself back in. Chameleonic means Alan, the chameleonic Alan, knows that to make a success of this next phase in this setup, what he's doing is shit, and it won't cut it. So Alan's content has been a bit more focused on politics. Oh yeah, there's still some of that shit, but politics and the royals, discrediting experts, which was a self-flagellation to say that he was also an expert and he got discredited. Politics and, like, you know, racist politics in the main. But Alan's found himself in this strange place, and he's trying to fit in. Yeah. He's trying to reinvent himself. But at the same time, these people are holding him back and need to be, they need to be patted on the head and given their daily Kessinger. Okay. But he also needs to convince them that it's more important to forget Nichol Kessinger and to support him on his Rumble journey of talking bollocks about other races. Because if they don't support him, who's going to? And he needs to change. So he's in this really fucked up position. So now the manipulation is, here's your daily Kessinger, but also forget Nichol Kessinger and start taking this in your mouth instead, which is we need to change the world because they're silencing us, and the DA and the silencing is all part of this bigger global agenda to do silencing to people like us. And you're on my side, aren't you? You also don't like blacks. Aren't you scared that your daughter's going to be raped by a gang of black men? Now that's going to get me done off the internet now, isn't it, for monetization purposes? Whoops. But, this is Alan's opinions that he's basically voiced on his own channel in the past, not mine. I do not share those opinions. I think they are bad racist opinions. Alan, let's see how you're going to convince your audience that Nichol Kessinger is important, but not quite as important as you.
That's the only thing I can think. How do we know the Peru thing wasn't the start of this whole thing? How do we know the training in Peru wasn't the catalyst for the Googling Shanann and Chris miles before she met them?
That was debunked. I'm glad that I've learned. I don't want to get into the nitty gritty. I want to skim over it, but I know that today he's going to mention it, so I have to deal with it. That was debunked. It was a works phone. So someone had that works phone before Nichol Kessinger had worked there. They had Googled about Chris, naturally, because it's a work phone and they had to do something involving work, so they googled about Chris and he worked there. And then later on the phone was removed, like the SIM card, the numbers or whatever, but the Google search and stuff was still a record on the phone. So when Nichol Kessinger had hold of it, she didn't search those things in the past. She didn't own the phone in the past. The end.
Was she being trained for something? She said order of something. She uses military framing in her speech. What was it? Order of
good detectiving. After 5 years of repeatedly going over it, you can't repeat her fucking... after 5 years of repeatedly going over it, you don't have her entire interrogation down ad verbatim. You can't just simply reel it off. How am I... Why would you do... The people who are so deluded and attached to Alan, they ignore this stuff. They see it happening in front of their eyes, but they just don't care, or they ignore it. You've just told them that you are basically not worth giving them. If anyone should follow, if we need someone to do this crusade and to fight this journey and, get Nichol Kessinger drawn to account, you've given them all the information. Now it's time to pass the baton on to someone who can fucking be effective in any way, shape or form, because you are not.
Anyway, she spoke like
you are not.
So what was planned and what wasn't?
You are not.
Of course, if you saw me the other night, I told you about what goes on between her people.
I didn't watch that.
And how important that weekend was.
The sex cult.
Of course, can't prove it.
You can't prove it, yeah. Damn it.
Can't prove it.
Well, might want to move on with your life.
But it beats me to this day how a woman can Google a married couple.
Oh, we've just been through that.
Way before she met them.
And it is confusing, isn't it, Alan? Until you find out the logical and obvious truth. But you're not a proper detective, because I found that out in sort of 15 days of being exposed to it. You found it out not once in the 5 years you've been in the case. So again, you're exposing yourself as being either a deliberate, malicious, manipulative liar or an idiot. Bit of both.
And then most of them get murdered and she's not questioned about it.
And also, like I said, this is like a bedtime story for these people, isn't it? How are you paying patron money to sit and hear this off this man on a repeat? Why don't you just record it? Why don't you just record it once and then just listen to it nightly and just stop giving him the money? You can just come back after a year or so. You can go out, right? You can go out. You can do a val and go to a foreign country and enjoy yourself for a bit. And you can come back. He's still saying the same thing. You just tune in at about halfway through the episode and pick up, and then you're away. Alan has not changed what he said over years and years and years. So why is it worth paying for?
If you If you were a renowned crime fighter,
Whoa, like Batman,
and the first name on your list is Nichol Kessinger,
right?
apart from Chris,
Apart from Chris.
and then you check
It's not a... See, he loves Nichol Kessinger. He loves her.
her Google searches, and it crops up, hey, look at this, Lieutenant.
Lieutenant.
She Googled Chris and Shanann months before the murders. And then she had an affair with Chris just before the murders.
What's this?
Bring her in, Dano.
Is
Bring
this,
her in.
Is this hypnotism?
Simple question. Why did you Google this couple? She never got asked.
Because they didn't have to, because they know the answer.
What was her mission?
What was her mission?
She never got asked.
She wanted all the fruity sex with Chris Watts, didn't she?
Where did she really meet Chris?
At work.
How did she wing her way into an Endarko
She applied for a job there?
to be in the same room as the man that she Googled months before?
Because it was a works phone, she got handed that had already got the Google search on it.
How is it that she's responsible for checking the battery tanks where the girls were hidden?
Because he chose them because she was responsible
How
for
did her
checking them.
phone ring in Saratoga Trail that morning?
Because she was on her way to work.
Why was she
It
ever
pinged.
climbing in the Mickey Mouse window in and out?
Sorry?
Why was there cigarettes downstairs in the cellar when Chris and Shanann don't smoke? Why was there tire tracks up the back of the back garden
I don't know that there were.
when there's no vehicles or anybody living around there?
And I haven't seen any cigarettes in the basement either, to be honest, as well. That threw me.
Why did Betty tell us about a grey truck
Because
that
Betty was...
wasn't Chris's?
She was a little bit confused about the trucks and whose they were.
When we know full well that she had a grey truck. All this and more.
Oh, this... He said it! He said it! He did not say it! No! Alan, I said it earlier as a parody joke. Hulk Hogan could come in through... How do we know that Hulk Hogan didn't come in through the ceiling and shag Nichol Kessinger to death on the stairs, resurrect her with the power of the Undertaker and the urn, and then she went to town on the family? All this and more will be revealed. Like, will not be revealed because you don't know. Like, all this and more. And that is the language that's coming out of his head because he's on autopilot. It's in a fantasy world. It's a sort of script that he's piecing together from... we could all sit here and piece together a movie script out of cliched terms from other movies and things you've heard, like from advertising and songs. You know, have you ever done the game where you're only allowed to speak in song lyrics? Have you ever done that game? Like, you have to talk in song lyrics. Like, it's like that. He's just in his brain. There are, because he sees things in pictures, there are just like things he steals from. Here, I'll just take a bit of that. You know, that sounds right here. I'll say it. And it's the language of someone who is not socialized properly. They haven't learned their conversational skills and their ability to think through concepts and verbalize them with people. They've sat and watched a lot of telly and thought they look good in their hat. He looks good saying that. I'll pretend to be like that. Because they don't really have a coherent personality of their own. He's like I honestly think, Scott, you go too far. I honestly think Alan is capable of murder because he's psychotic. Like, he's on the very far edge of narcissism where it's become like total delusion to the point that he's parroting television slogans as his own thoughts. So, wow. Like, I find that really difficult. Like, it's alright if you just, like, you know, every now and then you throw in a bit of a funny thing, you know, all this and more. Like I did it earlier, deliberately, because it's a cliche. But to use the cliche seriously and to just pass it off, I know certain things you can't see where he's stealing from. Because, like, to have an original thought and then to verbalise it, you think it up and you verbalise it. But with Alan, he sees, like, you know how he says sees in pictures? He sees something he remembers that he thought was good and he steals it and verbalises it. So a lot of the time you won't see what he's stealing. But some of it might be original. but an awful lot more than you don't realise is stolen and verbalised, but you don't remember where from, you didn't hear that song, you haven't seen that movie. But like, you know, this is just to the point where we're talking in stupid, meaningless cliches about himself in the third person as a detective running a show on the internet. Now listen, this man is nearly 70. He sat in his grandson's bedroom, I assume, yeah? He sat in his grandson's bedroom talking into a laptop at night when all the family have gone to bed, asserting to a small group of ladies that he is in fact a very important detective who has solved an incredibly gruesome murder in America, and the world is trying to shut him down, right? And the truth is that what he's saying and what he is, like, if you could just, like, if you walked into the house, oh, sorry, I've come in the wrong room. Sorry, I was at the family party today. What are you doing in here, Alan? And he said, I'm on the internet explaining that I'm a very important detective and I'm solving the Chris Watts case, thank you. Can you close the door, Steve? I'm on the internet. You would probably say, are you okay? And you'd probably wake someone up and say, Kirsty, yes, Mom. This is how it started. This is how it started. Kirsty, yes, Mom. Your dad is on the internet, I think. Okay, it's late. I want to go to bed. He's telling people he's a famous detective. Well, he's not. No, but do you think he's all right, Kirsty? Do you think maybe one of us should have a word? I don't know. Is he playing one of those games again? No. He's telling them he's a famous detective. He's an important detective, and he solved the Chris Watts case. He's staying in our Anthony's bedroom tonight, isn't he, Mom? Yeah. Well, maybe he's got, maybe he's playing with one of the kids' books or something. No, he's telling them he's a detective on the internet. Like, this man, to the rest of the real world, is totally fucking boxed out, gone. Like, he sat in a child's bedroom telling the internet that he's an important detective and the world's trying to shut him down, and that he's worth this, like, special thing, and that he's got this special story. And everything he says can be found elsewhere on the internet by other nutters. The rest of the world has moved on. They've done a Netflix documentary. The truth of what it is in the cold, hard light of day. I can dress up like him. I can mess around with the thing and all that. But I become a parody of who he is because the reason I'm able to wear
battery
these...
60%.
Hello, battery 60%, battery exhausted, love. The reason I'm able to wear these things, right? And this is what makes me Alan, yeah? This and this. The reason that I'm able to do this, I didn't realise I was doing this today. I was going to make this point, but it makes itself so beautifully. The reason this, and this, and let me just get one of these up for all that love her. Let's just, Nichol. I need this. This is important for the look. There'll be one of her in a bikini, won't there? Saucy. Let's put bikini in. I search for that a lot. I love it. There you go, right? So we've got Nichol Kessinger in the bikini. I am Alan. Like, the reason this works so well is because... You heard the Bachelor, yeah? The reason it works so well, right, is because Alan is a parody character. He said in this thing that we were just watching, you don't really know me. And that's not who he really is it? This armchair detective, this jolly guy on the internet who's cracking jokes and solving cases and is important. None of this is. This is something you can get and hang on. I can take this off, right? I can turn that off. I can take that off. I can hang this on a coat hanger. And I am a bit negative about this in society in general as well, is that it's possible these days to buy your personality off the internet. It's possible to buy the clothes and the hat, and it doesn't matter what kind of personality you want. If you want to be a super rocker, hard rocker, you can go and get a Nirvana t-shirt, or a, even harder rock t-shirt. And if you want to be, you can get black boots and do black makeup, and I used to have a Mohican, and we all do express ourselves through our, costume, essentially. So other people can infiltrate that and be dilettantes and fakes, and and you see it inauthentic. Oh, you're not a real skater like us. You've just worn the trousers and you've just got the belt and you bought a skateboard, but you're not really a skater. Poo you. The real skaters don't like you. There's a bit of that. You know what I'm talking about in life. Yeah, you get found out, don't you? Like unless you're really authentic. But the reality of life is there's a spectrum of that. It's all fun and games. We can all wear what we want. We can dress up like a punk one day and we can dress up like a goth the next. But being authentically you and who you really are does not require your clothes. You can take off all your clothes and you are still authentically you and who you are. You don't need a tattoo, an emblem, a piercing to be you and be who you authentically are. You don't have to wear a t-shirt that says Nike on it, or you don't have to get a t-shirt that says Armani on it, or you don't have to have a special pair of shoes that your friends have got. Like, to be you and who you authentically are. But Alan has taken this coat hanger personality of a detective on the internet, a knowledgeable detective man, and he's made himself into a caricature. That's not who he really is. We know that because we expose it. So I suppose the question is, Alan, who really are you? And then the problem we have is that the things that we find out behind the scenes, thank you, Val, thank you, Martin Dean, thank you, everyone else who, doesn't like Scotty because he put his willy in their mouth, but thank you, everyone who exposed Alan and did their bit of finding something out and exposing it, because the things that we truly find out about you, Alan, are seedy and nasty and horrible and on the verge of, if not confirmed, crimes. So I don't put it past him to push people in the river, sell cocaine at Vinny's bar and sing with kids on Smule. The truth of who he really is fucking horrible. I don't know where I got that from. I don't know why I went off on that. I'm feeling it, though. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it tonight. You're really feeling yourself, Scott. You can't see what's going on under the table, mate.
All this and more.
All this and more. That's where it came from. All this and more.
To an FBI operative to obviously see that this woman is up.
And he's
to
not even
neck.
using it in the same context, so maybe I'm wrong, but no, he thought that all this and more, and then he thought, I can't say in tomorrow's episode, so he then carries on with this. I've actually kind of seen it in action amongst people who I know to be consistently a liar. There've been a couple of people in my life who I have had the misfortune to have to interact with on a regular routine. Once we had a house guest who paid rent, I don't want to name and shame people, but he was this lad. He came with his girlfriend, and his girlfriend had the one room, and then he was here for a bit, and we used to share this house with other students or other people, and he told the most outrageous lies and weird shit. But at first it went under the radar because you just accept, if this guy says he is who he is, he is who he is. And then you start thinking, hang on, what did he say? What did he mean? That doesn't make sense. And fucking lying all the fucking time. We're lying and lying and lying. And I would notice that sometimes in conversation, he's talking to fill the space. So the words have to come, and they will come out if they're lies or whatever, they'll come. But there's no thought, and there's whatever thought there is just project something else, hide this within. It's a fucking weird way to be, but Alan does it. He doesn't come to these shows with scripts, nor do I, but I hope that I'm mentally agile enough to think actual thoughts, whereas Alan has got his own repeat fucking record and some bollocks that he throws in, grabbed and clawed out of whatever he thought was good on the tellis. It's so savage and sick and weird. That's why I think he's a properly failed personality. A flawed, failed personality. A living person with a severe mental impairment, which is their own problem, their own behaviour, their own... Big ups Jessica S gifting the Battery memberships. I'm getting on my high horse a bit, aren't I? But he is his own worst enemy, so to speak, because he is basically psychotic. How else can you explain this horrible public behaviour
in these murders? I mean, obviously, not saying she did it, but her involvement is there. I've just laid it out. Police aren't stupid. That's what they do. That's their job.
You don't. So obviously you do think they investigated it, and you think they found out that she was really there, and they thought, well, we'll give her a free pass, eh? We'll give her a deal. Why would we do that? Well, Chris is playing ball, so fuck it then. Case closed. Case closed. Yeah. Chris wants the deal. We want the deal. We all want to go home. We'd rather just go home early and let a confirmed murderer out on the streets or like, you know, a confirmed accessory to a crime, like that can't come back to bite us ever, can it? Agreed? No? Okay, well, let's all just go to the donut shop. Like, what are you talking about?
Look, you throw a stone into a river.
Yeah.
You see it hit, and then you see the ripples
When you push someone in.
go thinner and thinner and thinner and wider and
Let me
bigger
out.
and bigger
Help
and
me.
bigger and
Alan.
dissipate.
Alan!
If you wanted to find out, if you took a picture of that stone hitting the water and the ripples and ripples and ripples and ripples,
Interesting.
and I said to you, find out that wasn't a stone, that was a £5 million diamond.
That's a stone.
Where would you look for it?
In the
Would
river.
you look for it where it's plopped in the water?
Well, why did it need to be a stone, and why now is it a diamond? Wait, should I just forget that if it was a stone and if it was a diamond? Now it's a diamond, yeah? So I'm to be looking for it now. I didn't realise I was to be looking for it. You've just changed. The first part of the story was useless and extraneous. We're starting again with, I've thrown a diamond in the river. How are you going to find it? You'll look for the ripples.
Or would you look for it over there? Or over there? Or over there? Where would you go if you had first choice to find that diamond?
Vicky J, talk to us in Discord, please. Talk to a mod privately in Discord about that. And please, talk to a mod privately in Discord about that. Please. Please, Vicky J. Are you in our Discord? Are you in our Discord? I will quickly... If anyone wants to be in the Discord and is not, you should certainly join. Obviously, not to be trolls. Troll people get binned out, but nice people who want to talk and be part of it. Right, there's the Discord. Please, do talk to us about that. Thank you.
You go to the spot that hit the water. If you've got a murder of 4 people, who do you question first? The people on the outer rings, like the Thrive people, or do you start at the epicenter with Chris and NK, where they had a 100-minute phone call just before the murders?
Well, I don't think you have to just do all that job on your own, Alan. I think there's more than one police person, and I think there's people that work in the office, so to speak, that line up some of these interviews. And then, like, you know, you don't just like, right, hello, we're the police, we're turning up at your house. It's interview time. I'm just a periphery person that deals with Thrive. Yeah, it's interview time. Like, someone has to line this shit up, don't they? So I imagine the first statements with Chris are quite easy to get hold of because he's there in the police station, isn't he? So you might want to start with him, being as he's there in the police station. And or wasn't he? He wasn't there in the police station. Well, you know, he was, yeah, because the police turned up, didn't they? And he was there and talking to them and on the scene. Like, don't even get me started on police protocol about who you interview in what order and why.
Why do they go to the outskirts of everything, but not the centrifugal force?
They did.
So easy,
they did interview Nichol Kessinger.
isn't it? It's so easy to see
Twice.
that we've been misled. We've been misled.
Is it common knowledge though, Vicky?
To be Betty.
Vicky, is it common knowledge? Because if you're going to tell me he lives in Weston-super-Mare, I'm going to say no, he doesn't. It's uncommon knowledge, but the man gets his fish and chips in Exmouth.
There's no cars all night, right? Suddenly, at 25 past 11, NK's truck pulls up outside.
Obviously, if you're posting stuff like that in our Discord, it goes privately to a mod, please. Not publicly on the Discord. Privately to a mod. You can talk about it there. AD told Sean Atwood all he does it all to help the police because they're so busy. Big up Bizzle. Help the police. Armchair detective, you're helping the police because they're so busy now, yeah. Oh, hang on. The armchair detective. Wait, armchair detective's not Scottish, is he? So, hang on. Scottish, let me, no danger. No danger, big man, eh? Eh, no danger, big man, eh? No danger. Helping the police. Aye, helping the police, are you, big man?
And when they get out of bed, there's no cars all night until red truck goes and
Yeah.
the light comes on and the car. Oh,
Ugh.
Betty zooms straight across the road at like 35.
This is literally an old man in a child's bedroom telling a bedtime story to some quite confused and possibly neurodivergent people who are like in need of attention as much as he is in need of theirs. It's one of the weirdest, saddest, most tragic things you've seen on the internet. Like honestly, like, you know, we cover this Alan story. Yeah, the change in context by sitting in, like just simply by going to a family event and being in a child's bedroom for the night, it just changes it totally, doesn't it? And it makes it seem like fucking ridiculous. Like this isn't. And it makes me think, like, you know, I've had a lot of comments recently. Oh, you should stop talking about the Armchair Detective and get on with the better work. And I know a lot of you are here and enjoy it, right? I know a lot of you are here and enjoy it. Big ups, Vicky. We'll be interested in that. Talk to a mod. Talk to a mod. Talk to a mod. Please. Are you in Discord, Vicky J? Are you in Discord? Can you please answer me that in chat so I can get us? If you're not, then like email it. We'll give you the email address. But are you in Discord so that I know that you can talk to a mod? That'd be nice.
Okay,
yeah.
right or left? No. They never asked one question, did they? They never asked one question like this. Nikki, why did you pull up outside Chris's house at 9:25? I didn't. Well, we've got it on film, a car pulling up at 11:25.
No, you haven't.
Can we look at your GPS? Didn't ask her that.
Because there wasn't a...
Did they? We have a witness saying there was a grey truck parked outside the next morning. We have reason to believe that you have a grey truck, Nikki. Can you tell us where that truck was at 6 a.m. that morning and 5 a.m. that morning? You tell us where it was, so we can look on CCTV, you know, on your apartment and see if we can see it parked up that day. Did they ask you that?
That's bedtime stories. Bedtime stories for those that have heard it.
We spoke to Chris
It's their favourite fucking story, isn't it?
for 111 minutes just before the marriage. What did you talk about? Can't remember.
Alan's not a washed up YouTuber. That would imply at some point he was a proper YouTuber. But yeah, like Alan's just a washed up. Like Alan was never dirtied down in order to become washed up. I mean, he was just dirt and down. I mean, I don't know. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, Alan was never what he pretended to be in the first place. So, like, he might have ridden a sort of popularity wave on social media at a time. Like, he rode the wave of the Chris Watts story. It wasn't anything to do with Alan. It was what Chris Watts did that made that popular on the internet. And then lots of other people, like, at the time, lots of different people had the opportunity to make lots of different content and ride the same wave in lots of different ways. Positive, negative, whatever, moral, immoral. They did a fucking Netflix on it. Like, he just rode a wave on social media, that was all. And like, he's tried to like hold on. It's this fucking weird thing of like, this one thing happened. I said it before, I made this analogy and it's perfect, is that he entered a photographic competition. There's a photographic competition on YouTube. Oh, is there an art competition on YouTube? We did one, yeah, a photographic competition. All you need is a really good photo and you can enter. So Alan went on the internet and found a photo that someone else had done and they put it in Facebook, and they were like in this Facebook group, and he like, oh, I like that photo. That's a good photo. I like that. They're going to like that. So he took it and he entered. And Alan won the competition. He was one of the top 10. He wasn't the best one ever, but, you know, he's won a prize in this photo competition, yeah? He's like, you know, the top 3 get to go to Hollywood. Alan got one of the top prizes of £1,000 and, you know, whatever. He didn't go to Hollywood. He was just, you know, got a prize for his little photo competition. And then later on, people found out, or very quickly, I don't know, but later on they found out that wasn't his photo. He didn't photograph it. He stole it off Facebook. Someone else had photographed it and showed it to him and he'd stolen it. And he went, yeah, but I'm the big one because of my photo, though. I won the competition. Remember, my good photography skills. And they're like, yeah, but you can't really use the camera, can you? You don't really know how to, anything about aperture, or like, you haven't even got a like, what are you, you're faking it all, aren't you? And he's like, yeah, but have you seen the good photo? Remember the good photo? You like that photo. So, Like, you can't be a washed up photographer in that instance because you never were a photographer. just like making it up. It's just fucking ridiculous, isn't it?
You deleted every single picture of Chris Watts from your phone. Why? I didn't like him. You told Chris to delete all his pictures of you. Why? Didn't want him to have them. You see how naive this sounds for the police not to ask this question?
They did ask
Your
the
friend
questions.
Jim, you called him, and the phone call was from Saratoga Trail. Why? Didn't ask her.
That's because they assume that as it... Oh, I don't know about these things. I think that I was told that it pinged on a mast because she was like in the area driving to work. But more importantly, they did ask her questions, and then the investigation took its course, and they didn't see the need to go and follow up to try and pin the crime on her. That's probably why, because the rest of the evidence they had that corroborated the rest of the story didn't involve her being... Like, they would have obviously, as investigative police officers, tried to rule her in or out. And obviously, they have ruled her out. Next question.
They don't ask her anything. They could incriminate her, do they? All it was a story that she put out there.
We are repeating ourselves again.
Gave them...
Again, I find myself... It's so easy, isn't it, to be drawn into... And I see this all the time on the internet, and everyone can take a learn out of this Leaf page or whatever. Is it so easy to just get drawn into the nitty-gritty and to not... And to, like... you know, Val got to go on holiday recently, and I think with that, she was able to take a big step back and just, like, breathe. And then, you know, things look a bit different from that perspective, don't they? Like, when you're up in the plane, everything's all just a bit little down there. I think... With Alan, it's the same. Like, he doesn't give these ladies in his chat room to breathe. Like, they have to be caught up in this. Like, but you can take a step back. You don't have to watch the soap opera this week. It will be there next week when you get back. You know, you can take a break. You can take a step back, even from content like mine. Please watch my other channels when you do. But like the concept is that time to breathe allows you to see it for what it is a bit more, which is ridiculous, pedantic, repetitive nonsense. And the more you get drawn in by, oh, but she said this and you said, well, I said that, and then the courts would do this, and then I'm dealing with the pedantics of it, and therefore I'm dealing... This is another funny aspect of it, is that the ladies in his chat, by answering these supposeds and what ifs and getting engaged in this conversation, feel themselves that they are in some way engaged in the sort of conversations that police might be having, and how to solve true crimes. And we've got a study group, you know, like, if in their minds they've got those bits of pins on the wall with all the strings going off, you know, they're like real detectives here, aren't they? But no, they're just playing at it in the playground because someone brought in a magnifying glass from home and the other one's got a Sherlock Holmes hat. There's no real detective work going on. But by engaging your mind at this petty level of not petty because it's a serious crime, not petty, you know, but petty as in like the sticks and stones, the bits and bobs, the whether there a packet of cigarettes or not, did that suitcase move, and like little details, pedantics I should say rather than petty. By being engaged in that, you can't take that breather room, you can't step back and see what's going on for what it is. So it's important that Alan keeps you engaged in that. And I myself, over the course of this episode, have found it difficult even because your logical brain starts working and you think, no, Alan, no, that's wrong. And the minute you start saying, Alan, no, and we all do it, obviously, you know, I'm equally as guilty of this, because I do more of it than anyone else, I suppose, picking over everything he says and explaining why it's bollocks. But at some point you have to step back and say, oh, hang on, I've seen the pattern. Everything is bollocks. If I waste my time picking apart every word, and this is just me to a T, so, you know, I'm dying on my own cross here a bit, aren't I? But if I waste my time picking over every word, I'll be here forever because the man speaks bollocks at every turn. So maybe it's just about stepping back, realising the bigger picture. And it's most surprising to us that the ladies in his chat never do, but he doesn't give them time. He doesn't give them chance. They don't even want to. This is their bedtime story. We're playing detectives.
A narrative
and we are important. And it's, you know, flying the crusade for justice here.
Story, and not once did they question her lies. They just didn't. You know, hard talk, right? Where you ask hard questions. This is soft talk to her.
Because she gets it hard up the bum.
And then her body language. They're so little. This eye, then this eye. Yeah. I could go on all night.
You certainly could, couldn't you? But not with sex, just with talking bollocks.
Why did she want these couple? What was it? What was it about? What was it all about? You're not telling me that she fancied Chris from a chance meeting in a gym, found out on Facebook where he worked.
Listen, who does this? You're not a fucking wine waiter at a French restaurant. You're talking to people on the internet. Who does this? Pantomime character in his own life. I'm going to use the bathroom. Alan is going to continue being a... I was going to use the worst swear word then. Why not? We're talking about Alan. Why not? We're talking about your dad. But Mom, I mean, we called you Kirsty, yeah? Where do you think that came from? What do you mean? Well, when you first came out, he called you a cut. And I said, well, you can't call her that. I said, well, if I can't call her a cut, I'll call her Kirsty then, because it sounds a bit like cut.
Got herself involved with a...
When you were born, your mum squeezed you out and you were covered in blood. And I thought, let's call her Scarlet.
Association that works, association with Danny Darko, and get herself into the actual base that he's at. And then, out of all those men that work there, and all the men in the world, she picks him out to have an affair with. Does it not look prearranged? It's prearranged to me. But anyway, they're not going to get me to stop. They're just closing down my avenues one by one. It's not enough for them to take my livelihood away. It's like, okay, we've taken his livelihood away, but he's still going on. Can't we get rid of him? Well, we've destroyed his mental health, so maybe he'd do something to himself. Maybe he'd just like go away. Not going away. Not going away. But I am in a quandary of where to take this, where to take this. So I'm going to be working on trying to get those photos cleaned up.
Oosh! Like Nichol
If I can prove
Kessinger.
beyond reasonable doubt that NK was...
Listen, take it up the bum like Nichol Kessinger. The funny... I'm trying to work out... I've explained it all, haven't I? He knows where he's taking it and all this.
So maybe he'd just like go away.
Maybe he'll go away. Maybe he should have gone away. What was I going to say?
But I am in a quandary of where to take this, where to take
I missed
this.
a bit then. He's in his little fantasy world.
Can't we get rid of him? Well, we've destroyed his mental health.
Oh, that was it. We destroyed his mental health. Yeah. So is that an actual admission? I suppose I can ask all of you. Start a poll. Mental health destroyed? Question mark. And I mean Alan, not you or me. It's Alan that's been having the mental... So there's a poll. Has his mental health really been destroyed? On the one hand, we've given him quite a battering. Not just me, all the people on the internet for ages. He's had to take it. And for a narcissist, it's very, very difficult to have people call you out on your bullshit. It's probably the worst. And overall, he's lost. He's been kicked off YouTube. The finance has gone down the toilet. Lots of problems. The nonsense come out into the light, which it always was before, because you had these fucking, other problems in the past. All sorts of problems, mental health problems, serious problems, yeah? Or is it that Alan is just so insulated as a narcissist because he just thinks he's so fucking brilliant and lives this delusional narcissist world that it doesn't matter how bad he gets, he can sit on the fucking street, get pissed on by a reveller as he begs for money and say, yeah, well, the piss is extra warm and I really enjoy warm piss, so I've been saving up cold piss, but thank you for your warm piss, I enjoy it. Like, is he that delusional narcissistic that he can live in this space and not be mentally broken by it, but in fact just fucking deny, refuse and hide And does his because a lot of the narcissists, they use that drug addiction or addiction to whatever they have. A lot of them have different addictions, but that and the narcissistic fuel to cover up from all their problems. That's the problem that they have. That is the mental health problem. So to have another one on top is very difficult, but they can feel depression and stuff. So I don't know. Like, you know, it's interesting. It's interesting. It's almost 50-50 in chat. It's not a done deal. That isn't. People have different opinions.
Maybe he'd do something to himself. Maybe he'd just like go away. Not going away.
You should do that, shouldn't you, Alan?
Not going away.
In prison, you should go away. You should go away in prison. Like, that's what they say, isn't it? Oh, he's gone away to prison.
But I am in a like quandary of where to take this. You know, where to take this.
Up the bum hole like Nichol Kessinger. No, you should. You're in a quandary about your content, of course, because if you persist with this, it's going nowhere. But you need to persist with it to keep those few that you've got, and yeah, so going nowhere it is.
So I'm going to be working on trying to get those photos cleaned up. If I can prove beyond reasonable doubt that NK was there that morning, surely they have to ask her some questions, don't they? Of course, they already know she's there. That's the problem, isn't it? It's not a question of getting them to question her. It's a question like Watergate, proving that she was there to the public, right?
Watergate. I mean, I know he's talking to this group, but I'm aware that Watergate happened. There will be no whitewash at the White House. You know, I'm aware of that. But the ins and outs, come on, we're 2023 now, and can't you think of better metaphors? Haven't you even watched the telly over the last 40 years?
If the public know enough, it doesn't matter what they covered up, they have to come clean, don't they?
He used the Profumo affair the other day as well, as an analogy for his own situation and what's going on and the media and all that. The Profumo affair. Now, I know about the Profumo affair because I'm literate in politics, but like, it doesn't mean that it's a good analogy on Rumble in 2023.
If the public as a whole say, look, this is corrupt, then someone throws somebody under the bus.
And I'm not special for being literate in politics. I just said that to piss off Alan, really. I know about the Profumo affair because my mom told me about it. It's the truth.
To get out of trouble, right? They will give up Kessinger to save their skins, won't they?
Well, they will.
If enough public pressure was put upon Rourke and Buck.
No.
And then Darko.
The company now as well. You think if enough public pressure is put upon these a giant company and a man that has worked as the DA for many, many years, if you think that enough public pressure is put on them, and I mean, what do you mean? Like the Black Lives Matter movement sort of public pressure? Or like what are you talking about? Like, so public pressure, we're going to get that, we're going to have that because Alan is going to create that with these ladies in Patreon privately. He's going to create enough public pressure between them, right? They can't even create enough public pressure to fucking I'm trying to think of what public pressure. They can't even create enough public pressure to keep themselves on YouTube, let alone, like, you know, change the course of justice in America. So, like, they're going to create this public pressure, though, yeah? And then once they've done that, they're going to DA Rourke and Anna Darko and the justice system in America are going to have to fold, admit they're wrong, and instead of admitting they're wrong, they'll get Nichol Kessinger out and string her up, and we'll all get to have a look right up her bumhole. Is that what will happen, Alan? Will you be happy then? Because it's just a fantasy, and it's a fantasy you're selling to these ladies, isn't it, really? You can't really yourself believe this. I don't even know, you know, that's another question, isn't it? Does he believe his own bullshit? I don't even know. Do you believe your own bullshit?
Public pressure would make them throw NK under the bus. That's how it works. But I can't get that pressure. I can't get the pressure. I went so far.
Yeah, Alan, that's one of the problems, isn't it? You've got that pump, you've got the pump, and you've got the ring to go on, but the ring keeps falling off, and you're like, even with the pump, you can't keep the pressure. Hold her down, look. I'll be there in a minute. It's going to happen. Hold her down a bit longer. Don't let her wake up. Keep... Oh, come on. What are you doing, Alan? Are you trying to get a hard on, or are you blowing up a tyre? They hate me. They hate me. Putting my will in his mouth. Come on, get on with it.
And we were getting there, and then they professionally blacken my name to, like, you know, AD's this, AD's that.
Professional. Listen, I'm not professional. I'm hardly professional, am I? It wasn't a professional hit job, was it? It wasn't the Daily Mail picked up the fucking Alan's a nonce story, did they? That was out on Small for years before we stumbled upon it. It's not a professional hit job. You just did all the stuff.
And then they stopped talking about the case. They started talking about me. They made it personal about me.
But he's talking about those other people from years ago, isn't he? So I can't really, where can I decide whether they were professional hit workers or whether they were just people on the internet? How would I ever wonder? I wonder if only there was some way of validating whether they had, independent personalities and lives beforehand and just hated him. Oh, wait, they've all talked about it. Yeah, no, wait. None of them said that they worked for the MI5 Professional Character Assassination Department Bureau of fucking hating Alan, did they? They're just people who don't like you.
Instead of having to answer about Shanann or Chris or Kessinger, they made it about me.
Yeah.
And then gradually Kessinger got pushed into the background, right?
Because I was just doing nothing much on YouTube until D.A. Rourke called me up and said, hey, I like the cut of your jib. Do you mind giving Alan some shit?
Until she's not really talked about.
Do you mind?
And that's the problem.
I was like, who is this? D.A. Rourke.
Like the stone in the water, they've got everybody concentrating on the outer ripples, not the centre spot.
Which is you.
And that's where it is now.
Yep, like that poop in the water, Alan.
That's where it is now. And I'm going to get those clear pictures. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to get those clear pictures.
That's what you're saying.
So maybe I should do less videos, but more stringent. I don't know. Maybe do a lot here in Patreon, I think. I'm going to do more here in Patreon, I think, because that's the important thing.
So wait, maybe do less videos, but more videos. That's probably the thing. And listen, we were talking. Do you remember we were talking in Patreon together as a group about how we were going to do less videos, but more in Patreon? Do you remember we were talking about that as a group? Yeah, you were talking about it, Alan. Yeah. And then, so do you remember as a group, we decided that we were going to not talk about Chris Watts and Nichol Kessinger on the main channel anymore because it's not going well for us. Do you remember how we said that? I don't really remember, Alan, but you want my money still, yeah? Because you said, you were in Patreon and you said, I don't want you to do this on Rumble anymore, Alan. I've had enough of it. Did I, Alan? I can't remember saying that, but you said it. Hang on, which one are you? Hang on, which one am I? This is Alan. I'm living in Alan's world now, and it does get confusing because you've got all these different voices in your head, and you've got all these different things that you have to try and convince people are real, and you've got all these different, and really all you want to do is watch Torture the Battery Boy and jerk yourself off over pictures of 5-year-olds on black beds. I mean, that's all you really want to do, so it's a shame really that you have to, if anything, I don't know if you've noticed, but if anything, hang on, this music will do. If anything, life's hard for an armchair detective. Life is hard for an armchair detective, and I deserve the best. I deserve the best, so, life's hard for an armchair detective. When I was young, I used to watch Torture the Battery Boy and sit there jerking off over pictures of the Freeman's catalogue. Did they have the Freeman's catalogue when he was young? They had it when I was young. I didn't have Torture the Battery Boy, though. Anyway. It's hard. Listen, if you know an armchair detective, consider this winter the plight of the armchair detective. That's what we should do. Someone should make an advert for him. This winter, armchair detectives will be cold and hungry. If you want to help an armchair detective in your area, please give just £5 a month to Patreon. It's gone. Cut. What? Cut. I'm doing a good job. It's gone up. What do you mean? It's gone up. What, since last time? Yeah, it's gone up. If you want to help an armchair detective in your area, please give just £15 a month. Gin doesn't come cheap, and he spent an awful lot of money. This winter, Alan will only be able to gamble several £100s on poker. If you have an armchair detective in your area that you're worried about, please call the Armchair Detective Helpline. Hello, Armchair Detective Helpline. Oh, we didn't, did he? Oh, he hasn't, has he? There was probably a... Have you checked for a Nichol Kessinger? Have you checked for a Nichol Kessinger? If you turn it off and on again, and then go round the back and see if there's a Nichol Kessinger plugged in the back first. Yeah, unplug that. Okay? Turn it on again. No problem. No problem at all. Okay, thanks, bye. Ring, ring. Hello, Armchair Detective Hotline. Oh, he hasn't, has he? Oh, that's terrible. That's awfully sad. Okay, have you unplugged it? Make sure you unplug it. Yeah, absolutely. Are you sure it's unplugged? Because I'm going to ask you to put your hand in the moving blades now. So we don't want anyone getting their fingers chopped off at this point, do we? No, it's definitely unplugged, isn't it? Right, yeah. If you just put your hand in between the moving blades, there's a reset switch in there. I know, it seems a silly place to put it. Well, I was just making it up as I go along, frankly. So I'm not a blender designer, and nor do they know that you're... For all they know, it could be a lawnmower. So I'm not a designer of any sort. I work on the internet talking shit. All right. So if you could just put your hand in between the moving blades, press the reset button. Got it? Didn't it work? No. Can you check in the fuel tank? You may have Nichol Kessinger in the fuel tank. That's a bit close to the bone, isn't it? I know. I didn't realise. When I said lawnmower, I didn't realise I was going to say fuel tank. Should we go back to blender? Well, blenders don't... Where are you going to put the Nichol Kessinger in the blender? Have you blended a Nichol Kessinger recently? Yes, you have. You might have still pieces of great... what happens is sometimes the bikini gets caught in the blades. So if you unscrew the blades and... Yeah, brown bikini, that's it, brown bikini. If you untangle that from the blades, that'll sort it out. It's Nichol Kessinger. It was Nichol Kessinger. Okay, thanks, bye. Ring, ring. Hello, Nichol Kessinger Hotline. Oh, sorry, the Armchair Detective Hotline, of course. I haven't thought up another appliance really for this one. Have you tried switching it off and on again? I'll think one up while I tell you to switch it on and off. We'll go around the normal routine. I'll think one up along the way. Okay. So, yeah, I've got one now. Okay. Have you tried switching it off and on again? Yeah. And have you emptied the lint drawer underneath? Sometimes you have like a lint drawer underneath. It can get clogged up with lint that comes off the clothes when they're drying. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you've emptied that. And have you been using any heavy items? Have you been anything heavy in there? A Nichol Kessinger. Oh, I don't. Hang on. Let me just check the spec. And how heavy is your Nichol Kessinger? That's it. Your Nichol Kessinger's too heavy for the dryer. That's what's done it. It was a Nichol Kessinger based problem, so I'm glad you called the Armchair Detective Hotline. Could you rate this call out of 10, please? Because my superiors, I have to report back to this horrible narcissist, a really lovely narcissistic man who's recording my calls, and he's going to want to see that I've been doing the job properly. So at the end, when they ask you to rate me, if you could do me a real solid and just rate me a 10, that's really going to help my life out, okay? Thanks. And if you do have any other further problems with you and Nichol Kessinger, just call the Armchair Detective Hotline. That's what we're here for. Okay, thank you. Bye. What has my life become? What has my life become? You know that song by Johnny Cash? Everything goes away in the end. And what have I become? My only friend. What have I become? You know that song? It's this. It's this. He put his willy in my mouth. He dressed up like me. He's run the Armchair Detective Hotline now. Now he's taken my hashtag and now he runs the Armchair Detective Hotline. And that was my idea, if anything. I was going to do that when we got big and famous. I was going to have an Armchair Detective Hotline. What have I become?
Because I have a lot of stuff that was wrecked by YouTube that I have to redo. I have to redo her reflection in the truck, don't I?
No.
That's got to be done. I have to redo the film about NK's car appearing at 11:25 that night. All these, what I do is make a list of the very important points, and maybe have the top 10 reasons to question her, and keep on hammering those 10 questions.
Keep on hammering them. So what you mean is you're going to go and watch one of those YouTube videos that's already done that, and then you're going to take that and use it as if it's yours here on Rumble, and then you're going to talk about it extensively for weeks and months to come. That doesn't sound like a good plan to me, but remember, this is for the patrons. So for them, that's like fucking creamy Christmas come early. Oh, what's all that on the tree? Is it snow? No, Santa's had a mega creamy Christmas this Christmas, and he's fucking ejaculated all over the tree because it's Kessinger. That's all you get on Patreon, and that's all you fucking want. All the Kessinger you can get. Back to back Kessinger this, Kessinger that. I've got wallpaper with Kessinger's face on it. I've got rugs in the shape of brown bikinis. I've got fucking Nichol Kessinger bumper stickers. I've got Nichol Kessinger windscreen reflectors. I've got Nichol Kessinger things you put on your shoelaces that spell Nichol Kessinger. And I've got Nichol Kessinger condoms. I've got a cat that's going to be a murder victim if you don't stop wrecking up whatever that is down there. Whatever it is, you fucking love it, don't you? Whatever it is down there. I mean, I'm not going to get it off you. You can stay. Do what you like. You're a cat. But she's wrecking it up down there.
What for you is the main pointer that NK was involved that night? You tell me.
You tell me, because I haven't got any fucking clue what I'm doing, and I just want to farm some engagement to make sure you're still awake.
What for you makes you think, she needs questioning? What one thing? If you had one thing to take to the mainstream media, then they would publicise it. What would you say to mainstream media?
The reflections, AD, or the shadows. Oh, hang on, I'm on your loud one. It's the reflections. It's the shadows. Which one is it? Oh, I want to go for hang on. Why am my armchair detective nosy nana's turned into D-double. D-double, if you want to rumble, you look weak like Barney Rubble. I'll see if I can pencil you into my schedule. You're a bad boy. Oh, you're a bad boy. Oh, AD. Oh, AD. I fucking love you, AD. Oh, you're so fucking clever, AD. I didn't see the fucking reflections, AD, until you pointed them out. So now you're the best one, AD. I'll follow you into the fires of fucking hell, AD. Can we go to KFC after? Have I been good, AD? You want my £2? Sorry, that was just me then. If I didn't catch myself then, I could have been doing that for a lot longer than you think.
Say this.
What do you think goes on in this room when the stream isn't on?
About her. What do you think would get a question? I think number one, the Google searches of the couple.
Well, that's binned off then.
Number two, the phone ping in Saratoga.
I thought you were asking them what they thought. Now you're ascribing for them. If any of them deviate from this top three, they're fucking idiots. You don't want them in your chat, I assume. They're going to get there. Oh, that's a good suggestion. Actually, I'll change that and put that on my top. Well, that was the one I said. Do you remember earlier when I said that number one was the mobile phone? Forget that. What you said was the thing I said. Remember that. Should we just... They have to... Look, at some point, Alan, they have to learn to self-gaslight, and you have to be able to let them go. At some point, they could just gaslight each other in the Facebook group, and you're not needed. I mean, come on. There needs to be a break in place, some change to this.
So, number three, her walking out the house. Number four, a reflection in the truck. There's my four. What have you got? There's more in there. Yeah. If
the neighbours are arguing really loudly, Fiona, what you should do is you should get a friend round and ask them to fake a really big argument with you, and you should have a really fucking slammer of a row with your friend. Obviously it's fake, but buy a few things you can smash, set up a smashing corner and fucking smash up a load of stuff in the corner and fucking go mental about it. Like, really have a row, like a proper row. Get the police, until they get the police out, full on. Like, smashing the fucking place up. It's your own house, so obviously within limits. And then the next time they're having a row, when they get going, they'll remember that and they'll think twice about the row.
All the lies. Yeah. NK pushing a girl back in the garage. Yeah, that's amazing, that, isn't it? That was amazing. Anaphylaxis.
Because it didn't happen. It was just you messing with the camera, you fucking nork.
Yeah. Yeah, that seemed to have that caused that
Anaphylaxis.
resonated, you know,
I've got a bee in my bonnet about anaphylaxis because I saw her in someone else's chat as a mod, like in a decent place with normal people, and she was there. And like I've heard that she used to be a police person, so like, I'm like, listen, did you get like shot in the head during service and then you've been like honourably discharged, or are you a normal person? Because you seem to be normal enough to see through all this bollocks, and yet here you are. And I think it truly, if Anaphylaxis ever heard this, it's truly because you just don't like Nichol Kessinger, and you feel in some way that Alan is owed or due. Like, even if that's the case though, just set somebody else up as your puppet. Your money could go to a different armchair detective that would do a far better job than Alan and would actually be effective in some way. Think about how you're spending your money and your time here. This man is not worth either. I said man, of course what I meant was maggot.
Her in the truck door and pushing the child back in was like spooky as hell, wasn't it? Yeah.
You're in a child's bedroom, Alan. A child from your own family while you're discussing this, and at no point, and I know it's distant times now, and it's like, just concepts that he's using to make money off, but what rattles around my brain is the weird thing about not being, like, you're in a child's bedroom, and at no point have you thought, oh, like, that's a bit touching, isn't it? My own nephew, grandchild here, my own grandchild, not doxing the children or anything, but that's where he is, yeah? My own grandchild is at the same age as, and I'm now a bit upset. That doesn't come across to you, Alan, that you never think that while all this is going on at any point. Like, just an awful, depraved, horrible man, isn't it?
Indisputable. If I could get that cleared up, it's indisputable, right?
Indisputable. If you could, you're the big one. Big special.
A bag, right? Driveway image, yeah.
Write these down, Kaka.
All these things.
And more.
Are so important, but they're never mentioned in the media, are they? Never mentioned in the documentary. So you're finding these things important, right? How come the documentary people ignore them all?
Because, right, I'll tell you why. Because when you make a documentary, you could either talk for 9 hours about a subject, and then when you take it to Netflix, they will say, no, I don't want this, or you have to edit it down. So you start out with the big, most important bits, and there are some things that come up and they say, well, what about this? And you say, well, this is interesting. Can you maybe cut me a little 3-minute reel about it? We'll see how it looks. And in the edit, it may or may not get in. And, there are different aspects, aren't there? And my guess is that I don't know what the Netflix was. I don't know whether it was a series or how extensive it was. But my guess is that either validity or like editing time, telling a story, like you can't tell all the stories. Like maybe a different documentary would tell that story. And here's another fucking thing. Here's the man who took all the money from a crowdfund to make that documentary and never did. Sat in his child's bedroom, sat in his grandchild's bedroom, bemoaning the fact that the mainstream media have not reported it in the correct way, despite having taken the money from the people he's moaning to create that piece of media. It should exist. You should have done it, but you didn't because you're a failure. But you took the monies. You've had the monies.
Checking in at work, yeah. Yeah, that, you see, she maintains he went to work that morning. Well, why don't they? There's 100 cameras at Anadarko. Surely she would have been seen walking into work, right? Why don't they investigate that? Yeah, clocking in at work, not. So I'm going to have a week of really thinking about this.
A week of really thinking about it. You've had 5 years.
How can we take away the drama from NK, strip it right back to the main points?
Which are the brown bikini, the sex up the bumhole.
Indisputable points about her. If I can get together...
Do you know what, Alan? I can answer your question really clearly. And you had to have done it 5 years ago, unfortunately. Or, okay, some of these things were found out along the way a bit, but what you needed to have done is to have made a video called Nichol Kessinger, the bare points, and just fucking made the video a long time ago. And then you could make surrounding content, a little bit of talking about it sometimes, a little bit of supportive content, a few interviews with a few people here and there and what have you, but you leave it to stand, and it stands. And it's a really good, really clear, really well produced video about a subject. Even if people don't agree with it, it stands. But instead what you did was you grifted off it for 5 years and waffled on and on and on and on to the point where all you've got is just a fucking room full of your own porridge. And now you're fumbling around within that porridge for like the pens and paper and stuff to write a script to do a video. And it's all gone and it doesn't matter. And it's too late and who cares?
Points and make a video of it, like, so you don't think NK was involved, right? What about this? What about this? What about this? What about this? And at the end say, do you still say she doesn't need questioning? Because if you're saying she doesn't need questioning, then you are part of the cover-up.
Without saying you are part of the cover-up, that exact video exists on YouTube. It got over 1 million views and it's on that other channel. You complained about it. They said, in my opinion, these are the things I think are inconsistent with Nichol Kessinger. And at the end, the conclusion was, maybe she needs questioning further. Thanks very much for coming, and I'll see you in another video about a different true crime episode next week. And you're watching that and thinking, oh, I wish I'd done that.
That's what I say. If you can't see anything in all this information I've just given you, then you are part of the problem. Because you're as bad as them. Those people that just want to criticize me but not look at my findings are as bad as Well County.
You don't have any findings. Again, this is Weld County, right? When Weld County turned up at court, they've got like loads of boxes with all the stuff, all the files. Alan got booted off YouTube. It's all gone because for some reason he didn't have a hard drive with even his own research, let alone the videos, and he hasn't got anything because he's not doing anything. So there is nothing.
I mean, why was her office in such a mess? She's OCD. Why was her office? Why was evidence slung everywhere where someone was looking in that office for her papers? Everywhere. Why were all those toys and drawing stuff? And that's the important thing. Why was all that
I wonder if a week, someone in chat suggesting maybe he goes away for a holiday. I don't know. He might. Actually, I'll check today whether he's been on. He hasn't been on today, has he? He hasn't been on today. Maybe he's been on Patreon. I'll just check that. Because he said he was going to be on Patreon all the time. Nope. Radio silence again today. That is strange. Yeah, maybe he's gone away for a little holiday. I was talking yesterday on the video that we uploaded before this live, is that maybe it's the court case. A week to think about this, get every idea we can. A week to, maybe, a week. Is it? I'm just feeling a bit close to the court case in my bones. This. Do you know what I mean? I'm just feeling like, when's that coming? And is that the reason? But yeah, he might just be taking a holiday. He is a strange chuffer, isn't he?
drawing material in her closet, slung on the floor. Hastily. I mean, like, he didn't think that people would turn up that Monday morning. He thought he could come home that night and tidy up Shanann's office after work, didn't he? But that was hastily all chucked in that cupboard, wasn't it? That morning.
Don't know that.
It looked to me like someone was looking after the girls. Someone was drawing.
Well, actually, wasn't it the case that, like, before we get onto this, like, again, I'm getting dragged into his pedantry, but wasn't he actually looking after the girls while Shannon was away? So doesn't that just tie in with the fact that he just didn't tidy that up properly because he did it in a haste?
Stuff with the girls in that room. That's what it looked like. To me, that's what went on, yeah. Obviously, didn't expect to be didn't expect that mess to be discovered today.
You didn't expect your mess to be discovered, did you, Alan?
And it's a big one, right?
By whoever had to clean up that child's bedroom tomorrow.
Why is Dieter being silenced that morning when the police were there?
Interesting theory, Peter H. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe Alan is away somewhere. Yeah, no, I don't know if he's got the money to go to Thailand, but maybe, you know, someone else pays for him. I don't know. Or maybe someone else goes away and he's required to look after kids. Maybe that. I wouldn't choose, like, you know, I wouldn't suggest that he should do that. I think that would be a very bad idea, but there's all sorts of ideas that could go around, like interesting theories in chat. I've not, like with this, people seem to think that I'm sort of like, you know, behind the scenes, some sort of Alan obsessed, but I kind of am not. Like, things come up and I talk about them, but like in the past when he was spending the poker money, like, I thought it was an absolute disgrace that he begged hard and then went to play poker. So I wanted to completely prove that he was out there playing poker. You know, I wanted to do that as a piece of journalism. I'll say it like that, because he's a public figure who's begging hard. now, if he wants to go on a holiday off Rumble, I feel sorry for the poor Thai girls that he finds in the alleys. But other than that, like, what can I say?
Who's silencing the damn dog? I've heard that dog at night in Shanann's films. Oh, wait. Anybody comes anywhere near the door, you watch Shanann's films. Anybody comes anywhere, not even near the door, walk down the street, and Shanann said this.
Well, what do you do with Winston Allen? Because we've seen your videos that don't still exist on YouTube, where you're like, oh, that's Winston sleeping, making noises, sleep noises. And what Winston's doing is he's barking loud enough to get through the noise filter because you've locked him in a fucking downstairs room somewhere. So you can just lock the dog in the room, can't you?
Bloody dog barks at everyone. The dog barks at everyone. What about Shanann? Make yourself known. Silence from Dita. Who's keeping Dita quiet?
What?
Think about that. Who's keeping Dita quiet? And then it does bark eventually.
It wakes up.
Why does it bark eventually? Why doesn't it bark all along? All these things are annoying. But that's why we still talk about it.
All these things and more.
What's Nancy saying?
That's why we still talk about it. No, that's not a reason to talk about it, Alan. It's like the opposite. It's like, because there's no answer, if you can't get any further forward, you say, right, we'll put that on the pin board, and when we get some further forward movement on that, we'll come back to it. And you could do an episode, oh, we found out, ladies and gentlemen, we found out why the dog wasn't barking, so, here's a new episode. But actually, until then, you're just saying the same thing over and 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 over again. And it's like drivel. Just pure drivel. Just pure drivel.
Okay, yeah, getting rid of a vehicle straight.
No hat. You're all spotting that in chat. Yeah, no hat. He does no hat sometimes, doesn't he? He does do no hat. He's ready for bed here. He's ready for his nights. And he's decided, against the wishes of the people, do it quietly. He said, don't do your streaming because it's too loud. It'll wake the kids up. And against the wishes of the house, he's decided to do his streaming.
Away, yeah. And they let her. Oh, like, could you give me a lift to the police? I haven't got a vehicle. Could you give me a lift? Soda vehicle. She was crapping herself that the police were going to come put her vehicle in a pound and judge it for DNA.
Judge it?
But they didn't. She sold it.
All the legal terms.
I wish I could go to court over this. Massive list of questions. Say, well,
there's court again.
Honor, I'm here because this boy, man boy, doesn't like what I'm saying. I've never sent him a letter. I've never insulted him. I've never done anything to him.
I'm sorry, what?
I wish I could go to court over this.
You are going to court over this?
Massive list of questions. Say, well, Your Honour, I'm here because this boy, man boy, doesn't like what I'm saying. I've never sent him a letter. I've never insulted him. I've never done anything to him. In fact, he's not part of the story for me. NK's the story for me, not Shanann's brother. Didn't play a part in it.
Okay, that's your opening remarks. And over to you, Mr. Cohen. Yes, Your Honour. Please watch Exhibit A. Mr. Vinicum, you have defamed and defrauded. If you could answer to that, otherwise we can move on with the rest of the day because we've got it as Exhibit A. Next. But I never. Yeah, but you did. We don't argue back and forth like this in court. You did.
So I don't know what he's going on about.
Man, boy.
And that's basically my defence.
Big ups, regardation police. Man, boy.
And then I'll tell him all these things I've just told you. And say, wouldn't you,
now we're on to this,
Your Honour,
clockwork brain,
question a suspect with all this information to hand? And then why is she being defended by the murdered woman's family? Why is she being defended? Shouldn't she be the subject of their scrutiny, the same as she's subject of my scrutiny? Why did the murder victim's mother say that NK was involved but got cold feet and saved herself? Why did the murder victim's mother say those things? And you're asking me why I'm investigating? You're asking me? I was inspired by her parents.
It's practicing your defence then, are you? Practicing your defence. Like, eyes half closed, lulling yourself into a secure state, ready for bedtime. oh, what I'll do is I'll be on the dock and it'll be brilliant. There'll be like the judge and he'll have his hat on and I'll say, Your Honour, me and Ally McBeal have been talking and we think that I'm so great. And like, it's just like, this is narcissistic delusion taking over his mind instead of having to face the truth. And he's massaged them a lot. He's given them a lot of attention in chat. He's given them a lot of his energy and attention. So now it's back to Alan, and it's back to self-flagellation again. It really, like you say in chat there, Stinky Socks, it's something else. Like, and Lady Lucan says he's lost it. He's clueless. This is. It is, isn't it? It's like watching someone. I think he needs to be committed. He either needs to be locked up in prison for crimes, or if you leave him out long enough, he'll do crimes, as I think he has done. But I think he needs to be committed. I think he would actually be able to get off crimes with a defence of insanity, because he would just play. Well, he can't because it's all been deleted, but he could show them what he's been doing on the internet, and any judge would just simply look at it and like, maybe that's a plea defence for defamation. I don't know. Is insanity a plea defence for defamation? Is Google, we'll have Google please, Google, is insanity a plea defence? And we've gone well off this book that he was talking about earlier. Is insanity a plea defence for defamation? This is how Alan does his research, and he'll read the first thing and that's the end. It is not. What? No. Does not recognise insanity as a liability in tort law. I don't know what tort law is though, so I don't think you'll get away with it. Maybe CPS, insanity can be a defence or a strict liability offence. Offence with an object. I don't know. Defence to a strict liability offence. Maybe he could. Maybe he could argue that like he's so fucking gone in the head that you can't sue him. Maybe that.
Wanted her investigated. A parent's lawyer smirked on Dr. Phil. Well, the truth is, the investigators went to Wisconsin to see if Chris would roll over on someone else. I'm not at liberty to say who she is, but they went there hoping that they would roll over on the mistress. When I close my case, why am I asking?
I close my case. I roll over. He's like talking in the language of a 1970s TV detective, or is it Columbo? Do you think that's in his mind? He's picturing Columbo. No, Judge. They were there to roll a dame. Like, what are you doing? It's like Alan is like, you know, I see you in chat there, like, you know, he's not insane, he's mental, no offense. Like, yeah, mental is a word that he's used. I have to I think we all accept mental. I think it's okay, but it's probably, you know, but I know what you're saying. Like, big up you, Saz, you're good. Like Alan is fully like he's got proper not brain, but thought problems. Like, he's narcissistic. Something happened when he was young and it went wrong in a certain way. Like, that's a bit tragic, but he has to live by his own development and being a man himself. And along the way, he's picked up and completely enraptured himself with himself and his own self-image. His delusional narcissistic world is all that keeps him going. He's like a fucking failed human mentally, yeah, like he is. Like, this isn't just like one silly thing happened and you became a bit of a chuffer. This is like the full whammut of like, I know it's gamut, the full whammut of, I don't know. Do you know what I mean though? Like, he's fully gone, isn't he? La La Land.
Questions? Because I'm inspired by the Ruseks and their lawyer. And Dr. Phil, who told us a lot of stuff that he wasn't supposed to say.
Could you imagine Alan standing up in court in Exeter, in court, standing up and saying, Your Honour, Dr. Phil, and the judge stops him, excuse me, Mr. Vinicum, is this one of your witnesses? No, Your Honour. Dr. Phil off the telly told me, excuse me, Mr. Vinicum, Dr. Phil's not on the telly. Who is this Dr. Phil you speak of? Dr. Phil off the American telly. Do you mean the bald man with the moustache that does the Catch Me Outside? How about that? Yeah. Okay, back to Mr. Cohen. I find in favour of Mr. Cohen. Do you know what I mean? Like, what? Are you so... I'll tell the judge that Dr. Phil from American Telly is on my team. He agrees with me. Don't worry, Kaka. Don't worry, Nosy Nana. We've got this. You, me and Dr. Phil. And I know that Dr. Phil did a series, he did a show, and the show got not aired because problems. But come on.
And then I saw the baby under the truck.
A shadow.
I saw the reflection in Chris's truck. And then I saw her walking out of the place. Then we know her phone pinged. Then we don't know about her clocking in at work. Then she showed her vehicle. Then Betty saw her vehicle that morning. And you don't think there's any... It's funny, really, isn't it? No, Dr. Phil did not like her one little bit.
It's not funny, Alan. And in a real court, that won't fly. But it would be weird, wouldn't it, to see a judge just say, hang on, let's hear the man out. And then Alan says all this and he goes, you know what? You've convinced me. It's any reasonable person would assume that whatever the fuck you said was correct. I'm off to play squash with the lads. And here's £5 beer money for you, Mr. Vinicum. I find in favour of Mr. Vinicum to the tune of £500,000 million beer money. Can we all go playing squash? I don't know why judges like squash with the lads. A sexist judge now. They might be. Bastard sexist judges. The judge might be a lady. I'm the sexist. The judge could be a lady. So she could still like playing squash with the lads, but there might not be any rackets. Hey! Sorry, Alan. I did a joke. Let's get back to you.
Yeah, the 9 o'clock thing, Nancy.
Good one, Nancy.
Her dad says,
Who exists?
what about the 9 o'clock thing on Monday? We'll get to that later. Dad, shut up. The 9 o'clock thing. 9 o'clock thing.
She might have wanted to watch EastEnders.
9 o'clock thing could have been Nichol Atkinson turning up at 9 o'clock.
Just making things up. Just like making. I know they say he did it. Like this
as far as a dad.
This is what's funny to me sometimes is the people who have been detracting Alan for a long time. You know, especially the ones I respect. They say that Alan is like this, and you wait, you'll see. And I have waited and seen. I would be shocked, but this is him all over, isn't it? In a slight narcotic dream state, in a semi-somnatic dream state, conjuring up lies about Nichol Kessinger.
That could have been, whoever the perpetrator was there at 9 o'clock, as far as he's concerned. If Chris had told NK where someone was there at 9.
If his YouTube did still exist, you could have heard this by just going back and listening to any of the old episodes. Like, nothing new here either. Like, nothing at all. And it literally is to the point where it's like somebody reading the same story to you. I like Cinderella. Can you read me Cinderella again? Oh, go on then. So once upon a time, there was a beautiful princess in a brown bikini, yeah? And she went to... No, wait, Cinderella we're talking about, isn't it? There was once upon a time, there was a beautiful princess, but she lived as a... She lived as a... Was she a princess before she lived as a... She was like a maid and a washerwoman. She was on the low end of the scale. She wasn't up with the upper class. She wasn't having it large. She was having to do the cooking and the cleaning and grifting. Grinding, not grifting. The grafting, that's the better word. Yeah, she was working hard anyway in a difficult day job. Once upon a time, there was a young girl who had to work quite hard in customer service in a difficult day job with the public, and she found it very difficult. And then she went... How do I not know Cinderella? She went to a party and she was like dressed all nice for the party, and she had at that point she had the bikini on, and then she dropped the bikini top at the party, and the prince found it and he was like, who does this bikini top belong to? I think they've murdered my children. And he searched the kingdom long and hard, putting the bikini top on all the different women. until he found one whom it fitted. And when he found it, it was Cinderella. And she was like, oh, well, it was Nichol Kessinger. Kessingerella. And he put it on and he was like, oh, I've got a right woody for you. Do you take it up the bum? At some point, mice were turned to men for the night, but they're mice inside. And that's Alan. He's one of the mice that was turned to men.
9 o'clock. Someone was there at 9 o'clock. And she tells her dad, and her dad says, well, what was going on at 9 o'clock thing then? What was the 9 o'clock thing about? And she says, we'll get to that later.
At 9 o'clock, presumably.
That's what I believe the 9 o'clock thing was.
You mean nothing? She asked you what you thought it was, and you said, it could be, I wonder what it was. That's what I think it was.
I didn't like Chris.
Weirdo you are.
I wouldn't bother with Chris. I'll just go and Google some more wedding dresses.
Different. Oh, wait, I skipped by mistake. Chris wedding dresses.
Shanann's mother said at the sentencing, I have no right to take your life.
We haven't heard of that from.
Why did she hurt my kids? What's all this
God.
Nicky, nick, knack?
It's bad, isn't it?
9 o'clock thing could have been Nico Atkinson turning up at 9 o'clock. And her dad says, well, what was going on at 9 o'clock thing then? What was the 9 o'clock thing about? And she says, we'll get to that later. That's what I believe the 9 o'clock thing was. I didn't like Chris. I wouldn't bother with Chris. I'll just go and Google some more wedding dresses.
So at that point, yeah, I did want to pick that out. Alan assumes that because the woman Googles the wedding dresses, she desperately wants to get married. It's an assumption. But also, could she possibly have wanted to know exactly how much money was spent on the wedding dress of the woman who she's sleeping around with? Possible. She might have been researching their wedding, stuff like that. What, was spent and what was what. Maybe Chris mentioned this expensive wedding dress to her and she wanted to see it for real. You don't know. But it's an assumption.
I didn't know anything about it. How much did Amber Fry get for her story? I didn't know anything about it. How much did Amber Fry get for her story? Obviously she knows something. Otherwise she wouldn't be thinking of writing a book about Amber Fry did, would she?
All right, Alan, we need to push on now. I think we've had
Backdoor Betty. We've renamed her now, right?
nearly 4 hours of your
Backdoor
bollocks.
Betty now. Because obviously Nichol Kessinger's done this. So as far as I'm concerned, she's Backdoor Betty because she likes to share.
But she likes to share what? Her bum sex. Look, listen, you didn't do the Backdoor Betty joke the whole time through. Your own joke, your own bit. You failed. You're calling her Backdoor Betty from now on. Except you're not calling her that ever. You're just calling her Nichol Kessinger. We need a special name for when we do the libel and the slander. Which would bring you all in on the conspiracy and create an even darker layer of conspiracy. But instead of that, we invented a bad name, and I forgot to call it her. I just called her Nichol Kessinger all night. So anyway.
Her back door key.
Her back what?
There's too many things. Backdoor Betty. We've renamed her now, right? She's called Backdoor Betty now.
Yeah.
But obviously Nichol Kessinger's done this. So as far as I'm concerned, she's Backdoor Betty because she likes to share her back door key. Because she's only got one bedroom, something like that. Somewhere around that sort of thing.
It's going well.
And don't forget that when they went to the sand dunes, unequivocally, I love that word, unequivocally, she went with Chris. But unequivocally, Jim was pictured wearing just a rucksack on her phone.
We did see a little bit of that in the video earlier, but I will,
Unequivocally, and don't forget that when they went to the sand dunes, unequivocally, I love that word, unequivocally, she went with Chris. Unequivocally, Jim was pictured wearing.
Obviously, been drinking at the kids' party. Have you? And not just piss, but he uses cheap sniff. I'm virtually certain on it. I mean, well, to say that I'm, in previous episodes we've discussed about the reports. Unequivocally, if anyone knows how to spell that properly, if anyone knows how to spell unequivocally correctly in chat,
and just a rucksack on her phone. Although she got rid of all pictures of Chris Watts, she forgot to get rid of a picture of Jim naked apart from a backpack. And Colbert was laughing about it. There's a man here wearing just a backpack, and he doesn't look like Chris. He looks more heavy set. That'd be Jim then, wouldn't it?
Battery 50%.
Kessinger. And what's all this Nicky, nick, knack, paddywhack, give a fish a bone?
You
Too
got a
many
bone.
nicks.
You got a bone.
Chris is talking about Nicky and Nick.
Nicky, Nick, bone. Nicole Kessinger, bone.
I think that Kessinger to him is Nicky, right?
Right. You've got a Nicola Kessinger
I think
bone.
we're right in saying that Chris would think of Kessinger as his Nicky, right? What does he think of Nico Atkinson as?
Probably just calls them both Nicky or whatever there's most used. And sometimes people have both the same name and you have to just use the same name sometimes when you're talking about different people because you're just referring to different people.
What does he call it, Nico Atkinson? What does she call Nicole Kessinger?
He probably calls Nicole Kessinger, oh, ye of the brown bikini and bum sex, doesn't he, Alan? That you can't fucking get your... I wonder if Alan's ever had a woman like Kessinger in his life. You know, I wonder if this is what it's about. I wonder if he ever had a relationship with a Kessinger. I've had a few fruity relationships. Not with anyone that was potentially a sex murderer, but, you know, I've had a few fruity relationships, Alan. But I wonder if you've ever had a Kessinger in your life. Oh, Alan so yearns for that Kessinger. That sweet, sweet Kessinger, doesn't he? Alan and Nicole Kessinger rolling around on those sand dunes. Oh, it's getting in my lady parts. Don't worry, Nicole. I don't care if it's gritty. I like it when it gets all rubbed up and raw. Let's go. Oh, Nikki. Oh, you and your bikini. Oh, Alan. Oh, I love kissing you with your fucking horrible face. You fucking horrible, man. Oh, touch me. It's good that you're horrible because I'm in this dark sex cult and we like bad people. The worse you are, the more I like you, Alan. Oh, show me those pictures on your phone that you don't know anyone can know. Oh, Alan. Oh, show me. Oh, I'll tell you all about what I did. Oh, I'll tell you all about what I did, she says. They say to each other the bad things they've done. Oh, Alan's fantasy world.
What differential? She wasn't supposed to be there. She wasn't supposed to be there is another main point. Shanann was supposed to be there. Why did she hurt my kids?
He was lying at the time, wasn't he, though?
Why did my wife hurt my kids? Why did she hurt my kids? She wasn't supposed to be there. So the person that hurt her kids was the person that wasn't supposed to be there. So the person that hurt her kids was the person that wasn't supposed to be there, and it was a she. Because he said she wasn't supposed to be there. So we have a female that's not supposed to be there who hurt.
What is interesting is that in this 1 hour, 15-minute video to patrons, Alan, even though he's labouring these points a little bit, you know, this could be edited down to about 20 minutes, he has gone through all the main points. So this video he's promising them, right? This video that he's promising them, that's going to be this great video, this awesome video, here it is. You've just done it, and this is you doing it, and it's shit.
His kids. And it's not Shanann. Is it?
Background music's
And they're all
piping up a
liars
bit, isn't
anyway.
it? Can you hear that all right?
Shanann's mother said at the sentencing, I have no right to take your life. It's up to God. Dear Rourke and his wife told us it was Sandra that wanted the death penalty.
Woo!
How
Sandra
can we
and the
believe
death
anything
penalty
in this
and
case?
D.A. Rourke.
Where do we start from? Well, we start from things we can prove. And that's where we've got to stay. We can't judge by what anybody's told us.
Can't be judged.
Because it's convoluted claptrap, isn't it? All of it. All of it is someone's angle, someone's narrative, someone's misinformation. And I'm supposed to be the one
Your
that's a
misinformation, you
conspiracy
fucking nutter.
theorist. No. Mr. Rourke's a conspiracy theorist.
Is he?
Everybody died in the house. They're carried out one by one like they're trash.
this
I saw
again.
them from a neighbour's doorbell
This
cam
again.
being carried out one by one like they're trash, all deceased. Total lie. It wasn't a doorbell cam. It was Nate's CCTV, and you certainly didn't see anybody carried out deceased. At all.
Going well, Alan? Things going well? It's a bit interesting, isn't it? You know, there's that quote, I don't know if Einstein even did say it, but, you know, madness is doing the same thing over and over again or what have you, but really, like, this is what got you here, Alan? Not what got you all your success, but what caused your downfall. Really, like, you know what, if Alan had stolen my content, and I'd say this about him stealing my fucking... Alan stole my content, right? But if Alan stole my content and I investigated him and everyone thought he was great in the true crime world, and he only stole my content once, and that was it. Do you know what I mean? If it was just that, Where is he? There he is. If it was just that, then would I have been able to do what I've done? No. He would have had all this support behind him in the true crime world, and he's not a plagiarist, he's not an arsehole, no. But when I did, and the more I did, all these people were like, oh, yeah, Alan, like, fucking Alan, yes. Like, you know, so this is what got you there, Alan. Do you not think it might be an idea to just stop? Or is there just no quitting you for this? You're punching yourself in the face.
So no, I won't be giving up soon, trolls. Doesn't matter if you follow me around to the end of the earth. Doesn't matter. I'm just going to be less. Look, if we haven't got YouTube, what's the point of being so constantly seen every night? I don't need to be seen every night now. I need to be doing concentrated stuff here on Patreon.
Rumble shit, is it? Rumble not worth even bothering turning up to your own stream for? I thought you had thousands of views, Alan. There is no person on any platform today, right? No person on any platform today that would poo-poo the idea that someone could jump onto a new space and pull over 1,000 views. No big announcement, no, you know, I'm starting up, and doesn't matter who, like, even, I suppose if Ludwig jumped on there, you know, but you know what I mean? Most content creators would be like, wow, 1,000 views, 1,000 views, 2,000 views. For this shit, well done. Alan doesn't seem that bothered about it because he's paid for all those views. And what he used to do on YouTube would be, you give me £10, right? I put it into the YouTube machine. I buy 10,000 views or whatever. I don't know what the conversion rate is, but you buy your views, right? Then you get bumped up the algorithm. More people watch, more people might tip, but consistently you get more advertising revenue on YouTube. Like maybe revenue per mile, you get less on Rumble. So let's say £10 equates to £10 advertising revenue, and then whatever else we get on top, and it's always more because we've had more views. But what if on Rumble you pay £10, you get your 10,000 views, or sorry, your 1,000 views, and you get £5 back in advertising, and you've just lost £5 every time you've done it. On YouTube you were making money off the adverts, here you're losing money on that same deal. So maybe it's just not worth it financially. Because if you're running these numbers on a regular basis on a social media platform like this, doing your show, as much as I denigrate him and deride him, if it was real, over 1,000, 2,000, 2.6, 1.6, 2,000, 2.3, 2,000, that's okay to be, you know, growing off and building off. Obviously it's not for Alan, it's dying, and it's getting worse and worse and worse. And it's fake because he's paid for them. But, like, he doesn't see this as being worth doing, yeah? That's what he's just told us. This is not really worth doing. He didn't mention Rumble then. He said I should do less shows, fewer shows, and maybe make them better. Maybe that's an idea. But is that the idea? Fewer shows and better? Because none of this has yielded any possible glimmer of light. None of it. What he really means is, I want the patrons to give me the money still. 6, 10 of you that are in here, or 20, whatever there are. You know, you give me that money. I don't care about anything else at this point. Everything else is in the wind. This doesn't pay. TikTok doesn't pay. YouTube's gone. Keeping you. So why do I have to bother doing this? The crusade is over. I'll be making you personal videos from now on. If you want an Angry Alan topless video, just send Angry Alan 50 quid this month on Patreon, and he'll suck his own dick on camera for you. But other than that, I can't be arsed with it. I don't need it. It doesn't pay. I need you. You're paying. Weird that is. Weird to say that to his patrons like that. Because they funded his media out empire over the years, haven't they? Like, any success that they could have gained could have been shared, but any failure they have to take the brunt of, I suppose. Like, Miss Fiona, why is Russell Brand on it? Because Alan talked about Russell Brand a bit because he defended him.
And with your help, we hope to get this breakthrough one day, somehow.
Or why is Russell Brand on Rumble? Because he got kicked off YouTube monetization.
Some way. Whether Chris cracks or Chris's mum gets him to crack. Certainly, I mean, like, it's not about a plea deal, is it? Cindy said to us, it's not worried about the plea deal, not worried about the death penalty. It's never going to happen. I want him to have his day in court. He didn't want to have his day in court because he doesn't want her to go down. There couldn't be a day in court, could there?
Or it might be, Alan, because if you go to court and they read out all the things you did, like, you know, they prosecute you for it and they read it all out, then it's all on telly. And then when you get to court, sorry, when you go to prison, because you will, because you're Chris Watts, then everyone will know all the things you did, like, properly, like, laid out, like, in detail. And then you're in bad trouble in prison because everyone wants to murder you even more. So maybe that. Maybe he just doesn't want all that. Maybe he just thought, right, it's all going to go the wrong way, so I'm just going to take the fucking prison and I'm not going to have everyone talk about it in public. And has he quit Rumble? He just sort of, he hasn't quit it, right? What he just alluded to there to his patrons was that there's no point in making this big furore about being a big chuffer. They're still going to give him money even if he doesn't get 1,000 views or what have you. Like, you know, he can't be arsed with it, and it's not financially sustainable or physically sustainable for him or mentally, whatever. He can't, he can't do a show every day because he can't. Like, this is what he does when he tries, and it's shit. So instead, he's not going to, but they're going to still give him money. He will be doing occasional content for his own narcissistic personality disorder on TikTok and on Rumble, but you are to expect now a better quality, a special better quality that's going to come. And what it will be is it'll be his talky videos where he does the talking over the news, and then Alan will sort of drift away from public ridicule but still take the money. But not much money left, but that money, well, we've got that. I'll come to talk to you on the phone on Rumble. Like he said at the start of this, what are we at? 106.04. We're at 106.04. I can't remember if it was right at the start. We'll just quickly check.
Hope we can. Okay. Good evening. I'm a little bit chilly, so I'm cuddling the elephant in the room. I've been to a family get-together this afternoon. So if YouTube was a public utility, I was a utility. So the last refuge for me when I run out of channels will be on my telephone. I will go underground like the French resistance in the Second World War if they keep shoving me off of everything. Now, I was listening to Russell Brand today.
So he said that he would use the telephone. Like, that's insanity, of course. But what he's saying to them on his page, this is to his patrons, remember, this is the core group. This is no longer, let's get more people in. Do you want to join Patreon? This is, you fucking nutters in the bunker, keep your heads down. The nukes are coming, promise, honestly. If also you could give me some more monies, and like, if I have to call you on the phone instead of doing the streams, that'll be okay, yeah? Like, if I have to call you on the phone, like, oh, we're not on Rumble anymore and TikTok or whatever, because I went to court and then they told me I couldn't do it. Like, maybe that. But, you know, for some reason, Alan's lining the nest, you know, making sure the groundwork is laid here for, if I am not going to do streams and make content, you can still give me money because I'll call you up. Yeah? That's what he said, isn't it? The last refuge is the phone. I mean, there's a list of those subs and spanners and whatever. Alan will work in his own sort of grimy dialing. Like, Alan's job will be to wake up, get on his mobile phone, go down the list and say, hi, have you considered donating to the Armchair Detective today? Yeah, hi, it is me. How much are you going to give? Because I'll give you, say, 20 minutes on Rusik for maybe $40? 30? Well, okay, 20? 20, how about, okay, how about we do an hour on Rusik? I throw in 40 minutes of Kessinger for $20 then. Go on then. All right. Okay, so Nichol Kessinger, and then halfway through the call, oh, sorry, the battery's, oh no, Calls up the next one on the list. Hi, it's the Armchair Detective. You consider donating today? It's time for your daily dose of Armchair Detective. Have you got the $20 handy? When I can see it in my PayPal, I'll start telling you about Chris Watts. Oh, I've got something juicy on Nichol Kessinger. You haven't heard this? No, honestly. Okay, the money's in. Yeah. So, do you remember when I discovered the shadows? Sorry, the phone's broke. Oh. Right, next. It's Armchair Detective call centre again. He's off his own nut, isn't he? He's going to be ringing them up behind the scenes and demanding money with no, and we won't be party to that. We won't have if they can't escape before this, then they are doomed forever.
You could have a field day if you really got to the nitty gritty of this. You could have a field day.
Armchair Detective hotline.
She's more concerned about her job than 4 people being murdered. Oh, am I going to lose my job now? Hang on a minute. You've just been involved in a man that's killed 4 people. How are you concerned about your job? Are you not concerned about the people that died, no?
I'd have thought the most selfish man on the internet would have understood that.
No, not really. Leave me alone. Leave Jim alone. Leave everybody alone. Leave my dad alone. My dad leave everybody alone. Yeah. Everything was about her life, you know. If you're going to have a man who murdered 4 people, why would you delete all those texts that could give the police some valuable information on his whereabouts at certain times?
Because there was all sex pictures of her in there that she didn't want people to see. But, it conjures up this true crime world where we can get digging in and all maybes and what's and ifs. And we've talked about it before, so I don't have to get into the pedantry of it again, do I? But isn't it amazing that Alan still manages, at the end of his broadcast, he hasn't thought to himself, look, I've been doing this to them for an hour, maybe they need a break.
Days and whatever. They needed all that to piece together the narrative, didn't they? If
Snood.
she kept all her...
Nichol, you were told there was some Nichol Kessinger. Listen, this is... Snood. Here's one for Snood. So we will be drinky gin. Drinky gin. There we go, drinky gin. And I'm on shift. Oh, welcome to the Armchair Detective hotline. How can I help? Yeah, have you tried unplugging it and switching it back on again? Absolutely. And while you're around there, can you check if you got a Nichol Kessinger plugged in? Oh, you haven't? Oh, this is a different... Usually there's a Nichol Kessinger plugged in at the back. No? No backdoor Betty? Okay, let me get onto it. I'll have one sent out to you right away. We've got your address on file, but let me just confirm that your house is the one with the grey truck parked outside and the red car that visits intermittently through the night. With Hulk Hogan that broke in on the roof. Could I interest you in any Hogans? No, any Hogans? Do you not know about Hogans? I could sell you a few Hogans while you're here. I've got a special 10% off on Hogans. No, we're kind of doing a crossover event. On Hogans. All right, sorry. Is your phone breaking up? All right, well at least you fixed the. All right, bye. Lost that one. God, I could have got a sale there. I nearly got a sale on that one.
Kessinger.
I'm not doing as much of an elaborate as I did earlier, but... And also, thank you, Jess, for the 99p super chat. I can't now open the door and shout in my house because everyone's gone to bed, but there's a part of me that really wants to open the door and yell at Steve again. Well, you know what we can do? You know what we can do in the future is when Steve gets better from his back operation, right? I can invite him to my house. We both stay up all night like nutters. It'll be fine. I can invite him to my house and I can do this and pretend and I can open the door and yell at Steve and then actually Steve can come in. Actually, I know someone else called Steve. They can come in. I did not have to buy... It was 2 for 1 and I've lost the black pair now in all the joyous rapture of earlier when I was messing about. I mean, I've only sat in this damn chair, but there's a second pair of glasses in the room somewhere that got thrown off and discarded in the joy. And I've lost them. That's the squeaky chair, it's not me. There's a cat down there as well. But yeah, so I had a black pair, but, you know, we're wearing the snazzy pair now because my Amazon purchase has come to 50% off discount in that I've lost half of it. But yeah, this is what we're doing. Today's look sponsored by Armchair Detective. I had my hair back as well, it helped. I am the Armchair Detective. Hello. Whilst you're watching that idiot on Patreon, in YouTube, here is the real Armchair Detective that you've been craving. It's all Kessinger all the time. I might just start a channel where I just come on like this and just talk Kessinger. So I just come on like this. I was like, yes, you're correct. Snood, you are correct. And I got up today and did some on Super Chuffer, and I'm trying hard but not getting enough sleep. Yeah. Tonight's a sleepy's night, I think, after this nonsense. Maybe I can just... Maybe I can become Alan and, you know, do all his videos. He's told us what, in today's episode, he's told us all his plans for the next 6 weeks. So maybe I just... Because he's listed all the Kessinger things there. Maybe I just do that in a video, dressed like this, and then put it up on YouTube for next week. And just steal his thunder on YouTube. That's an idea, isn't it? Put on a bikini, though. Nichol Kessinger wears the... Perfect. Perfect. Let me just open a window. Hang on. Let me set this up first. Okay, let me just open a window here. Oh! Oh no! Whoops! How'd you get... Caca! Can you get that off the screen, please? Caca. I don't want that. What I want is... sex... This is probably not a good YouTube search, actually. Wait. Google search. This is probably not a good idea, but... Sexy... Oh, I should do source. Source, that's what I should look for. Sexy ladies... models... I mean, what would you describe what we're doing here? Events? Booking. I'll just put sexy ladies models booking. There must be a web... Female promotional models. That sounds alright. The cat's having a go in the paper over there. She's alright. Oh, look, they give you a choice. Promo guy gallery as well. We could get a saucy fella. They give you a choice. Maybe she might be my wife at the end of it. No, probably not. That's probably... You shouldn't say that on the internet if you're going to be choosing this. Oh, I'm dressed as Alan, so I can do what I like. Let's choose the one with the nicest hair. Should we choose... Oh, India. Look, India's all hair. Look at this. She's all hair. It's got to be India, hasn't it? I mean, Veronica here's bent over and in black and white, so that's quite classy, if anything, because she's in black and white. Nikki's got boxing gloves, so too powerful for me. Don't like the idea of that. I like this Abby in the monster truck, monster gear. She looks quite energetic. No, we'll go for the one with the hair. Let's just go India because I just want to get this done. Well, that's a picture of her. I thought it would take me to her dealer. That's a picture of her. That's a different girl. I don't want pictures like that. Take me back. Sexy models booking. I want to book India. How'd you do that? I suppose you can't. That's just a picture of her, right? Services, promotional stuff. You should make it easy for someone to, like, when they click on India, it should say, to book India, please dial this number or whatever, or do whatever. And it just is a picture of her in a gallery, and then you can't get out the gallery. This is a really bad website. I just want to know how much it costs to book India. Midlands, Birmingham. I'm around the NEC, that'll be fine. Juice and Live. I'm not going to an event. Let's just say NEC. This is the NEC girls. NEC, no. Okay, so you have to put details in. It's too difficult. I thought we were well on for booking a lady with nice hair, though. But okay, so the point is, I'm going too deep into this. The point is that we can book somebody to come here on the stream for money, and she can be a lady, and she can look like Nichol Kessinger, and I can ask her to put on the brown bikini and pose as Nichol Kessinger for us for a bit. Like, she can come in, I'll be Alan, like this. She can come in. There will be some kisses. Alan will want to give her a kissy. I mean, I want to give her a kissy for crying out loud. But we'll get her in, right? She can come here and sit on my lap and drink the gin. She can get paid for her time like a normal human being, and then that would be just the brilliantest, best ever. And I could say to the people that give me tippies, thank you for your tippies. That's paid for Vicky. What was her name? That's paid for the woman with the nice hair to turn up. So, stream's over now. Scarlett, people in chat are crying out for Scarlett. Do you think she'll do it for 40 quid? Get someone that looks like Scarlett. Get one that looks like Scarlett and one that looks like Nichol Kessinger, and have them here in the room with me while I do a stream reacting to Alan. And I have to try and do the Alan stream, and they just sit with me like objects. India, her name was India. Well, that's a silly name. I'll give her a new name, because, you know, new own a new name. I'm being Alan. But this is, I mean, until we get the suck, I don't have to remember the name. I've been in those situations in my life, not Alan now, actually me, where I've, like, you know, woken up with someone or been in a social situation where they are my partner. Like, this is my new girlfriend, and her name is, and I can't remember, and I'm like, shit. Like, this is one of those, and I, you know, one of those situations where I'm like, would you like to introduce yourself to a person whose name I can't remember? And then they introduce themselves, and you're like, I'm hoping that they're going to say it, and I'm going to pick up on it. Backdoor Betty. Yeah, we need them to, I want models. I want sexy lady models. I mean, it is totally misogynistic, but then there is a huge positive in that, like, Alan will go nuts for it. Like, it would make a really good look. I talk a big game, but am I really going to book sexy, saucy models to come to my house and pose behind me for a stream where we denigrate Alan? I mean, it depends. We'll have to do a poll. We'll have to do some sort of poll somewhere. Not here, because you'll all say yes. But, you know, if I'm going to be... Are you messing about, Mink? Was that you messing then? You're knocking about these wires. If we're going to do something like that, I have to assert that, because they might cost money, and if people get cross, he spent the money on sexy models to come and stand behind him and massage him and call him Alan and whisper in his ear about being a good detective. That's not a good cost-effective spend of the monies. Like, then we can't do it. So it's a team effort. But my vote is yes, the women, get the women in. Doing the sexy. Oh, Scott's such a misogynist. And he said Alan was a misogynist, but I'm joking about misogyny. I'm making misogyny the joke. We can interview them afterwards as real people. So, how did you get into being a misogynistic icon? How do you like being objectified for a living? Feel powerful, do you, love? India. You, India. Also, would you like to stay for a nice dinner? We'll go to the local restaurant. My friends owes me a favour, and he's the head chef at one of Stratford's finest. So, let's get in there for a table. You can come too, Nichol Kessinger, or Scarlett, or whatever your name is. The other one. The other one. You can come to the other one. This all sounds like fun, doesn't it? Has Alan got a cat? No, I've got a cat. I've actually got a cat. I was actually playing with an actual cat. Alan don't have a cat. That was Winston. Steve under the table. This is better here, isn't it? It's really nice, actually, doing Alan's stream for him. It's actually kind of better. Do you see how it's more fun when I'm doing Alan's stream? Welcome to Armchair Detective. Tonight on the show, we've got, well, me. Mainly me. But it's going to be fun, because I won't make you watch the news. We can have a chat about something. Kaka, how are you doing, Kaka? What's going on in your world, Kaka? No one's ever heard that statement said, have they? Melissa Marvellous, it's nice to see you here. Did you have a nice weekend? How are the kids? I don't know if she's got kids, but, you know. Alan's never said this. I suppose if he said how are the kids, I'd have him for it. But I am the Armchair Detective. Martin, my dear, how are you? I love your work this week. I love your episode on me being a massive weirdo. It's good work, son. Keep it up. Shouts out. Do you think if Alan tunes into my stream now, he won't know what's happening? Hey, Alan. I don't know. I don't have anything to say now. I've said it all, haven't I? Done a lot of talking. The microphone. You want me to talk into the microphone over there? My hand doesn't disappears. My hand does. But I've got my own real microphone. That's real. Dual mic technology. One in each hole. I've seen detractors as people or communities, but you finding Alan is fate. Fate that he created himself. There is no fate. Didn't you watch? Listen, you in chat. As Alan. Listen, you in chat. Somebody ban Mr. Wrong. No, don't. The fate. There is no fate but what you make. Like Terminator. Sarah Connor taught us that, didn't she? So Alan made this happen initially by stealing my content and refusing to apologise. But I'm also making it happen. Yeah. I think it's just enough that I'm dressed as him in the room actually for a bit sometimes. I think that's just... Oh, it's Alan hasn't worn a wig. This is a bit of a... This is like Inception. Don't cross the streams. Don't cross the streams. Look. Something's going to happen now. What's going to happen now? Alan is the wig man. The wig's getting me. Ah! The wig's attacking me. Ah! Ah! The wig's getting me. Ah! Ah! That super chuffer's in my room. Do you think he's at... If Alan's still at the family party now, does he think he's watching this? Because he doesn't understand the green screen, does he? Do you think he thinks I'm there? How's he got into my house? Do you think he's calling the police now to go and raid his own house? Dual hole technology. The wig man is in my house, creeping around my room. He's on my own. The wig man is on my computer. Now put on a vest. Yeah, these glasses didn't come cheap. Whilst they were only £2.99 on Amazon, I charged the stream 50 quid to put them on. Oh, there's the wig again. Jasper. Ah, my face. Jasper took my eye out. I'm like, oh, the pen chewing. I haven't even got a pen in the room because I'm a grown-up that uses a computer in 2004. So I don't, whatever the fucking year is, 2004, no more pens, just computer. I haven't given myself the benefit of a pen in this room. There's a pen in a drawer in the kitchen. You know, we've got pens in the you know that drawer in the kitchen where you've got the stuff. We've got a pen in a drawer. See, this is better than Alan. Even me talking about a pen in a drawer is better than Alan. He's hacked my house. I've got a pen in a drawer. Got a pen in a drawer. Most people have got pens in drawers. Actually, I've got a nice set of pens in a drawer somewhere that I bought thinking, oh, I'll do some nice drawing with those lovely pens. And then they don't come out of the box because then you'll start messing them up and getting them out of order. And they might as well just stay in the box until you really want to draw something. I've got this brush. It's a small brush. It can go... Steptoe. Oh, I'm a governor. I'm a detective, Your Honour. Am I live? Certainly am. Your words... Oh, the words aren't above this because... the words... There are the words. Yes, we're live. And I was trying to hire a sexy lady to play Nichol Kessinger in the story of my life. Which is that I talk about this man a lot on the internet now. But I don't have to all the time. I keep promising you I'm going to calm down on that. And, other things will hove into view that will take priority. Don't worry.
Message with Chris, it would have helped them a lot and track his whereabouts. But of course, they do have them. Mr. Rourke told us they got 6,000 pages of discovery.
Oh.
He gave us 2,000. So 2/3 of his evidence is never seen. I believe that's because a lot of that evidence is against NK and their friends. I believe there's a lot of evidence, a lot of investigation that went on.
You should write a book.
Between NK and a group of friends, especially Robert, the druid guy, a personal spiritual advisor.
Sex
he would have
sex
to be
friend.
tracked and followed because he was Wiccan. He was at the Creastoke. He was at her flat. He was talking to her on the Friday before the murders. He was talking to her on the Tuesday after the murders. That man would have been tracked right down.
Tracked right down. The sex man.
So yeah, keep supporting me if you can, and I'll keep working for you. So that's the message.
The message is, fuck everything else. you give me money. You've always been giving me money. Continue to do it. And there's going to be no breaking service on the giving me the money, okay? An hour you've had there of Nichol Kessinger. So don't say I don't give you anything. You've had your favourite bedtime story. I'm taking your piggy bank to pay for my... This is the equivalent of your parent coming in the room at night and reading you a bedtime story with alcohol on their breath and then taking your piggy bank to pay for the other narcotics that they have downstairs.
I'll work for you. You keep supporting me. And between us, hopefully we'll get somewhere.
This is where you've
I've got
got
to find a job.
Meanwhile, I've got to find a job. This is glorious. Snood's going to love this.
Hopefully we'll get somewhere.
You don't hear this from Darkside Phil, except as a threat. And I believe it is a threat, really.
Meanwhile, I've got to find a job. I have to find a little part-time job. Otherwise, I just do. I have to. I don't know. What job can I do, do you think?
I mean, there are a lot of people under the bridge sucking dicks, but I can find you a vacancy.
What part-time job can the armchair detective do?
I have got a vacancy for a sexy lady dressed as Nichol Kessinger on my stream if you want, Alan. I am an equal opportunities employer. So, you know. There is a vacancy on my stream for sexy lady dressed as Nichol Kessinger.
To keep things alive. I don't get paid on TikTok. I don't get paid nothing on Rumbo.
Rumbo? You don't get paid nothing? You're saying this to the people who have directly given you money, joined as members, which is financial. You're saying this to the people who have given you money on Rumble.
I have to do something. I need a job. There's got to be a job that doesn't stop me researching and working.
So that could be anything because you do no research or work whatsoever. So any job at no point in your daily routine does research or work come into it. So you can literally do any job.
I just wonder what sort of job I should go. Maybe like a...
In chat, what sort of job would you like to see the armchair detective take? And I said this in the video that we mentioned earlier, but I would repeat myself quite happily. I would pay substantial finance to be able to follow that journey with a camera. I don't think he will get any of the jobs, so it's not going to be a show about Alan working full-time at, but it will be Alan takes in the form, Alan goes to the interview, sometimes Alan gets a trial shift at, and then Alan gets sacked from, and that'll be the format for the show every week. What form are you filling in this week, Alan? Where are we taking these? And then we'll go with them, and then he'll get a trial. And then this week, Alan has a trial shift at Kentucky Fried Chicken. You know, come back in part 2 when we find out if Alan has managed to fit the right number of pieces in the bargain bucket, or if the dissatisfied customer is coming back for a third time. Sorry, Alan, says the manager of Kentucky Fried Chicken. It's just not working out for you. I'm afraid we're not going to be able to take you on at Kentucky Fried Chicken. And in this scene in the episode, the Kentucky Fried Chicken bucket goes up in the air. Well, fuck you and your chicken. I'm a great big detective. You fucking don't know anything about Nichol Kessinger, do you? With your fucking chicken. Who wants coleslaw and beans? Who wants fucking coleslaw and beans? Fuck you. I'm the great armchair detective. I'm not wearing your uniform. I should be the manager. I'm going to do the drive-through tonight. I'm not touching the chicken. You can't sack me. All the chicken I can eat, mate. All the armchair detective has decided to interview for Kentucky Fried Chicken. And what qualifications do you have for this role? All the chicken I can eat. Sorry, Mr. Vinicum, your application has not been successful at this time. Not another one. Steve, you can turn the telly back on. I've not been accepted at Kentucky Fried Chicken. Wait, I'm trying to open the letter. He's trying to open the... Armchair detective is having trouble opening the envelope. Steve, close the fridge. I can't open the envelope. Steve. Take your clothes out of the washing machine and drain it down and turn it off. I'm having trouble reading this letter. So, unfortunately, you've not been accepted. That could be the name of the show. Unfortunately, your application has not been successful. Featuring Armchair Detective, AD. Crossed out both times, Alan Vinicum. He could wash up. Does he wash up? He never washed up. Does he clean up? He never cleaned up. Does he push you in the river sometimes if he's cross? He does nothing. The boy does nothing. I did nothing. The boy did nothing. Did he grift 'em? He always grifts 'em. Does he suck 'em? He sometimes sucks 'em. Does he push 'em in the river after taking the money out of their wallet once they've had a bit of a difficult time talking to a strange old man in the street? He did nothing. The boy did nothing. Did he kill his parents to get the inheritance? I did nothing. I'm Alan. Nothing.
Night watchman, where if I was a night watchman,
Right?
on say like building site,
Yeah, on a building site, yeah. You could if you were a night watchman on a building site, you could drag people in there and rape them in the confines of the building site, and no one would know. That's a good job for you. Why are you suggesting this? Where are you going with it?
I could still do my research, couldn't I?
No?
I'd be sat in a hut, wouldn't I?
Yeah?
I don't have to do anything. Just
Why didn't you put that, and I said it yesterday, but why didn't you put that on your application form? If you say this in the interview, you are not getting the job, because most people do expect you to do some work at work.
on say like building site, I could still do my research, couldn't I? I'd be sat in a hut, wouldn't I? I don't have to do anything. Just keep an eye out because somebody tries to break in. If I had a job where all I was a night watchman to keep an eye on something, just keep an eye, I could still use my computer, couldn't I guess.
And maybe get 30 grand a year on the side for that. Yeah. Where are these jobs where I can just turn up and keep an eye and do whatever the fuck I want? Can I still run my obs? Reconnection successful. Okay, so I didn't notice any. It just obs dinged me to say like you're still running. Yeah, I can have that job then. Yeah, I'll do that. Like I think many people would want that job where you could just turn up. No one expects you to do anything. Keep an eye on whatever that is on the building site. The building site needs keeping an eye on during the night in case like watch those bricks. Yeah, if they wake up, I want you to call into the office. So you're just literally in a hut on a building site at night. You think there's a lot of vacancies for this for some reason. A lot of construction work needs a lot of people sat in huts. And then whilst you're in your hut, you're going to completely ignore all of your duties and just fuck around on the internet. Yeah? That's the top job for Alan. In his dream job, suggested to, I'm thinking of maybe not doing so many streams, but I've got this idea that I might start becoming a night watchman. And each their own. Like to all the night watchmen out there who watch this, fair play. Who watches The Watchmen? I don't know. Maybe you're watching Watchmen while you're sat in your watching hut. I don't know. But the idea is that Alan's going to join your ranks and he's going to be good at it because he simply does not give a fuck about it. And it's the best, easiest blag so that he can do fuck all at work. I mean, come on, Alan. Is this your ambition in life now? You think maybe since Rumble's not working out, I might find myself a hut on a building site where I can get away with sex crimes in peace.
Well, I could find a job where I could use my computer. It was so mundane that all I was doing was looking at an entrance to see if anybody came along. That would be the ideal job, right?
What, like a bumhole? Well, that's supposed to be an exit. Political. It doesn't have to be an exit. It can be an entrance if you like. I'm being told in my ear that there's a job idea for Alan that he might enjoy a spot on Rossiter's Corner. Rossiter's Corner. He might get himself a spot there. Alan's dream jobs in chat, maybe. I mean, why? And I think the only reason is he's trying to leverage, like, oh, it's poor Alan. He's going to have to sit in a hut unless you pay him money. So Nancy and the others, maybe it's time to stump up a bit more money because this man needs 40 grand a year, and otherwise he's threatening to sit in a hut. Kirsty, he's in the shed again. So he won't come out for less than 40 grand a year. He can stay in the shed.
When you think about it, wouldn't it? Because then I'll be being paid to do my research.
Well, that's not
stop me falling asleep, wouldn't it?
You're not supposed to either fall asleep or do your research. Could you imagine this? I mean, this is like The Office levels of comedy now. Like, and it's realism from, like, I don't know if he really means it, like if you're really suggesting it or if he's just trying to leverage it or if you're trying to make a joke. But he's not making a joke. This is really Alan talking. It's just that I can't contextually understand in my head. Like, it's got to the point where we've done long enough of, I've been watching his and reacting to this long enough now tonight that my brain has now completely collapsed within on itself, and I'm an Alan within an Alan within an Alan, and I don't know anymore. But to him, this seems acceptable and normal to say this on the internet. So
break in. If I had a job where all I was a night watchman to keep an eye on something, just keep an eye, I could still use my computer, couldn't I? I guess. If I could find a job where I could use my computer, it was so mundane that all I was doing was looking at an entrance to see if anybody came along. That would be the ideal job, right?
that's the ideal job.
When you think about it, wouldn't it? Because then I'll be being paid to do my research.
What about if you could get paid to do your research for doing your research, to be paid for it? Wouldn't that be the ideal job? Wouldn't Detective on the telly with Isla, on the telly with that nice Isla that you like, or wouldn't it writing a book about it? Or maybe you could start a YouTube channel, or maybe even on a platform like Rumble. Maybe failing that, you could get a job in a different field entirely, completely blag your way through it, so that you could sit quietly in a shed and do your Nichol Kessinger research in the shed. The ideal job for me was if you could set me up with a computer screen facing an entrance of some description. Probably, maybe the entrance to a club or bar or hole. Maybe I could monitor the entrance to your hole. Have you got a hole near the entrance? The card. Here's the card. Here's the card. The name's Vinicum, Alan Vinicum. I'm hole monitor. Sorry, hall monitor. No, hole monitor. Hole, like bum hole. Hole monitor. Yeah, hole monitor. What we do is we set up a webcam outside the hole of your choosing. Glory hole, cubby hole, Wookie hole, any old hole. We set up I caught myself in the mirror there, and I noticed that I was wearing this hat, and I was like, who's that? And it was me. Who's that jaunty man in the hat? We set up a camera, and then Alan monitors the hole. Have you got a mouse? You don't know. If you've got a mouse, Alan will monitor the hole. Little mouse hole. That's a hole. Any form of hole. The hole's in cheese. What kind of hole? Can you think of any hole? Any hole's a goal. Any old hole. Old King Cole was a merry old soul. 3 for £1. I'll watch your hole. That's our slogan. So, hole in the wall pub. Alan will watch the hole in the wall. He'll watch the hole in the wall for people taking money out. And then I'd approach them and say, I see you took £20 out of the hole in the wall. I am the hole monitor. I have been watching this hole, so maybe a £2 tip's in order. Well, I know you've only got a 20. I just saw you take it out. Well, I've got 18 change. Hang on. Here's 18 change. So you hand over you hand over the 20. I'll give you the 18. Hang on, you hold that. Hang on, hold that. I'm sure I've got a 5 or a 10 in the other pocket. Hang on, you hold that and give me that back. Right, now I've got the 20 and you gave me 5. So if I give you 3, we're square, aren't we? Well, you want that, don't you? Well, you just bought that. No, that's yours. Honestly, what, you think I was just giving it to hold? No. You've bought that now. It's an armchair detective commemorative t-shirt. You'll like it. The Cornish bolt hole, the wizened old hole, the starfish collector. Alan's dream job is to sit and watch an entrance. So that with one eye he's got on the entrance, and with the other he can get on with his Nichol Kessinger research, so that he can lead a crusade to put public pressure on the DA and maybe the American government, so that they have to arrest Nichol Kessinger and interview her further. The whole empire, we can call it that, the whole empire, like the British Empire, but the whole empire. The whole empire hinges on one man and his ability to both watch a hole for money as a day job, and also, I mean, you don't have, this is another interesting point, Alan doesn't feel that he can do two things, that he's maybe his full-time work should be watching a hole, and when he gets home, no time for research. It's a very hard day watching the hole today, so I'm going to just hang up my hat and I'm just going to jerk off over pictures of Nichol Kessinger in a bikini. I can't possibly do any research today. Not if I've been watching The Hole. What my dream job is, so if I can watch The Hole and go on the internet at the same time. My dream job. My dream job. The dream. Living the dream involves watching a hole. Am I getting this right? Is this man saying this on the internet?
And it stopped me falling asleep, wouldn't it?
I love it too much. I love it too much. This is too good. It's too much of a treat.
If I could find a job where I could use my computer, it was so mundane that all I was doing was looking at an entrance to see if anybody came along. That would be the ideal job, right? When you think about it, wouldn't it? Because then I'll be being paid to do my research. And it stopped me falling asleep, wouldn't it? Night watchmen are notorious for falling asleep, aren't they? That's what they do, isn't it? Oh, night watchmen, they fall asleep.
In the
at least I'll
films.
be awake.
At least I'd be... He's saying it to the boss here. Listen, this is... When the boss catches him doing his research, this is what his excuse is, look.
When you think about it, wouldn't it? Because then I'll be being paid to do my research. And it stopped me falling asleep, wouldn't it? Night watchmen are notorious for falling asleep, aren't they? That's what they do, isn't it? Oh, night watchmen, they fall asleep. Well, at least I'll be awake.
At least I'd be awake, yeah.
CCTV watcher, yeah.
Yeah, CCTV watcher, yeah. They have those, professional CCTV watchers. That sounds contrived the way I've said it, but they actually do have people who work in security who specialise in CCTV, of course. But I don't know if Alan's going to find a job sitting in a room doing whatever the fuck he wants on the internet while the CCTV's on in the other window. Like, is he off his head?
Yeah, I could watch CCTV.
Like, the job of a CCTV operative is to be on call so that, like, a call will come in from the police. Like, we're looking for a, probably. Sorry, I am dressed as Alan. Sorry, I'll do it. I'll do the comedy racism. Look, I am dressed as Alan. Probably an Arab. Well, they'll be looking for an Arab or a black, won't they? Okay, back into the real world, you know. They have someone they're looking for in the street, and they'll say to the CCTV operative, "Can you find?" And the CCTV operative will look on the cameras and operate them. And like Alan will be like, "What? You want what? Hang on. What button is it? I think it's turned off. Kaka, are we live? Hang on, let me call my friend Kaka." Alan can only do these jobs. This job that he's suggesting he's going to do, he can only do it if Kaka is prepared to give up her daily routine to join him live on the internet while he tries to work the fucking, like, Alistair, what did I call him? Alistair? Alan working as a barrister. That was what I was going to say. Alistair. Alan working as a barrister. Like, and you go in and you say, "Can I have a mocha macchiato, please, with a sprinkle of pumpkin spunkin, and can I have it with soy milk?" And Alan says, "Hang on, Kaka, did you get that? Kaka, did you get that? He wants a honey and spiced pumpkin macchiato with a soy milk." And Kaka's like, "Right, Alan, you go over to the machine." "Yeah, I'm there, I've got it." Then you...
But that would stop me doing my research.
CCTV operative's no good anyway.
In Wisconsin. Yeah, man. Bit of a trip home every night, wasn't it? All right.
Well, you'd move to Wisconsin, you fucking idiot.
Just off to work in Wisconsin. When you be back? Oh, about 2 weeks. It's thousands of miles away.
That's a joke. Alan done a joke. Wait. Sorry. Alan done a joke. Let's have it proper. Let's have it right. Let's have it right. Alan done a joke. He's joining in now.
Prison guard in Wisconsin. Yeah, man.
And we're back. Obs, you cheeky obs. Why does it look like that? It doesn't look like that for me. What the fuck's that? It doesn't look like that for me. Wait, it's showing my own stream to me. That's weird. Why does it do that? It fucks me about. Bring him back. Bring him back. Bring him back. Bring him back. Bring him back to me. But not literally, obviously. I don't really want him to be anywhere near or around anyone that I know or love. But bring him back. Bring him back.
Yeah, but slight problem. Good idea, though, Nazi.
And he was saying that he'd done a joke. Oh, his joke, naughty. I don't know why he's doing it. I will be back. Oh, no, I'm coming back now. Excellent connection, it says at my end. So I assume I'm back. Naughty, yeah. Okay, I'm back. I'm going to quickly just close up a couple of windows just in case. What have I got up anyway? Screenshots of me. Face. Something in the background. That can go. Got loads of windows. That can't be a problem though, can it? Because, my sister's playing Fortnite in the room. No, it's not that. We'll push on. Everything will be fine.
All right, I'm just off to work in Wisconsin.
Alan's doing his joke.
When will you be back? About 2 weeks. It's thousands of miles away. I've got to get...
Because you'd be in jail.
Slight problem. Good idea, though, Nazi. Write a crime book. Yeah, but I've got to earn money every month.
Write a crime book. Yeah, but I've got to earn money every month. How blatant and bare is it? Like, my little stupid blags don't bring in the money properly, do they? But, like, write a crime book. I've done that. I've tried that. It's funny. It's a funny... I believe that to be a troll, but, is it that deep in there, a troll? Or is that one of them suggesting it seriously, write a crime book? Or another crime book about something different, maybe. Maybe they're suggesting that. But, yeah, but I've got to earn money every month. Like, these are the people that give you the money every month, Like, you're talking to them now. So what you're saying to them is, this ain't good enough. I'm going to do something else. I'd rather sit in a shed on the computer jerking off over pictures of Nichol Kessinger than talk to you fuckers in Rumble once a week for monies. It's not validating for me. It's not good enough for me. Hope you have a nice evening, and thank you very much for the support. Isn't it really?
It's about now. I've lost all my money on YouTube. I have to earn money, don't I? I mean, like everyone does.
Is this something that's real and in his face? Or is this that he's using it leverage for more money off them? Is he thinking, look, I can basically say to them, whatever money YouTube used to give me, now I want you to give it to me. And if that works, then, well, hey. Like, just extra money, really.
Apart from you rich people, you don't have to earn money. I have to earn money. I have to earn money.
You rich people, you. He's talking directly to patrons there. That is fucking horrific, disgusting. I don't want to skip it back because it broke my stream every time I skipped it back. But you heard it. I have to skip it back. Whoops. Let's hope it don't break the stream.
Prison guard in Wisconsin.
You people.
Yeah, man. Bit of a trip home every night, wasn't it? All right. I'm just off to work in Wisconsin. When will you be back? About 2 weeks. It's thousands of miles away. I've got to get... Yeah, but... Slight problem. Good idea, though, Nazi. Write a crime book. Yeah, but I've got to earn money every month. It's about now. I've lost all my money on YouTube. I have to earn money, don't I? I mean, like everyone does. Apart from you rich people. You don't have to earn money. I have to earn money. I have to earn money. I have commitments. So if I've taken all my money off YouTube, where do you think I'm going to get my money from?
Yeah. Welcome to Patreon. Right. Not a very nice man, are you, Alan?
Rob a bank? No, not my scene.
No, not your scene.
I have to find another stream of income.
Maybe selling those pictures again on the black market to those horrible pedos. What about that?
It won't be Rumble. Rumble doesn't bring in any money, hardly. So there you go. I've got to get a job. Come and be my carer. I could be a carer, couldn't I? I could be a private investigator, couldn't I? I could spy on people's husbands and wives.
I mean, I've done enough tonight of joking and making jokes and stuff, so I don't have to react to that one. You can do that yourself. Double whammy there. Carer, spy. Alan's going to sit in the bushes watching, you know, spying. That's fun for him. I mean, this is really weird, isn't it? Because again, it's like the real world knocking on the door. Hey, Mr. Narcissist, you need the money, you know, and things are difficult. And you're here talking to these people and grifting and begging them, like, you know, time to turn up the beg. And also, though, if you have to face that, then it's going to make you feel bad. So you're going to want to just make some jokes and like delude yourself like that everything's going to be fine. Like, yeah, you can work in the spy office, or you can go and work in the, you know, you're going to be fine. Everything's going to be great. Everything's going to be wonderful. You're super Alan and ha ha ha. But the truth is a bit more horrible, isn't it?
Gather intelligence. Catch cheating partners.
Gather intelligence. Gather intelligence. The man can't even gather stupidity, let alone gather intelligence.
Good one, isn't it? Chauffeur. Be a chauffeur.
Like Victor Meldrew.
Best I better go. Been lovely talking to you. Thanks for talking to me.
It's been great.
And it's nice to see so many of you here now. Of course, most people watch this in repeat, but I have to tell you, those of you that watch repeat, you'll never see live chat. You have to come here live for live chat.
So fuck you and your sleep schedule wherever you are in the world. Have that. You pay to enjoy this at your leisure, but you're not doing it properly.
Which you do, which is good. Supervise the cleaning of my teeth. I don't watch YouTube anymore. You like to, this is
That was a dig at Martin. Supervise the cleaning of Martin's teeth. Ha.
great. All those trolls, right? I'm sorry to tell them, I don't watch them, so I don't know what they're doing. I don't care what they're doing. I don't know anything about them anymore. Anyway, it's been lovely talking to you, and I think I'm having tomorrow off. I have tomorrow off to ever think of what to do for the rest of my life. Probably might see you tomorrow night. I'm not allowed to sell paintings on Rumble. Do you know that?
I wonder if people at the family gathering have had a little chat to him, a word in his ear, and said, listen, you need to think about what you're going to do for the rest of your life. Like Luke, obviously, with the direct question last time, he got caught out. Any money? And Alan was like, oh no, it's going to go really well. This guy with 1 million subscribers is going to take me under his wing, and I'm going to be the next Russell Brand. Honestly, son. This guy with 1 million subscribers has been on the show, and he's going to, like, you know, he was shouting that out, wasn't he, to his son? Lying, because that guy didn't have 1 million subscribers. But, you know, it's going to be great tomorrow. The sun will come out tomorrow. Where's the wig? No, that's not happening. And so maybe people around him are saying, listen, we know about you and your problems. You're going to have to get a job. Maybe he's been asking them for money. Things are a bit tight this month because of being on Rumble. And maybe they've said to him, can I have the money back? Now that you're on Rumble, you've done that, you've been a month on Rumble, where's the money now then? Can I have the money back? Maybe he's had a loan, you know, stuff like that. It feels like people are getting at the end of their tether and are saying to him, well, you're going to have to get a fucking job. Right, because that idea's come up out of somewhere, and Alan doesn't have ideas, so that's probably come up out of someone in his ear at the family gathering, and then he's laid it on the patrons. Alan's going to have to get a job, and he's not going to be here anymore, but he will phone you up and beg you for money. So how does that sound? I'm going to be a night watchman in a van, molesting people that I kidnap that are drunk in the night, and you're going to have to pay me when I call you up. All right?
The trolls have checked it out and told me. One of the trolls sent me an email. I hope you're not going to start selling your paintings on Rumble. It's not allowed. I didn't know that you're not allowed to sell. Do you know that? I think you checked that out for me. You're not allowed to sell paintings on.
a weird situation where Alan's believing what a troll has sent him on emails and reading them directly. So Alan has a one-to-one direct email with a troll, which is weird. And then he's believing what they say and asking the people in his chat to check that out for him because he doesn't know. But I think what it is actually is Alan doesn't want to fuck around with the paintings anymore because at no point did he get any money, and he doesn't want to carry on pretending that he's doing that because it looks fucking stupid. So instead, mind you, he does have the paintings on the wall. There is that. Maybe he's just legit concerned that he's going to get done for selling paintings on Rumble. I don't know. But it feels a bit to me like he's using some weird excuse to get out of having to do that or get involved with that anymore.
Oh, God. Maybe I can sell them on TikTok. I don't know.
Oh, no. Yeah, okay. So he really wants to keep selling them.
There's so much to learn. I've got so much to learn.
I gave him too much credit there for being wise enough to try and back away from that thing that he created. But no. Have they not told him to make his own platform? Well, they have to do it behind the scenes, so it's an awful lot of work for them, Karen. And usually, if you're going to create your own platform, like a David Icke, you take with you some weight of move. Like when Russell Brand got kicked off YouTube recently, he could have Russell Branded himself up on his own platform. He could have, because he took, but he wasn't. I think he was, or probably quite sensibly, he's a bit worried to isolate himself in that way. But that's like the final move of the cult, and for Alan it's just to call you up. He doesn't want to go through all the rigmarole of his own website so that you can do all this bollocks on your own website with the hassle of that. Why don't I just call you up instead? Like, so I think his own platform is calling you up. But yeah, like the problem is it would fail miserably because the amount of money and time it would take to run for the ability to talk to 4 people, you might as well just have a Zoom call.
About the technicalities of Rumble and TikTok. I got that to do. Sam, I am not on there. I don't know if you can or not.
Big ups Kelly Atkins. When I was 15, the people around me, some of them cared about my problems. And now, I'm not like, I'm a bit strange that you would say something strange like that. You got moderated, but I just checked what you said and it's fucking weird. Okay? At no point in today's episode has that come up, but block Kelly, she's an AD spy, right? No, it's okay. Listen, what will happen is, right, okay, that message got moderated, and I can see why, but what happens is, some people come in here, as you say, from the other side, and they're angry, and they're eggy, and it's probably Nosy Nana or one of them, but they can hear this, and they need to hear it. You know, I hope they've been here to see it and hear it tonight. I hope they haven't just tuned in and just caught the end, because they've missed all the good bits. They're going to have to go back and watch it. And they should do, all of it, because they're in full-on denial. You block them. Like, you can personally block them, but I don't mind them being here because, like, you know, at first they're going to come in and be eggy and say some stupid weird shit, and it doesn't hurt me and it doesn't matter. And then after a while, it's a bit like when someone's having a temper tantrum and they're flailing their arms about, and you just have to give them a big hug and be like, look, all right, calm down, okay, calm down. Like, you know, once they've stopped having their little thing, you know, once they've had a bit of hug, they can be like, oh, hang on, this isn't as bad as I thought it was. Like, nothing's really that bad over here. Like, nothing's that bad over here. Like, it's all alright. And they might even come around to the idea that Alan is a complete weirdo sitting in his grandson's bedroom complaining about the death of some kids that happened years ago. Nichol Kessinger, oh, fucking hard on for Kessinger. They don't see how fucking weird this is and how strange it looks in the cold light of day. That, like, grifting these ladies for this money, beating this dead horse in this way. They'll come around. They can either come around or they can, you know, they can either come around to the way we think or they can be here and have different opinions. But obviously, personal direct attacks, the mods have been told to remove them. But I don't mind personal direct attacks at me because, like, actually, I don't care. Like, say what you want about me when I was 15. Hello, this is me when I'm much more grown up, and I don't mind because I'm not a child. So you can say what you want, and I don't care. It doesn't hurt me. So that's fine. Like, you know, we're not AD's chat, and we don't ban people for having a different opinion. But of course, if you're personal and vindictive about people, if you have a personal argument with people, both people get shut down, eventually both get muted. Like, I don't want anyone having a row with each other. So even if people are from the other side, like, you know, you can be in different places. So maybe Kelly was talking about Alan or not me. You know, maybe her messages got confused. You know, I think it's okay to give us some space, and you know, the internet's a different, very strange place as well. Because if you walked into a pub and there were a lot of people there and they thought differently, and you started yelling and shouting, "You're a fucking this," and I think you that, but like, let's say I'm on stage at a pub doing a little stand-up comedy, and someone like is heckling in the audience. It's a very different atmosphere, isn't it? But in YouTube chat, it's different. So I get it. Like, but really, the community, you know, the general consensus, like standing out for being controversial and difficult isn't the best look sometimes, especially when everyone is trying to be helpful and congenial, have a laugh, and you know, positive. There's a lot of love and a lot of sharing of love. I know we rip this man because we think he's a bad man, but there's a lot of sharing of love as well. So we should make sure that we veer on that side when people, like, I know we're not in a street fight, so I don't have to like show you love and then get punched in the face, but you know, like, it's a bit of a weird contrivance for me after all of this time moaning about Alan to talk about love. But on a personal one-to-one basis, if you come here and want to hit out at me and be nasty to me, I think there's something that worries me about you, like, and what's going on with you more than me, like, because I'm not like, you know, when I was 15 everything like wasn't all great and roses, but I talked about that maybe in a video once about mental health, but like, it's okay, you know, it's okay. I can take that and it's fine. So it's Kelly might now be coming around to agree with me, or maybe not, or it might be confusing. Let's just chill on that then. Like, you know, I said my bit, she said her bit, and it's cool. We're cool with it.
At least my spanners are getting better mental health, aren't they? They were always worried about me or checking up on the trolls or what the trolls said today, and at least they've got more spare time now.
At least your spanners have got more spare time now that you've ruined everything that they built together. That's like me running a hairdressing business, and okay, fair play, I did lock up the doors. But like, it's like me running a hairdressing business and everyone turns up to work and me saying, listen, we're sitting out in the car park today. We're doing shaving heads in the car park for tramps. I know you used to like doing nice haircuts in the hairdressing salon, but today we're shaving hair. No offense to tramps, but you know what I mean. Like, we're doing haircuts, just shaving randomers in the car park, and so things are worse. It's my fault. What did he say?
My spanners are getting better mental health.
But yeah, you get better mental health because you're not going to have to do so many haircuts today. Like, things are going to be better for that. Like, the head shaves are going to go through quite quick. So it's better mental health for you. You don't have to do as much work because I failed you in everything you built together.
Aren't they? They were always worried about me or checking.
That's sad because that's kind of how I feel about the people that worked at my hairdressing salon when I had to close the doors.
On the trolls or what the trolls said today, and at least they've got more spare time now. I'm glad that my spanners have got more time on their hands.
Kelly, you're not
to
blocked.
Live a life, you know, to live a life.
Kelly, you're not blocked. Just the personal attack messages got removed because the mods thought they were aimed at me, so they got removed.
No. Set up a TikTok shop.
You're free to attack Alan.
Yeah.
Set up a TikTok shop because there's no one on TikTok to buy your stuff.
Here tonight, is she? I haven't seen her.
No one on TikTok wants to buy your rubbish. Big sigh. Things not going well with Kaka.
Instigator. Right, I'm off. Thanks very much, guys.
Why did you say instigator at the end there? That was weird. Right, I'm off. Hand across. So Kaka came up. The word instigator came up, and then wiped it off. I don't think things are going very well with Kaka.
Come on tomorrow night. I might not sure yet.
No, he didn't.
But I will be on Patreon a lot more from now on.
But you're not.
I've got to. This is where it belongs. This is where we are. And I'm going to bring you clearer images of the driveway. That's my ambition, is to bring you. I'll be working next week on somehow getting better apps to clear the pictures up.
So you mean you found those free apps on the internet and have told someone else to do that?
And I'm going to come up with the main points of NK that need looking at. And then I'm going to put them all together and ask people, how can you say she's done nothing but sleep with a married man when she's done this?
Repeat of what you said earlier. Should have done this a long time ago. Other people have done it on YouTube already. So now you've got source material to rip off. Easy work, but no one cares anymore. Job done.
This. Okay. Good night, everyone. Thank you very much. Good night, Spanners.
You've managed to get your fill of appreciation now? You filled up your narcissistic well with that resource, those people. Why is no one talking to me? No one talking to me. Did they talk to you in the end, Mr. Elephant in the Room? Did they? No one talking to me. Yeah, it's been a good night in the end then, hasn't it, Alan? Good night, Spanners. You deserve it. All that extra free time and better mental health.
Nobody's talking. Nobody's talking to me. Somebody talk to me.
Weird, isn't it? I mean, I assume Alan lives pretty much hand to mouth, like, you know, month to month. I assume that when he says, he cheats the books. Like, let's say, okay, so for example, if this month someone gave me £10,000 in a donation, wallet, bang, and I'm like, wow, that's loads of money. But at the end of the year, I'm going to have to pay tax on that money. So what I do is I take that 10 grand and I don't want to spend it on actual things. I want the money, yeah? So what I do is I spend it on, like, you know, I'm trying to think. I don't want to, like, outline a way to fraud the tax, because obviously I'm not doing that. But you'd say, like, okay, you'd say I bought something really expensive for my business. Well, actually, this is what Alan does. This is what he does. So he says, I bought something expensive for my business. And they say, well, what's that? Where is it? And he says, it's software. Important software. It's called Skybet. And it's a very important software that we use. Like, and he manages to write off however much money, and he'd rather not pay tax or declare it, whatever reason. And instead, so he says to himself, he's sat there, it's not 10 grand for Alan, is it? You know, it's smaller potatoes, but, you know, he's sat there with his PayPal money or whatever, and he says, look, at the end of the month, my expenditure needs to say whatever this number says. I need to find a way of spending it all, or at least saying I'm spending it all, so I can keep some of it on the side, and or at least not pay tax on it, you know what I mean? So he grinds his own worth down to zero at the end of every month, and I think he also does that. I think that's his narcissistic fantasy as well, that he's doing it in a special way, because most of us can grind our earnings down to zero every month, can't we? But that's because it's tough living month to month. But for Alan, he's dressed it up in a fantasy world where he's got to spend this money. It's like an agent, secret agent spending the money, when in actual fact he's just got gambling and narcotic addictions, and then he grinds the money down to zero every month. So in Alan's world, it doesn't take long to be dead broke and to be drawing on your whatever resources you have. And in Alan's world, you know, the savings, the resources, whatever you were planning to hand down or, like, use for a rainy day, like, they must get pretty thin on the ground at this point, mustn't they? Like, at what point are you having to move from your property? Like, I don't know what the answers are here, but we're at a part of a slope here, because it's not going to get better. Like, these women are not going to be able to conjure up. Nancy, for however rich Alan is accusing her of being, is very unlikely to just switch on the 2 grand a month, turn it into 10 grand a month taps, and we'll all be happy. Like, it's very unlikely for that to happen. So how much money does he need to get out of this small group? Obviously not getting enough, because he's threatening to get a job. And how much more does he need, and where will it go? I predict it goes downwards. You know, he's got his pension and he's got whatever he's stashed and his whatever security he has, but I predict it goes downwards, you know. Interesting. And quickly-ish, you know. He's not next month, the like, whatever money he earned this month was an extra bump, because some of them felt extra sad for him because he got kicked off YouTube. But next month, no more of that. A few drift away. Basically, we're done, aren't we? We are at the stage where we are ringing up Nancy and Melissa Marvelous directly and saying, oh, just, you know, you and this other one, we're doing a Zoom call today. Do you want to join it? Can I have £100? Like, that's where we're at now. It's a shame, but he's done it himself. 100% done it himself. He's let down all the people around him who've worked really hard for him, all the people that supported him. He's let them all down and ruined it for everyone, and he deserves everything he gets, including all of the rudeness from me. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Here endeth the lesson. What is that? 5 hours 13 minutes. I can see as well that after about, what time is that? After about 11 o'clock, people started to drift away, and I get it. But the hardcore have stayed on. 200 of you hardcore have stayed on. that's Angry Alan for the day, isn't it? That is Angry Alan for the day. Did he do an episode today? No. Was he on TikTok again? No. Did he do a Patreon today? No.
It's
So
raining again. I couldn't be happier.
big up Sweet Storm.
Sweet Storm
Thank
sent
you.
tippies. Love your work, Scott Redheart Hash.
Thank you.
Super Chuffer owes 10 hugs.
I wonder if there's anything like, relaxing to do at the end of this that's not so damn harsh on the brain, because we do like a little bit of a little bit of a rest on the brain at the end. Let me just quickly check through my library of watch later. I've got so much weird shit on this watch later. I've got Hypernormalization by Adam Curtis. You're not going to want to watch that. That's 2.5 hours of difficulty. But this, on the other hand, and I'm making myself laugh because of the contrast between Hypernormalization by Adam Curtis and this, which is something different entirely, which you're going to enjoy and we're all going to enjoy together. So I can't tell you which is the YouTube channel because it's all Japanese, but this is where I live. I enjoy this and so will you. It's a little crabby. Wait, it's going really fast. It's a short, so they go really fast. Let's slow this down. Let's playback speed, slow it right down. That's much better. So they're pouring that in. It's sort of some sort of gelatin sugar mix, maybe. I don't know, sugar. Tiny little crabby slow, look.
It's
Making.
raining
Oh,
again.
there's Pikachu.
Anita sent tippies.
And then whoosh.
Thank you for the laughs. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
3 hugs, thank you. Thank you for the tippies. I should get the tippies link and promote it more, shouldn't I? That's on me. That's my job. My page. My monies. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I do feel like I'm putting in some work, even if some people think, and I do get critiqued for this, some people think that it's not what I should be doing with my life. Well, thanks very much. I want to be in a rock band. I'm going to make it. We do lots of other work on other channels elsewhere, and whichever way you like to enjoy it, I'm really glad that you support it. Thank you. It's better than sitting in a child's bedroom masturbating over an elephant dressed in a brown bikini. It's better than sitting in a child's bedroom masturbating over a plushy elephant dressed in a brown bikini. Obviously, it's the elephant that's dressed in the brown bikini, not me, although I could be. It's better than being dressed in a brown bikini. So they put the little crabby in there, look. And it's just a little bit of the sugar stuff. And there's a star. Tweezers this is. It's done doing it with tweezers. Taking off my armchair detective clothes now. Getting ready for Bedis. It goes with the funny old obs. It's done that to me now a couple of times. It doesn't usually do that, does it? I'm back. Excellent connection. I will be back. So we're just putting these things in here still. It's just nice and chill now. If it crashes one more time, I won't come back. I'll just, be crashed. This is the end of the stream. You can consider this the end of the stream. We're watching this until they complete the little confectionery product, and then the stream will have ended. So thank you all very much for being here. I am the Armchair Detective. My name is Alan, and I am the Armchair Detective. I've stolen his identity today. I've done identity theft on him today, haven't I? He'll turn that into identity theft. Done a sex crime on his daughter in some way. What are they? They're going in. What's this? Little green one. Little green one. It's little toy tool. It's a tiny little toy tool. Look at that. Made out of sugar, I think, or something little anyway. It's small and it's been made, and they're doing it on a little tiny piece of like glass or something, and then it sets, and then they sort of get it off there and pop it in the thing. There it goes. Octopus, that one. Now we've got some green. Nice bit of green, nice bit of blue again. All with the colours in these tiny little piping bags. One of the good things about this as a hobby is you don't have to spend much on all the materials, do you? Like if you're making great big if you do want to do a statue out of bronze or something, which one day I would like to be immortalised in a giant bronze statue in my own town. It doesn't have to be giant, just life size. In my town, that'd be nice. But I won't get to because there's loads of Shakespeare ones. They take priority. But yeah, but made out of tiny little sugar like this, well, you know, don't have to spend so much on that, a tiny little amount of sugar, as opposed to lots and lots of heavy metal, expensive metal. Or gold, you know, if you're a jeweller, you know, this is like being a sugar confectionery jeweller. You're making beautiful little items, but don't have to cost as much. You might get into jewellery after doing this. Who knows? Maybe this is a jeweller in their spare time. Who can say? There's a little, that one's a seahorse, I think. They're all going in there, all of them. All the little, if you've been in the sea, you'll recognise these different creatures from seascapes of your, not of your anything, just of your, like your being history. Oh, now we've got tinfoil on. It's not a tinfoil hat appreciation society. This is just part of the drying process, I'll have you know. The silicon mould is turned out, and with that more deeper blue poured on at the bottom, look. That deeper blue. It's still a little bit stickiest, but that'll dry once you've got that off. Still a little bit stickiest. But that deep, you've used the stickiest element to stickiest the stickiest to it. And that blue gives it that lovely, it's nice, isn't it? Little teeny tiny lollipop. It's the sort of thing that if you bought it, you probably wouldn't want to eat it because of all the care and attention that's been put into it. But then you're like, what do I do? Just keep it in the cupboard until it shrivels. I don't know, maybe. Like, we bought my nan some soap once when we were on holiday. And it was, I remember where we bought it from on holiday. And it said, I love my nan, and the other soap said, I love my granddad. And they were just little soaps that said that. And we bought them for her, and like, they were just like little soaps, so they're not like expensive. They're on holiday, and when we gave them to her later on, like, she kept them in her bathroom, and they just, oh, it's Russell Brand. Fuck off, I'm not watching that. We were watching that. God, Russell Brand just hijacked the show for a minute. The Illuminati get you everywhere, don't they? No, yeah, so it was on my watch later list. So yeah, my mum got these little soaps, and she put them on the windowsill in the bathroom, and they just sort of stayed there for like 20 years, 30 years, many years, just shrivelling, getting like more and more withered and shrivelled. But I love my nan, I love my granddad's soaps, just there on the side. Yeah, just forever. Just forever. So you be good, my little puckos. This has been an interesting day of streaming, and I'll be back for more. Told you before I'd come back with more. If you haven't seen everything that happened tonight, I encourage you to go back and watch it all again, and recommend it to a friend. Thank you for all the tippies. If you know anyone that has a narcissist in their life that enjoys a good laugh, recommend them the entire saga, and share it on Facebook or somewhere else where I'm not. Share it where I'm not for me, thank you. That's nice as well. If you want to do that, that's nice. If you just want to get tucked up with your cocoa and it's 1 o'clock in the morning and forget doing anything messing about, that's also good as well. So you be good, my little puckos, and if you can't be good, you're naughties.